Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the web. This is Gil Davis in News Chopper 4 Bravo, along with my pilot, David Viskovich. We are headed to one in the Southland. You're looking at downtown LA as we move to the west. We're heading to Pan Pacific Park for a demonstration there. As we pass by downtown, I've been keeping an eye on a small brush fire that's burning near Stadium Way. It sounds like the fire department is getting a good handle on that. Small, slow-moving brush fire there. You can see it in the screen. A couple of airships overhead that are dropping water on that fire, and it looks like they're starting to get the upper hand on it. But in a moment here, we'll be over Pan Pacific Park. There's a drop, and as I come out to a wider shot, we will start to close in on the demonstration over there at Pan Pacific Park. A large group I hear. There's several protests going on. LA County and Orange County that we're going to be checking out today. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, two groups. Wow, that's a bigger group. We'll check that out for sure. Yeah, they split. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the web. This is Gil Levis in News Chopper 4 Bravo, along with my pilot David Viskovich. We are over the Fairfax district. You're looking at one of the protests that are going on in the Southland. A very large group that has gathered here, started at Pan Pacific Park near the Grove, and has moved to streets, has been marching through the streets since the protest started. You see a large amount of people on, this is 3rd Street near Edinburgh Avenue, and you see protesters standing on police cars. There's someone trying to bash out the window of that police car, so come into a closer shot, and there with a cone, a traffic cone, this guy is pounding on the window. Here's a little pushing and shoving going on. It looks like that. Okay, copy that. Thank you. We're seeing now that these police cars have been vandalized. Tagging on them, their windows are broken out. The front windshield of that one's broken, as well as the rear windows broken out. David, let's orbit and let's get closer and put it on your side so you have it. Make it easier for you. We can do right orbits around it. I can tell you there's a large group here at 3rd and Edinburgh. There's other groups in this area off of Beverly. That is a North Hollywood division of LAPD units there, those two, and the one on the right is Hollywood division, all of which are being vandalized, tagged, and you see they're actually in the back in front of the cars. This is a mission division unit there that is in the center of the screen. Every squad car that's on this street has been vandalized. You see the line of officers there that started their skirmish line, but the protesters are standing strong. I'll come out to a wide shot to give you an idea of how many people are here in this group. It looks like 11 squad cars from LAPD that have been vandalized in this group. The police have pushed the group away from several of them, but there's about 8 of them still, or 7 or 8 of them in the mix there with the protesters. People up on the civilian vehicle there. It looks like that one isn't too damaged. That's the farmer's market there and the grove to the left of it. 3rd and Fairfax. That intersection is barely open. People up on the city bus there. More people pouring towards those squad cars, the big group there. I'm sorry, Dave, say that again. Yes, sir, I do. Thank you. Officers firing what looks like maybe pepper balls or less lethal to get the people to move away. Items being tossed at the officers, so we're seeing more of the same that we saw yesterday, last night. Yeah. Adam, I do have you, yes. Yes, who's the anchors? Is it Kathy or just me? Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly it, Jonathan and Kathy. You're looking at a large group here on 3rd Street, just west of Fairfax. It's at Edinburgh right now. And as I zoom out here, you're going to see about 11 squad cars from the LAPD, different divisions there that have been vandalized within this group. The LAPD has been struggling with this group to push them back. They've gained some ground, but you see how much destruction has been done to these vehicles. I can tell you that there's a lot of tagging on the vehicles and some curse words, so we're going to keep it kind of wide. So as the group here is standing their ground against the officers as they slowly move them back towards the east, back towards where this protest started at the Pan Pacific Park near the Grove. But again, LAPD out in force here with a large group that is failing really to move. You see the officers there trying to shove them back towards the east, and the demonstrators just standing their ground. We're seeing items being thrown at the officers, much like we did yesterday and last night. But again, a lot of vandalism here to those 11 squad cars from different divisions of LAPD. And here we go. You've seen some of the group moving out. But again, this is how it's been for the last several days. And you're seeing the people starting to move out and move into this parking lot.
And Gil, there on the right side, if you tilt it down to the right at the bottom of the screen, you see that squad car there on fire, literally in flames right now. We haven't seen that before, have we?
You know, last night after our news coverage ended, there was a squad car I heard on the scanners that was set on fire. I don't know the status of that situation. But I'm hearing my pilot, David Diskovich, is pointing out another fire. I'll try to get eyes on that. But for now, at least one squad car here, like you said, Kathy, on fire. That just started. When we arrived here, that squad car was not on fire. That is something new as the crowd now, if anything, that fire is dispersing the crowd, making people move. So that's probably helped the LAPD to clear this area. But unfortunately, they're losing one of their squad cars from North Hollywood Division.
That's what brought my attention to it, is that I saw all the people running, and we just want to say apologize to our viewers right now that you're going to see profanity here, because it's just been a symptom of what's going on, and we apologize ahead of time, but we're here to cover what's happening. And right now, this is the intense spot. That car is on fire, seeing a lot of black smoke.
Yeah, fortunately, Kathy, it's far enough away from the other vehicles. I think it won't be a problem. However, there are some shops here, businesses close by. The fire department will have a difficult time getting access to this because of what's going on the street. As you see, it's kind of right in the middle of all those squad cars, so it's going to be tough to get a fire department there. Look at this intersection here off to the west. You see more people there, and then down off of 3rd and Fairfax here at the intersection is shut down, so really no good access for the fire department to get in there to put that fire out. So at this point, we have one squad car on fire.
Yeah, this was a protest that started led by the Black Lives Matter movement, scheduled for noon today at nearby, as you mentioned, Gil, at Pan Pacific Park. We saw hundreds, maybe even more than 1,000 people and maybe a few different groups making their way towards this intersection here at 3rd and Edinburgh, 3rd and Fairfax, in that area. But as you mentioned, we only saw maybe a few hundred there right up above, up against those police officers, against that line. Where are all the other protesters right now?
Okay. Well, sorry, Jonathan, I was getting some information here. I'm going to come out of this shot, and I understand there's another fire burning here. We're going to try to get you that. In fact, David, I'm going to ask you to put it on my side for a second so I can see out your side. As I come out to a wider shot, we're going to look for that fire. But right now, here's the scene through a wide shot. That's the Grove and the Farmers Market, Pan Pacific Park, there at the top of the screen. And as I try to get eyes on the next fire here momentarily, I will... I see it now. Thank you. We're going to pan up to Beverly here, over across to, I believe it's Beverly, and I think it's also Edinburgh. Let me zoom in here, and
yeah,
we have
we
another vehicle. Yeah, so another, and it looks like it is another squad car, unfortunately, that is on fire. Once again. Now this one's burning a little bit closer to some buildings there, and so two squad cars about half a mile away from each other that are on fire. The two separate groups. In fact, there's about 3 or 4 separate. So,
Yeah, it looks like a squad car that was trying to pull out. It's parked there. I don't know. Look, a door looks like it's open. That is completely engulfed right now. Any police in this area that you can see, Gil, or anywhere in this area?
Yeah, let me look. I haven't had the chance to look at this street here, but Beverly Boulevard, it looks like there really isn't, at least to the west here. Let me look back the other direction to see if there's officers in this intersection. There should be at least some officers down there because of the squad car itself, but it looks like I'm not really seeing like a skirmish line or a field force that has moved into this area.
No, it looks peaceful, doesn't it? And there aren't that many people on either side of that car that's on fire, and everything seems peaceful. You actually see people walking away from this area, probably because of the smoke and the fire.
Yes, definitely. So, like the scene of the first one, people scattered once they caught on fire. Both of these cars were not on fire when we arrived a short time ago, and we did get a look at the different groups in this area. But this is something new. It seems like both cars started on fire almost at the same time. We
want to let our viewers know that we are expecting Mayor Eric Garcetti to speak around 3:30. The last we've heard from him was on Twitter yesterday, saying that he respects every Angelino's right to protest, but that violence and vandalism like we're seeing here hurts everybody involved. Gil, again, this is on Beverly, where we saw several groups that had splintered from the Pan-Pacific protest make their way along, but the real clashes that we saw between protesters and police, as we see one man throw something at that squad car, were down on Fairfax. That's where we saw police getting physical with the protesters and vice versa. Are you able to pan back down there and give us another look at what's going on?
Yeah, I'm going to swing the camera. It's kind of a big move here, but I'll do it about a couple blocks to the south. There's the initial one we were looking at. You see the group cleared away from all those squad cars that were vandalized. Now they're back towards 3rd and Fairfax. And you see they've been pushed back quite a distance from that fire. So hopefully they'll be able to get the fire department in here, but likely both vehicles are going to burn right down to the ground.
And are we seeing people on top of the roofs there as well?
Yeah, they're scattered everywhere. Wherever you can get an eye on people, they're up on roofs of buildings. You see several there as well, all the way to the corner, and also on the city bus here. That looks like that has been vandalized as well. So people up on top of the bus, and that bus is 8465, and hopefully that bus driver is safe right now.
Yeah, I'd heard earlier they were trying to get that bus driver off that bus. He was right there in the middle of it, and right after that is when things turned a little bit sketchy there. They were holding protesters back. It was starting to turn into a bit of a skirmish, and they fired, I understand, some rubber bullets there. But now it looks like everything is peaceful. We're seeing a lot of people with signs now. We see the police line there. And Gil, I would be surprised as well if they are able to get any kind of a fire truck through there right now. They have just gained control now over this crowd. They might be content to just go ahead and let those cars just burn.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to happen. Fortunately, it's far enough away from the structures there. Hopefully it won't, the wind won't change direction, but it's far enough away from the other vehicles too that it won't likely catch those on fire. So yeah, unfortunately, because of where it is between the two blocks there, really no access for the fire department to even get in there.
And as Kathy was mentioning, Gil, as you zoom in down at we're seeing more protesters up against that police line, but we're not seeing the same skirmishes we were seeing even just a few minutes ago when we saw police firing either, pepper bullets at them or rubber bullets at the crowd, and the crowd throwing things at officers. It seems to have calmed down dramatically.
It has, and that's a good thing. We'll see what happens when the officers start to move again. The problem is the pack here is so intense and so compact, I should say. A lot of people there. To get them to move them from behind, it makes it difficult. Everyone's pretty much standing their ground, so those officers have gained some ground here on 3rd Street and pushing them back towards Fairfax, but so far it's become peaceful once again.
So that was the plan all along, is to push them back into that area, and that's when things got a little bit heated?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it looked like the crowd gained ownership of all those vehicles. They were really just thrashing them. When we arrived, they had the doors popped open, the windows broken out on all those squad cars, and that's what led to them getting in there and starting them on fire. They were taking items out of the police vehicles. I saw some crime scene tape that the people were wrapping the cars around with, and that's when the shoving that we noticed was taking place with the LAPD trying to take ground. They did get some ground when we arrived. It looked like the first 3 vehicles in the pack here. There's the one burning, but this line of vehicles are the ones that were tagged and vandalized. It looked like these 3 were the LAPD was able to get some ground on that, and then that's where the line was there, and then a short time later the fire broke out on this vehicle.
And as you mentioned, Gil, you know, the officers were trying to get the protesters out of that area, and it wasn't until they actually lit that vehicle on fire that everyone finally dispersed.
Yeah, exactly. You know, one of the problems for LAPD is when they bring in their units to a scene like this, they have to park their vehicles somewhere, and they park them and leave them there. And what happens is the crowds will come into the area, and we'll hear the airships overhead talking about, you know, trying to get the officers back to protect the vehicles. In this case, they weren't able to get them back in time.
And Gil, one thing that strikes me about the timing of this, again, this protest started at noon, which is a lot earlier today than it has been in recent days, where we've seen protests maybe start at 4 or 5 o'clock in the downtown area. This is an even longer day that police are going to be facing, because most of the violence has happened after the sun goes down, and yet here we are 3:30 in the afternoon, and we're all starting to see that.
Yeah, early start, I would say, for sure, and we haven't really seen that. We didn't see it yesterday until, like you said, the late evening or at night. But at this point, you know, it's early on. This process started very peacefully. I was hearing reports about it, marching in the streets and back to Pan Pacific Park and whatnot. But since we arrived here just a short time ago, this is what we've captured.
Yeah, now again, most of the protesters are probably peaceful and just want to be heard, and it just takes a few to kind of get this out of control. You know, we haven't seen this crowd do anything right now. People seem fairly spread out. They're not packed in there. They're not fighting with police. We're not seeing angry words right now. But still, we're seeing what was left behind when things did turn bad, that bus, and they had to get that bus driver off. And then, of course, the squad cars, and all of this sort of mirroring what we're seeing around the country. Protests in Minneapolis. We have seen protests around the country. Washington, D.C., right there, right outside, usually where tourists are gathered. And this has just mirrored exactly what's happening. And it looks like people are chanting right now, clapping, perhaps holding signs, and police still holding that line.
They are, Kathy, and you know, one of the things that might be helping the LAPD here is the smoke coming from that vehicle. It's kind of blowing over the crowd, and that seems to be something that moves people away. They don't want to breathe that toxic air, so that may be helpful. But that fire, you know, just about out on that one car. The one up on off of Beverly Boulevard, I see that still burning. I'm going to tilt up there because it seems like that one's burning a little bit more intense right now. And just to swing up there real quick, I'll give you the picture of that. A lot smaller crowd, obviously, but also a lot less officers, if any, right now around that vehicle. And that one, yeah, just continues to burn. It just looks like it's burning more intense there, getting into the front engine and bumper.
Yeah, we had seen several groups make their way up onto Beverly, you know, after the initial peaceful protest in Pan Pacific Park. We had seen several groups head on to Fairfax, the ones that we were just saying, and now this group's here on Beverly. What strikes me is, you know, I've been watching these images over the last few hours, either on TV or on social media, and I'm seeing a lot less people. I mean, there were, as we see that tree there catch fire. What I'm seeing is almost like a different group of people out here, not as many as the peaceful protesters as we were seeing earlier in the park. Gil, I know you weren't over there the entire time, but this is not as many people as I saw earlier on Beverly.
Yeah, I agree, Jonathan. It looks like, you know, they scattered, a lot of them scattered. When we arrived here, there was a larger group here, but they have scattered. But the biggest group was the one down on 3rd Street. But this is a turn of events here. That tree catching fire, it could be jeopardizing that business.
That doesn't look good right there. And what we're seeing, not a lot of protesters. Look at that black smoke. We're seeing a lot of people taking pictures of this, using it as a photo opportunity. But Gil, you're right. That tree right there up against that that patrol car, which is now engulfed in flames, and not a good situation. They could, however, possibly get a fire truck in this area. It's not as crowded. I don't know. I'm just thinking it might be easier.
Yeah, they'll have to have a police escort for sure to get any fire apparatus in here. There are people scattered through Beverly Boulevard here. It is completely shut down. And back to the west, as I pan right here, you see another group here with cars. These are cars that are just kind of trying to get in and out of the area. And you know, I'd like to remind everybody, if you're planning on coming to this area, don't, because you're involved in anything like this. You want to just stay away from the area if you're driving up in the LA area. So stay away from Beverly and 3rd Street near Fairfax.
Especially, Gil, because we're not seeing any kind of police presence really on the ground in this area. It seems as like the way we are seeing down on Fairfax. These cars just kind of caught in the mix here, but not really any officers there to help them out.
That's exactly right. And you know, here between 3rd Street and Beverly, a lot of residential homes there that are kind of stuck between those two streets, and demonstrators making their way through those neighborhoods, so that can be an issue as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, last night, along with peaceful protesters, we saw a lot of vandalism. There were something like 533 arrests last night for things like looting and burglary. And Gil, you mentioned after we went off the air, fires. So, I mean, a lot of bad stuff can happen. And Jonathan, you were saying it's starting so early now. We're at 3:30 in the afternoon, not at night. We still have the whole afternoon and evening to go.
Well, you know, Kathy, we've been watching over the last few days, and not just here in Los Angeles, but as you mentioned, in virtually every major city across the country, any kind of vandalism has been really happening after the initial peaceful protests that we've been seeing in these cities, including in Los Angeles, the looting, the rioting, what have you. That has been happening at a certain time. The problem that police are now facing is, like we said, it's 3:30 in the afternoon, and we're already seeing 2 patrol vehicles on fire. A bus, you know, that has been vandalized. The bus driver had to, you know, get out and escape, and we're seeing people on top of buildings. That tree caught fire up on Beverly, and so this is just a much more tense situation. It looks like police are looking at a much longer shift here dealing with this.
Yeah, when it happened in Minneapolis, it all started outside the Target Center, and then there was the police precinct that went up in flames. Everything started as a party-like atmosphere early in the day, and people were there to express their concerns, but people were handing out water. And it was, I don't want to say party, but it was a friendly gathering where everyone was with each other for a single cause. And then it turned bad. It turned violent. And that's when we saw everything going up in flames.
And now we're seeing the first fire engine arrive on scene, Gil.
Yeah, that's right, Jonathan. You're looking at them pulling up. They're going to get this fire knocked down rather quickly. It's kind of a mystery how they got in there. I think they used the parking lot to gain access. They came from this direction where the crowd is, so I think they came through this parking lot to get access to this vehicle. And they will make quick work of this fire and put it out rather quickly once they get their hoses on it. And
we want to remind our viewers again at 3:35 now. We are expecting Mayor Eric Garcetti to comment on what is happening, to give a statement. Last we heard from him on Twitter, he had said that, you know, he supported everyone's, you know, right to protest peacefully. He understands everyone's frustration over the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis and why they are protesting, but that they have to do it peacefully, that the vandalism, that this kind of action would not be tolerated. We also saw a situation, Kathy and Gil, yesterday where the LAPD had to call in for help from the LA Sheriff's Department, and the mayor was part of that decision making. And so hopefully we'll be able to hear from him soon, and when he does speak, we will bring that to you as soon as possible, as firefighters now extinguishing that vehicle, one of many damaged here, you know, along Fairfax.
Yeah, and Gil, you said it. They made quick work of that. They also have the other patrol car to deal with, and that was the one that was right up against the tree that was seemed like it could catch fire, and there were buildings right there. So we were a little bit concerned about that over on the other side, where we're not seeing quite as many protesters. So it looks like they will probably be getting in there right now to take care of that one.
Yeah, Kathy, here comes a rescue ambulance, and there's the escort from the police coming in as well. I don't see an engine down there yet, so it's likely that they'll be rolling one in very shortly. But again, like I said, the fire department has a tough job because they are also at risk. And they have to be escorted in with police to get into any sort of activity like this, a fire or emergency of some sort. But you see the crowd here is starting to gather close to that squad car once again.
Are we still seeing more civilian vehicles in this area up on Beverly? It seemed a lot of people were getting kind of unknowingly caught in the mix here.
Yeah, you see these poor people here that have been driving down Beverly. All of a sudden, they come across the group, and they really don't know what to do. Here's a guy making a U-turn, another one trying to go south across Beverly, and just wanting to get home or going to wherever they're going. And all of a sudden, they find themselves in this mix, and it becomes a very dangerous situation for any driver that moves into these areas.
Yeah, it really is. And for any people who are on foot there as well, no matter what you're doing, it's still dangerous. You've got cars not knowing which way to go, and just sort of a chaotic, spur of the moment type of situation. Again, people and their photo opportunities now. We see a man knelt down with a flag and everyone gathering around to take a picture. He's right in front of that car.
Yeah, one thing that strikes me about this situation up on Beverly is that it doesn't seem as organized as the situation down on Fairfax.
No, you're right, Jonathan. It looks like this is like a splinter group that broke away from the main group, and they've moved over here and started this chaos that you're seeing. And now it's like a photo, like I said, Kathy, a photo op for this individual here. A lot of people there with their cameras taking pictures of this. So we'll see if that fire truck does get in here, an engine to put this out. But in the meantime, that rescue ambulance was going to another call, and no sign of a fire apparatus to come in here to put that out right now.
So they weren't there to necessarily put that out, but they did get eyes on it. So perhaps they were going to some sort of a call emergency or another type of call.
Yes, absolutely. Here's the back on 3rd Street. The fire looks like is getting handled. Less smoke coming out of that, white smoke, and that's a good indicator that it's out. But here again, the group standing their ground just west of Fairfax on 3rd, and not doing a whole lot. There were some chanting going on. Now they're just standing there. No items being thrown at officers right now. It's returned to being a peaceful situation right here, but at least for now.
Yeah, it's amazing how it can just turn, and all of that happening after that patrol car went up and people started backing up. And now we're not seeing that skirmish with police anymore. We're seeing a controlled crowd, a really peaceful crowd, it looks like. We're not really seeing a lot of movement. They're just standing there holding signs.
Yeah, exactly. And they're up on the bus once again, a different group now. We've seen one of the windows being pushed out of the bus there. So they're inside. They're obviously vandalizing that city bus, but you know, that's going to continue. I'm hoping that that does not catch fire. I'm hoping that they don't set that bus on fire, because that could be a even bigger situation there. But again, at least for now, it's peaceful. And the LAPD, I hear them talking about, on the scanner, I'm hearing them talking about affecting arrests. So we'll see if that starts to happen. And if it does, it'll likely be another situation where they go into the crowd and pull out certain people, or people that are just refusing to move, they'll start to arrest them.
Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, because that could change the mood here when they start to move in. We should mention we're still standing by to hear from Mayor Eric Garcetti, who was scheduled to speak at 3:30 today. We're a few minutes past that, but we understand he is preparing to speak, so we're definitely going to bring that to you. We'll hear what he had to say. Okay, apparently he's going to speak right now. Let's listen in to the mayor.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles. I was to speak a few minutes earlier to talk about the events that happened here in Los Angeles last night. I was to be joined by the Chief of Police, Michael Moore. But I asked him a few minutes ago, as we see the images and learn about what's happening in the middle part of our city, in the Fairfax district, to go out there to lead the command and the resolution and de-escalation of what we're seeing on local and our national news. Each evening I've been coming to speak to you about COVID-19 and the struggle that we are in. This extraordinary moment that has, for all of us, boiled up so many cracks that existed not just in our city but our nation. A threat that seemed invisible, that discriminated against no one, but in the way that it manifests, showed the discrimination that has existed in this country. And yesterday I spoke about what it meant here in Los Angeles, when long before there was the death of Mr. Floyd, we saw here, before we had cameras on our phones, the beating of a black man that ignited our city over almost 30 years ago. As we look back in history, Los Angeles, I believe, has so much to teach, but we always have so much to learn. And in this moment, I want to speak very personally to everyone in Los Angeles. As we look out in the spaces and the places that we love so much, and we wonder in just the stretch of 2 days, here and around the nation, what's happened. My first responsibility to you is to protect life and liberty, and to speak the truth, so that when we see a horrific murder like what we saw on the streets of Minneapolis, which joined too many murders, of a woman sleeping because she was black, of a man jogging who died because he was black, of decades past and centuries of slavery, of discrimination and racism, we know, all of us cry out, if you have truth and justice in your heart, if you have love anywhere in your soul, that this is wrong, and we all want to make it right. We want to protect everyone's ability to do that. That's what liberty is. With liberty comes responsibility, to be able to peacefully protest, and to let government, to let our fellow citizens, to let the world create. We cannot, though, fulfill our duty to protect life when people are looting. We cannot protect our ability to protect life when we see fires set in dense urban areas that not only endanger firefighters, but that could put buildings full of residents up in flames. And we've seen this before in Los Angeles. When the violence escalates, no one wins. And so everybody has to be responsible for owning this moment. Whether you wear a badge or whether you hold a sign, I'm asking all of Los Angeles to take a deep breath and to step back for a moment, to allow our firefighters to put out the flames, to allow our peace officers to reestablish some order, and for us to let them protect your rights, to be out there for as many days as we need to, for as many protests as we have to, until change isn't just something that's a slogan, but change is in the actions we see across this country, so that not one more person has to die with a knee in their neck. Los Angeles suffered greatly in 1992. We've seen other cities go up in flames. We see black and brown-owned businesses be the first often hit in cities where people go out there. And I know that I'm not speaking to 99% of the people who are out there outraged and yelling and crying about the murder of an American. But there are those who think that, well, maybe if I get in a fight, that'll prove something. It's not tough to get in a fight with a police officer. It's tough to not fight back. It's tough for us to all say, take a breath, step away. But make no mistake, we also have to, in this city, make sure that we can protect lives by making sure that there is not disorder like we saw on the streets of downtown last night, or we see today. If you're still standing there and just looking, now's the time to go home. Come back, protest peacefully when there is peace. When things start to burn, it's not the time to stay. And we need everybody to exercise that discretion. We need everybody to summon their better angels in this city of angels. And yes, demand accountability, demand justice, but for us not to pick new fights right here, where we have painfully, year after year, decade after decade, looked at racism not just as something that infects our criminal justice system, but that invades all of us, something that is about actions moving forward like we talked about yesterday. From so many people who don't start at the starting line equally, because they and their parents and their grandparents and great-grandparents never started anywhere equally. We need to recognize that. But we can't recognize that through smoke. We can't recognize that when people start to set fire to police cars where there's dangerous weapons, where we see bonfires downtown in Los Angeles that could ignite high-rises. That is not the way to have anybody's voice heard. For that 1 or 2% of protesters who think that's the way to make the statement, do not do a disservice to the memory of George Floyd. Do not do not make a disservice to the folks who have died at the hands of the brutality that we all stand against. Tonight in the downtown area, the Chief of Police has asked for me from the 4 freeways that bound downtown so that we can clean up the debris, so that we can make sure that shops are secured, so we can make sure that downtown residents can safely go around downtown and leave and come into their homes, to put a curfew on downtown starting between tonight at 8 o'clock to 5:30 tomorrow morning. This will be something that we will be able to reestablish the peace here. But I know right now folks are focused in the middle of the city. And I will ask everybody to do everything they can to please go home, let us put the fires out, let us learn the lessons, let us rehumanize each other, whether it's somebody who is yelling at a police officer or whether it's a police officer. Let's find the common humanity between each other at this moment. It is the only thing that will get us to justice. It is the only way we can protect liberty, and it is the only way that we can save lives. I'll come back, and I know people have some questions as well, but I want to ask one of our downtown council members to come forward, Curran Price, who's been a brother in service for so many years, to speak about how we will be able to keep the peace here downtown tonight and hopefully reestablish the peace, not just here in Los Angeles, but across this nation. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your words of encouragement and leadership, and underscoring the fact that we are all leaders in times like this. We all have a chance and a responsibility to step up to the plate, do what we can to move forward in a positive way. We certainly mourn the loss of life that occurred in Minneapolis. No excuse whatsoever. We mourn with him, the family, the community, and for the other atrocious acts of violence that we have witnessed over the past several months. We've got to do better than that. We certainly have, I think, a responsibility to protest, to express concern, to express disgust, and that's the legal way to do it. But we have to be responsible, and that can't translate into destruction of property, threatening life, and harming the general good. And so while we certainly want the legal process to play itself out and hope that all the individuals involved are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, we also hope that we can exercise restraint, understanding, and collaboration as we move forward. Certainly it's an extraordinary step, imposing a curfew. No one wants to see that happen. I'm proud that we've had no incidents of violence in the area of South LA that I represent, but we mourn the losses that occurred here downtown. And now we see similar acts of violence occurring in the mid-section of our city. We can do better than that. We are better than that. These are challenging times, these are tough times, and frustrating times. But we got to channel that energy, channel the determination and the will, challenge and channel our focus on really making a difference, making things better, collaborating, cooperating, taking a step back. The mayor's asked that the police and those protesters, let's take a step back and let's continue to work together, to collaborate together, find the solutions that are necessary, not just here in our city, in our state, but also in our country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Reverend Najuma Pollard-Smith, who is a dear friend and who has the memories, as we all do, that were around then, of what happened in the city in 1992, to say some words of peace and counsel to our City of Angels. Reverend.
Good afternoon. It was just nearly 30 years ago, May 31st, 1992. I remember sitting in Fame Church as a member, choir member, usher board member, and listening to my father in ministry, Reverend Dr. Cecil L. Chip Murray, speak to us as we were wrestling with the 92 civil unrest, the outcome of the Rodney King verdict. And his words were so powerful in the way in which he spoke to us about being asked the question to wait a minute, And he said to us, we don't wait a minute, that a minute is too long in times like these. And so to those who are feeling the pain and the grief of this season, we stand with you. It is the right thing to stand up. It is the right thing to speak up. It should not be that nearly 30 years later, we're still facing this issue. We should be speaking truth to power. Tomorrow represents Pentecost Sunday. And Pentecost doesn't just represent the promise, it also represents a season of protest and power. Because what we do know is at some point shortly thereafter, the moment of Pentecost, Peter gets up and begins to speak truth to power. So it's right to speak truth to power. It's right to stand up for what's right. It's right to speak. It's right to speak now. It's right to not wait. But we have to do it with responsibility. Pentecost is also about power. And like many of you, I am tired of hashtagging rest in power to black bodies, men, women, boys, girls. I'm tired of rest in power. My role in this season is to encourage people to live in power. We were given power. We must live in power. We must speak in power. We must stand in power. We must gather together in power. But power has a responsibility. And so as we do that, we must do it responsibly. To all of the parents, I am one of those parents who's lost a black son in the streets. So I know your pain, I know your anger, I know your frustration. To the families, we got you. I understand. I've been there. I know what it's like to deal with a system that doesn't necessarily take the victim and their family at first. I understand that. So yes, in power we stand, in power we speak, in power we rise up, but power has a responsibility. And I'm tired of hashtagging rest in power. I want to live in power. I want you all to live in power. Dr. Murray, when he spoke 30 years ago, wanted us to stand and speak and to live in power. To the protesters, protest in power. And power is not always given. Sometimes you have to take it back. And so we stand in power, we speak in power, we live in power. And that's the right thing to do. To all of my faith leaders, my colleagues who are faith leaders, clergy of every kind, of every faith tradition, I'm just one of y'all, I'm just one, but there's many out there, many leaders out there. And we should be speaking in power, speaking truth to power, standing in power. But power has a responsibility for all of us. And we have to do that with responsibility when we take back our power. Because like you, I'm tired of hashtag rest in power. I want me, my children, my grandchildren to live in power. To those that are creating mayhem, we ask you to take a step back and let those who are fighting for the power to come under injustice take a step back and let those who are protesting in power, let those who are standing and speaking in power, let them do their work. We don't need no more mayhem. We've been there, done that. And so my prayer is that we all would live in power, stand in power, speak in power, because it is that time. And we're not waiting. We don't have to wait. But we want to live in power. And we can do that if we work together. We can do that if we stand together. We can do that if we use our power responsibly. Power has a responsibility. And so some 30 years later, here we are again. But this time, we're going to stand, we're going to speak, and we're going to live in power, but we're going to do it responsibly. God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Doctor, and thank you, Council Member. So to be clear, as we look at this city, know that this is a moment, but a moment that we all collectively will define. If we have buildings burning and shops being looted. We've seen those shadows in the past. Don't bring them back. We will use the law to reestablish your liberty, to reestablish and save lives. But we cannot do that when folks are lighting fires, shooting at our officers, throwing projectiles, and escalating things up. So downtown tonight, we will have those limits in place, but we also will make sure that we protect everyone's rights to speak out as we must in this moment. But if we don't get this right, I'll give you one example. We had to close down our testing centers this afternoon because of safety concerns. We need to make sure, especially in communities that have less power, that we are able to make sure people don't disproportionately die because of the color of their skin. We can't do that when the city breaks down. We can't get firefighters in to put fires out that may burn and kill people who live here, innocent people, if we have these actions. So thank you for what you will do, as I've thanked you every single night, to make this our work, not the work of any one of us. I said yesterday that the work of making this country a less racist country is not just work for Black people. It's for Latino and African Americans and Anglos, our Native brothers and sisters and Asian and Pacific Islanders together to recognize. And similarly, to restore peace today is all of our responsibility. I promise to do mine. Please do yours. I'm going to say a few words in Spanish and then I'll take some questions. Sorry, I'm going to take questions
Garcetti,
first.
wrapping up a news conference
then
here.
I'll go to Spanish, please. We have a pool reporter that's here.
Is the curfew only for tonight? Could it be extended? Could it be extended into different parts of the city?
No, this is just for one night. It's my hope that that will be enough. We are not looking at something wide scale. It's very targeted. There's a lot of stores that are downtown. There's a lot of residents, and it's very dense with high-rise buildings that can easily go up in flames. It is about being able to make sure we don't see people who exploit this tragic moment where there was real injustice, and we must all speak out to go and loot, to go and light fires, to go and try to kill people or put their lives at danger. I need to protect protesters and make sure none of them lose their lives. I need to protect our officers and make sure none of them lose their lives. These are all human beings, and we should hold each life sacred. So this is for this evening alone. We'll look at tomorrow.
And the situation in Fairfax,
Yeah.
can you describe what you understand is going on there? And
Sure.
does that indicate that there may be a curfew there tomorrow night? Or
No, there are no plans. I'm asking everybody just to kind of step back. There were cars, as we saw. The lighting of police cars is not a way to protest what happened in Minneapolis. It's not a logical way to do that. It's not a way that will get us further forward. It will only endanger. There are weapons in those cars that can blow up, bullets that can kill people when you light that fire, firefighters who put their lives on the line, as we saw just a couple weeks ago here in downtown Los Angeles to protect us. That is not ever a smart thing to do, and it must end. That's what happened at Fairfax. And then, of course, when you get folks who won't push back from that, and officers who try to push forward, we know that the mayhem can ensue. So I've asked the chief to make sure we step back. If people will not leave unlawful assemblies or areas that are curfewed, of course, that to us says that they are there for a reason other than the exercise of their First Amendment rights. And we can bring the law to bear there. But that is the last step that we need to take. When we see the destruction that we saw, people need to either go home, and if they won't go home, they will be arrested. But we all need to take a deep breath. Keep focused on a man whose life is gone, and not try to find enemies on our streets here in the City of Angels.
how do officers plan to enforce the curfew?
We'll have plenty of officers deployed here. It'll make it much easier. As we saw provocateurs who came in last night whose intentions were to do things like to break into jewelry stores, break windows, cause violence. And we'll know that if folks don't live downtown, that will help us to be able to secure the area. We'll have plenty of officers that are here, while we also are, of course, watching things around the city to try to protect people's life and liberty together in all parts of the city. But what we saw with downtown and our need to clean up still, which we've been doing all day long, it might take a second to smash a window or to throw a dangerous projectile, but it can take us hours or even days to clean that up. We have to make sure this city, the image of this city is not what we see here today. We are better than this. We need the time to reestablish that. And so tonight, that's what we'll have here in downtown.
You mentioned provocateurs coming into the city and causing problems. There are similar reports from other cities in the country that it is outsiders, some outside agitators. Can you speak to the people who were among the 500 arrested last night? Do you have any sense as to whether there are outsiders?
No, and I didn't say the city part. I believe that much of the protest that we see, if not all of it, is from people who live here. And like I said, 99% of them are outraged, should be outraged, and are peacefully protesting and exercising their not only constitutional rights, but I feel our duty right now. But there are folks who come from outside who don't live downtown, who see opportunity in stores, who might want to continue to push that mayhem, light fires that would endanger people's lives, whether it's a firefighter or residents that are in a high-rise in downtown Los Angeles. And those we did see, but I have no statistics. But I believe that, look, I don't think we have the narrative of other cities that this is coming in from other places. This is all of us. So it's on all of us. For anybody who would cause that sort of mayhem, be prepared to meet with the law. Be prepared to pay the price. That's not different today, a year ago, or a year from now. But for the rest of us who need our right to protest peacefully, to be protected, also we should be just as angry at those folks for changing the conversation, for taking the critics who are out there looking to say, see, told you so. Don't let them win. Don't let them be the images that don't let these be the images they see that will confirm the worst of what we know in this nation. Let us be an example for what is the best.
Are you, this is from Jonah Valdez of LA Daily News.
Sure.
How worried is the city that these protests could endanger the progress made on coronavirus given the large, tight gatherings of people?
I'm glad for that question because we do need to make sure that these protests also don't become places that are super spreader events. We need to make sure people are exercising safe distancing, which is not happening. So if a police officer is asking you to disperse or to space out, do it, not just because it's a standoff moment, but for your own health and everything we've invested in to make sure that we don't spread the coronavirus. It is not a reason to not protest. We want to find peaceful ways for people to do that. It is our responsibility. Think about in 2017, after the election of a new president, we had people every single night, thousands and even tens of thousands, peacefully protest successfully. And those nights too, we had people who wanted to cause some mayhem, and we were able to stop them, but they were in smaller numbers. We have to collectively make sure that that does not happen, and that we don't have backward progress with COVID-19 in the midst of our outrage about what we saw in Minneapolis.
This one also from Jonah. Can you describe the instructions that have been given to police officers and how to deal with crowds protesting?
Sure.
And what's your sense of the handling of the situation yesterday?
So yesterday, I was incredibly proud of our officers in this department. I talked with many people who were out there, whether it was command staff or others. They had concrete and bricks and bottles. They had M100s, powerful fireworks thrown at them. Some of them were injured, and I saw such extraordinary restraint. Extraordinary restraint, and that's what we train. Our de-escalation training for years, which we started 7 years ago, our implicit bias training, which we started. These things protect everybody. But there's also a limit to that. We had shots fired last night, and we could have had a dead officer or a dead protester. That is unacceptable, and we can't do nothing in the face of those things, which is why we're taking this action tonight, which is why I'm calling everybody to leave the scene now at Fairfax. There's no good that can come of it now. There's no further point to be made. Let us get those burned vehicles. Let us see no more set on fire. Let us find the spaces and the places to be united. Racism loves division. It thrives off of it. So if we want to create division, paint a caricature of everybody who wears a badge as a racist, great, racism will win. But if we actually do the hard work that we're engaged with every single time CNN is not on Los Angeles, of young people meeting a police officer in a summer night lights program, or with a community safety partnership where police officers who grew up in a neighborhood will volunteer for 5 years to stay in our public housing developments in some of our highest crime neighborhoods so they can put a name to young people and young people can find a mentor in them. That work is really hard to show. That work is easy to erase with a couple stupid things if we do them. So let us all be smart, and 99% of the people out there, to me, are our heroes, are great Americans and patriots standing up against what we saw in Minneapolis and we've seen in too many places. But we will not take no action when we see people's life and liberty endangered. So the officers have showed remarkable restraint. Today, I think it's important for the crowd to move back so that we can get those vehicles, for officers not to have to engage in any violent actions to make that happen, and people won't move to make arrests, not to have shoving matches. And I know the chief is there. I've asked him to reestablish good policies, good protocols, and to bring some peace to that situation. And my advice to everybody is, please now, if you love the city, go home and come back when we can peacefully protest soon.
How much of the protesting and the anger now do you think is related to the LAPD's own treatment of individuals in LA and not just the treatment of folks in other cities by police there?
You know, I've always said that here in Los Angeles we're not perfect, and any city government of 40,000 employees and department of 10,000 officers, of course you're never going to be perfect. But I want to say something to my police officers here in Los Angeles, because I know, well, we've spoken a lot about the pain that African Americans and African American men feel right now. We don't ignore the pain that police officers are going through right now. The pain first in seeing a fellow police officer, and if you have one police officer do this, people say it's every police officer. They make a caricature of every person, they dehumanize anybody and just look at their badge, in the same way that too many youth of color have felt dehumanized the other way around. To my officers, I want to say continue to exercise your restraint, and I'm very proud of you. Have we had bad examples in LAPD? Absolutely. And I'll speak out about those every single time. My father was a prosecutor who went after those police officers who broke the law long before he was elected DA. At a time when the old LAPD folks would tell him, if you were dying on the street, I'd walk right over you and not help you. That culture has changed dramatically. That's the stories I grew up with, that it was the right thing to do, that no badge protects you if you break the law. But we also need to see heroes who step up. When I'm with a police officer's family who last year, because a police officer, when he was off duty at a taco truck, saw someone tagging and said, don't do that in your own neighborhood, and then was assassinated. Don't tell me that our police officers too are not heroic, generous, giving, loving people too. They're human beings and we're all flawed. But if we can't find the love of this moment in somebody who's right there on the line, probably as scared as you are angry, we can make a choice to either yell at each other and to get more scared and to roll the dice, or to just breathe for a moment. Step back. Find some love in your heart, even at a moment when it's tough to feel it, on both sides of the skirmish line, so that we can march forward together. Our work is undone here. When I brag about things we've done at LAPD, I'm rightfully proud of those, from putting cameras on officers, the de-escalation training, anti-bias training. Those are tough things to get through as a policy, things that Black Lives Matter and other organizations and movements have called for a long time. But do I think that's the end point? Absolutely not. There's a mistake made every day, certainly by me, by anybody in our city, and by anybody watching this right now. So let's have some humility with our anger, let's have some love with our outrage, and let's find a way to march forward together.
The Televisa News Network is asking, would you support calling in the National Guard?
No, I spoke with the governor earlier today. This is not a city, this is not 1992. We're not going to evoke what happened then and call in the National Guard, but that's also on all of us. Let's just all de-escalate. We've trained police officers to learn more and more about de-escalation, and we still have more to do. But all of us as human beings can de-escalate. You can escalate without a weapon. You can provoke without a baton. So let us all de-escalate, and no, I do not anticipate in any way needing to call in a National Guard. We got this, Los Angeles. Let's show our better angels.
There's a question about the tactics of police officers yesterday and today. Some protesters moving through the city being met by barricades. A question is, why not meet protesters where they are and walk with them? There's also questions about tactics used last night to surround a large number of protesters, and there are rules around what warnings have to be put out before a demonstration is considered
assembly.
unlawful.
Correct.
So can you talk about the tactics?
Absolutely. That is how we always deal with these situations. If somebody's going on a freeway, that's unlawful. That's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for the people driving. And so people often, you have to wait till there's enough personnel, but those are declared as unlawful assemblies. And yes, I've been a part of protests. I've been arrested in a protest. You have to know if you're doing active civil disobedience that breaks the law to have the consequences of that. There's nothing more. I'm so proud of our police chief, Michael Moore. He didn't mince words the moment the video came out. He said it was horrible, ugly. Every good cop in America hates a bad cop more than anybody else. He was out there. I was proud to see the numbers of chiefs of police around this country that spoke out, of officers who have spoken out, of even unions who have spoken out, and we need more police unions to say that too when they see that bad behavior. I think we're all disgusted by that. But in terms of the tactics, this is a very difficult thing. When chaos breaks out, if you haven't been on the street when there's chaos, there only needs to be 1% or 2% of people causing mayhem, breaking windows, lighting fires, when it gets to be very dangerous. One mistake, somebody throws something at you. We saw that. We saw injured officers, and thankfully none of their lives were lost. We saw injured protesters, and thankfully none of their lives were lost. So the tactics that we use, and like I said last night, was remarkable restraint that we saw, but it also has to be too that we ask for that same restraint both directions.
Do you know the exact nature of the communication made to protesters before that law, or when that lawful order went out? Do you know if it was put out in multiple languages?
I do not know, but I can get back to you. I know that it was made. I'll check if it was made in multiple languages or not.
Okay. You mentioned a lot of people, unions, other officials, condemning what happened in Minneapolis. Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is different than past situations when people haven't had that collective response?
You know, I think there's two reasons why the nation was so collectively outraged, which is painful and as powerful as that is also a good sign. I think it's that the work of the movement has moved things forward. People recognize it isn't enough to make excuses or to look the other way, that it isn't just on African Americans to speak out when a black man is killed at the hands of a police officer. If you looked at the crowd here that was protesting in the peaceful protests, it was predominantly not African American. That's a great sign, because this shouldn't be something that our black brothers and sisters have to shoulder alone. This is an American requirement and responsibility. Even the president, who I disagree with and who used some words that I found absolutely wrong, at least said something to the family in a way that began to have a baseline that is unacceptable for anyone not to see this as murder and not to see it for the violation of civil rights and the loss of a human life. But we need more people. There still aren't enough voices. It should be 100%. And not just voices, it has to be actions. Every city in America should have a civilian police commission, should have independent investigations like we do here, run by civilians. Law enforcement need not fear that. Every department sides of that lens. Every city should not just be looking at policing to fix what's wrong. We should be investing in young people and making community college free like we did here, and raising the minimum wage, and making sure there's universal health care, and making sure that we look at the health disparities that cause blacks in America to die at twice the rate of their population to something like COVID-19. So words are good, but actions are better. And we need to communicate those actions and demand that they happen at every level, that Washington not turn its face. Where is the national leadership right now to say this isn't just a criminal justice issue? This is a systemic and cultural issue, and it must stop. But none of that should be an excuse for burning a city down. We must breathe, step back, and come together so we can do that hard work tomorrow.
Do you think there are things that need to change in the law in California or in LA specifically that would help keep police accountable?
All the time, I think there's ways to improve our policing, of course. And there's places in the country that don't even have the level of what we did because of Rodney King and the Unrest of 1992 and the Christopher Commission. In fact, when I looked at national agendas to bring police reform, many of them pointed to programs we have here in Los Angeles, like a mental health unit, so that we can see when somebody is struggling with mental health on the streets, they don't wind up dead, but they wind up served and cured. We're never going to get this perfect, but we should strive to. Policing is exceptionally dangerous and difficult work, but we shouldn't train our police officers to go first towards use of force and not to figure out how to de-escalate, as we've changed culture here. We give medals out for great valor, the Medal of Valor Award, but starting a few years ago, we started giving out medals for de-escalation, of successfully saving lives, to show that that was the highest responsibility that we have. Not just saving the lives when somebody's shooting at strangers, but a moment when you could take someone's life. What did you do to make sure that wasn't the end of it? So sure, here in California, across this nation, there's things to do, but right now, it is so critical for us to reestablish the peace in this city so that we can do that work and have those conversations. When cars are burning, when stores are being looted, trust me, nobody's talking about those things.
Have you had a conversation with the DA about the charges that were brought last night and how those will be adjudicated? Or?
I have not.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances that were behind the specific charge of attempted murder that someone involved in protest was charged with?
There were shots fired, and this is an ongoing towards where police and protesters were, but that's all I can say at this point.
In terms of what's
and I should say, and somebody's in custody.
In terms of what's going on right now, a lot of people are wondering why not a citywide curfew, why not a curfew in areas that have seen some of the greater agitation. Can you just revisit that?
Sure. Look, we will look all over the city at whatever we need to have peace, but peace doesn't come just from a curfew and from deploying police officers. We have a huge city. Just as I said at the beginning of COVID-19, we can establish rules, but if people don't follow them, we won't be able to beat this virus. People stepped up. This is on all of us, not on sort of strict rules that are very difficult. We saw in 1992, you can't secure an entire city. If all of us in the city decided to create mayhem, there'd be nothing we could do. So right now, I think we can de-escalate situations. We cannot evoke those moments of the past in which we had this entire city in a much worse place than we are today. We can support our brothers and sisters in Minneapolis and allies across this country without having to prove that we can burn our city down too. But we won't hesitate to continue, and I'll listen to what the police chief needs. I'll listen, and more importantly, or as importantly, I should say, to the community members who I've been engaged with the leaders from our civil rights community, from not just the African American community, but including them, but other communities that need to step up that are part of this. Speaking to a group of rabbis, speaking to a group of young people especially. I think this is really about young people's frustration. They've been locked up for a long time. They feel like they haven't been able to go out because of the COVID-19 virus. And then they saw this and saw it in such a heart-wrenching and heartbreaking way. But we have to all help guide that towards action, not towards destruction. Since 1992, after 1992, let me just give you one stat. The employment rate in Los Angeles, the number of jobs that we had, didn't recover till 2014. 2014. So it took 22 years just to get back to where we were because some said, I'm angry enough to start destroying my city. Let's not set ourselves back further in the midst of what's already one of the toughest economic moments, if not the toughest economic moment of our life. Let us build from strength and from love, not just from our pain.
Dr. Martin Luther King said, riot is the voice of the unheard. Is there any plan to hold forums or roundtables or anything to allow the unheard to be heard? What is the plan moving forward?
Absolutely, it's already started. It's very difficult to do just only via Zoom, but I've been talking to council members. I'm sure Councilmember Price has been engaged in those, Councilmember Harris Dawson, supervisors, elected officials, but also I'm encouraging people, have these conversations in your home, have these conversations where you work, have these conversations on your block. And we are here, our gang reduction youth development workers, who are the angels in this city, who step between guns and create peace, who invest in young people, who themselves have often served time and come back to say there's a better way forward. They have deployed throughout the city to talk to the networks that we haven't just built in the middle of a crisis, but we've built painstakingly for decades since 1992. So we're activating those, and we're asking people not to do town halls where you just listen, have dialogues where you can talk back and forth to each other. If you don't know what it's like and have not heard in a long time what it means to be a young black man in America, sit down with somebody and just listen for a while. Listen to the truth of their story. If you've never talked to a police officer about what it's like to be a police officer, make sure you connect with one. In Newark, New Jersey, they bring together former gang members and some of the most grizzled police officers for 2-hour-long conversations where they talk about their trauma and open up, where by the end of it they can have a little bit more respect for one another and not have an idea in their mind of who they are, but see the flesh and blood behind whatever their titles were. This is the time to do that necessary work, but don't let it stop with dialogue. After 1992, remember everybody said, let's just talk? Let's get to know each other, your food, your language, my language. And that fell short. It was only when we started to find common projects to work on, common work together, that those alliances were forged much stronger than they had ever existed. Los Angeles has come such a long way in my lifetime. I've seen it. And yet I know for many out there saying we still have a long way to go, and you're right too. But we can't do that when we see the images of mayhem. We can't see it when we see the power of our voice peacefully exercised on the street, in City Hall, in our boardrooms, at our schools, in our churches. That's where change comes.
From Fox News, Mr. Mayor, you asked for the police officers on the streets to take a step back. Please explain further what you mean. What different actions would you like them to take?
I want everybody to breathe for a moment. We need, if necessary, when people won't, there are the tactics, and the chief of police was the person who told me that. We need to be able to make sure that if folks won't leave, that it's arrests, not necessarily trying to push an impossible line forward. I want to thank those officers that are out there today and thank those protesters that are there. Those people that right now are staring at each other and have decided maybe who they are on both sides. Thank you for the restraint that you show. Thank you for being able to metaphorically step back from this moment and not just push towards each other. But we do need those folks that are there to go home, to step away from those vehicles so we can get those vehicles and that we can make sure that our peace officers can reestablish that. And I want to be very clear because I know this question just came in. And I don't want to be misquoted on that. I'm not saying to our officers, take a literal step back and let our city burn. No. It is your responsibility, and I thank you for protecting our life, our liberty, and our property here. And I know that our officers are committed to making sure people can peacefully protest. But we also can't have unsafe situations where police cruisers are on fire with bullets in them and other things that could kill not only them, but everybody around them. It is time to move backwards.
Activists have long been calling for prosecution of more police officers in LA County in cases of in-custody deaths of civilians. Have you spoken to the DA's office about this topic? Could you please address this ongoing criticism?
I have in the last couple of days, but as I said, I came from a district attorney who was a deputy district attorney at the time, standing up the first unit that did this. And I've spoken with this district attorney and past district attorneys. It is very difficult to convict a police officer when we all know they have done something wrong. We do need not only to put that on the shoulders of our prosecutors and our judges, but also all of us, so that in a jury we don't say, because they had a badge, this is okay. If you break the law, you break the law no matter who you are, and there needs to be accountability. We need to also acknowledge how difficult this work is and train and change the culture. And also substitute that policing is the only answer for our public safety woes. I'm so proud of our grid programs in this city. I have expanded them by 50%. I've seen some things out there saying that our police department is 70% of our budget. It's 17% of our budget, 17.6% of our budget. I'm proud that we've expanded our work in homelessness, our work in our libraries to expand our hours, our work for hiring people who come out of jail and prison, and put dollars behind that. Those are the things that end racism, and those are the things that make a safer community. So that is as critical as any of our work, as well as holding accountable the criminal justice system at all levels, from juries to prosecutors. And I absolutely have had those conversations and will continue to.
You're dealing with two crises at once. Mm-hmm. Can you describe how the duality of those crises impacts the response and maybe hurts the response?
You know, none of us want this moment. It's the heaviest moment I've experienced as a resident of Los Angeles, besides maybe in 1992 when I saw my entire city burning. A moment in which we had an unseen threat that, while we saved lives, took away livelihoods, and now trying to balance those two things. This was supposed to be a weekend of openings, and then we saw the closing of a life in Minneapolis. This is a moment in which we have to see how these things connect with each other. If you don't see how COVID-19 kills more African Americans, then you're blind. If you don't see how African Americans are more often disproportionately, and Latinos quite often, the victims of those missteps of bad officers and the crimes that they commit, you're blind. Vice versa, if we don't make this the work of everybody, if we don't see that it isn't enough to be against racism, you have to actually actively work to be an anti-racist, to dismantle things, to put your own capital on the line, whether it's political or economic, to share what you have and to make equality be not just a phrase but a reality. There's no question these two things intersect with each other, whether it's the way that we had to close down testing centers today, and I hope that doesn't lead to a little bit more spread, or the way that we are asking protesters to exercise their rights while not causing unsafe situations, not just in the immediacy, but in the face of COVID-19. But I will say this last thing on this question. I do believe in Los Angeles. We aren't defined by the moments where we set out to do the things we want to do. We are defined at the moments by how we respond to the things we don't want to happen. We didn't want COVID-19 to happen, but you've already shown who you are and what this city of angels is about. This is our second test, a test not to retreat from the demands of justice, but also not to push forward with the destruction of a city. We are not at a place where we see Los Angeles returning to where we were 20, 30 years ago, but our work remains unfinished. And if you can hold both of those, you can hold and get through this moment, and especially to our young people who weren't even alive in 1992, I want to say, your hearts are broken, and ours are too. You should demand change, but change comes not just on the street. Have you filled out your census form? Because if you're not counted, you're erased by this government, and the funding doesn't come for the programs that would change this. Have you registered to vote? Because if you're not out there voting, your voice not only is not heard, but you may have leadership that isn't just your ally, but as hostile and your enemy. Are you going out there each and every day to help erase whether the gender inequities that we have, or to embrace our LGBTQ brothers and sisters, to look at our Native brothers and sisters who suffer at as deep a level as our African American brothers and sisters? This is what this moment should bring us to. Not just the scream, but the next day, the joining of hands together and figuring out how we walk as one.
Can you say which testing centers were closed?
All of them were closed as of 3 o'clock in the city of Los Angeles.
And why was that decision made?
Because of the safety worries across the city.
You mentioned the curfew is limited to downtown because it's a big city, and so there are different parts of the city that have different responses. Why is the response to close testing centers citywide if the curfew is not citywide?
Well, two different things. The curfew downtown is one which we need to clean up the streets, take away things that right now are dangerous, board up our businesses so we don't see people looting till 4:30 in the morning like we saw last night, and dangerous situations where business owners and looters may come into conflict with each other. We need to reestablish that right here. Other parts of the city I believe in, and I believe that we can step back from the situation that we see at Fairfax. If we see other ones, have quick responses to make sure we're not going to stand for the burning of police cars. We're not going to stand for people who destroy shop windows. Those very few people who want the fight, whether you're a protester, a police officer, or somebody watching on TV, none of us should stand for that. All of us should condemn it, and all of us should support making sure that those people are brought to justice too. There's a much bigger call for justice that we need, and that is the one that we should keep our eyes focused on, not lighting up a police car as a way of making a point.
Reports of less lethal munitions, rubber bullets, or beanbags being deployed. Things seem pretty tense. What is your understanding of not only the tactics being used, but the situation at hand right now?
I came in here as I saw that happen, and the chief, I said, go there right now and go take care of that situation. So while I've been talking to you, I don't have the latest of that. I'm sure people watching have more recent information. But as always, look, as I said, policing is immensely difficult to do. Police officers are attacked, they are faced with force, and using non-lethal force is an option. But I hope for all of us, we can get to a place where we move past that, we protect protest, we make sure that it's peaceful, and that's not even a question we need to ask. I know last night, in other cities and other places, police officers would not have had the restraint that we did. And you know what? It's right that we did. It's good that we did. It's the result of a lot of hard work that we did. Will we always get it perfect? No. This is difficult work to do. To be there on a skirmish line when someone throws a brick at your head, when you start to bleed as a police officer or break your hand, or as we saw last night, people transported. These are our peace officers. They don't deserve to be attacked, and certainly nobody deserves to be killed in America because they're black. Those things can coexist with each other, and they're not equal. I'm not putting them on equal ground. Obviously, to lose your life is much worse than getting a brick. But people can die right now on the streets of Los Angeles with and without badges. And if we don't recognize that in the same way in this COVID-19 crisis, we said even not wearing a mask can kill somebody, then we are not doing our duty to protect human life. We are saying that human lives are not all sacred. I think I can take one more question.
Moving through now until 8 p.m. when the curfew goes into place in downtown, are you going to be constantly evaluating other situations across the city to perhaps introduce a curfew in other parts of the city later?
No, not at this point. I want to be clear. We're not doing this anywhere else but downtown. You can ask it 3 or 4 times. Right now we're not, but we will monitor the entire city. And of course, we consider at any given day, when there's a perfectly peaceful day if something happens, we always have a range of options. Making sure this is a safe city is a #1 priority for me. Making sure this is a just city is an equal priority, but right now when we are in the midst of unsafety, we have to make sure that we are safe. Safe for protesters to exercise their rights peacefully and to make sure their lives are protected, as well as our peace officers and everybody else. And that's what we'll be focused on today, tomorrow. Let us give voice to the pain that we feel, but let us not take that out on our city. We are better than this, Los Angeles. We can prove it, and I know we are a city of angels. With that, let me say a couple words in Spanish as well. Thank you. And
all right,
before
Mayor
I say
Eric
that,
Garcetti wrapping up a news conference as we continue to monitor a protest over the death of George Floyd in the Fairfax district that has turned violent. The mayor asking demonstrators across the city of Los Angeles to take a deep breath and de-escalate. And we actually just want to go right up to Gil Levis, a news chopper for Bravo. And Gil, I believe this is what? This is Television City, CBS Television City. What are you seeing?
It is. In fact, the crowd just busted through the front gates with dumpsters. A couple of dumpsters, they rolled right up to the gates and busted through. The security was doing all they could to prevent them from entering any further. There is LAPD officers in the property here at TV Studios, but you see the security guards were able to secure the gate once again. The crowd made a push for the studios there, but they have now retreated. That's a good thing. They see that there's a response by LAPD within inside the gates. Here they are. Task force moving in to protect that gate. Once again, they have moved in and they're going to secure the gate there for CBS studios there here off of Fairfax and Beverly. But again, once again, the crowd here overtook the LAPD. They retreated from the corner over here at Fairfax and Beverly. They really, all the officers jumped on their security vehicles and took off from the area. You see as I push in here, another vehicle that has been pretty much destroyed by the crowds, but it is nothing but chaos out here. The LAPD doing what they can. Here's another car that was vandalized right in the intersection. We are seeing that the group has some support. We're seeing some vehicles coming through into the crowds, and they're handing out like bottled water and anything else that they can assist the crowd with. So we're seeing several vehicles throughout the coverage area. I'm going to come up to a wider shot and tilt down to the south here to 3rd and Fairfax, where that city bus was, and the LAPD has cleared that area right now. You see the fire department is staging there as well, and there's a push right now up past the farmers market, up Fairfax here as they push the crowd back towards the north, towards Beverly. So that crowd that was once here, the biggest crowd has been dispersed, and it looks like they're pushing out back towards CBS studios here off of Beverly and Fairfax. But again, a large group here assembling at that intersection. The police had this cordoned off, but like I said, they evacuated this and retreated from this intersection. There was also a report of an injured officer here just before they retreated. These people on the corner right here were throwing rocks and bottles at the officers as they were retreating. It was quite chaotic, but again, one injured officer right now, reportedly at Rosewood and Gardner is where that officer is being treated right now for his injuries. It's unknown what type of injuries and how serious those injuries are, but once again, the crowd taking over this intersection.
Yeah, we saw a couple of officers fall from the back of a vehicle, a police vehicle, as they were trying to escape, and all of this as the mayor was live here on TV calling for calm, asking people to go home, and implementing a mandatory curfew for 8 o'clock tonight until 5:30 in the morning. That's only for the downtown area. He said that he didn't want to expand that. That was mainly to get calm, to restore order, to board up businesses. And as he's talking about that, we're seeing more patrol cars being set on fire. We saw non-lethal rounds being fired at protesters. Protesters answering back with bottles, picking up cones in the street. And then we saw a few grab those large dumpsters and push them down the street. And that's when they ended up there at CBS Studios and made a push for the gate. And it was quite dramatic, Jonathan, as we were watching that, because the guards there were trying to shut the gates. And one of the garbage bins got in, and they just barely got those gates closed.
Yeah, it's incredible. Police got there as fast as they did because this crowd is dispersed in so many different parts of this town. As you see, I mean, this area, the Fairfax district, you see right here on your screen, them blasting through the gates, the security guards frantically trying to close them, but they're no match for these protesters pushing those dumpsters in. Again, soon after, we saw several police officers enter the property, make sure that they were safe, that they were able to close those gates. This is a television city here, CBS Television City in the Fairfax district. We don't assume there are a lot of people working, considering the pandemic, considering what's going on right now otherwise, but still, those security guards clearly to control that situation really quickly, Kathy.
Yeah, frightening though for the people who are there, and the mayor making note of that. He's battling not only this, but COVID-19. He had to close testing centers there in the city as of 3 p.m. because they were worried about violence like that. And we have right now a law professor from USC standing by on our phone. This is Jody Armour. We wanted to bring you in, Jody, if you're still there, and get your perspective on this. Obviously, we have people who are very upset to the core about what has happened in Minneapolis and expressing their anger across the nation right now, including here in Los Angeles. How do we put this all into perspective? And thank you for being with us live on the air.
Yeah, it's good to be with you. And we've been, talking about this a long time. I was writing over 20 years ago about these issues, and it seems that in many ways, ain't nothing changed but what year it is. Right, we still have a lot of the same debates, controversies, concerns. We've gone through special kinds of sensitivity training for police, implicit bias training, de-escalation training. We've tried just about everything we can imagine, and yet here we are in 2020 again, and we're grappling with many of the same issues again, and it makes you wonder, what's next? What are the next kinds of moves that we can make to assuage, to alleviate some of this concern and anger? I heard the mayor talking very eloquently, I thought, about some of the things that we need to have in mind as we are looking at these issues, that the black community in particular is in agony. They are, we are disproportionately bearing the COVID-19 death, and it's ravaging especially through the black community. If you walk through Skid Row in LA, you'll notice that 75% of Skid Row downtown is African American, black. You go into our jails and prisons, you see it's grossly disproportionately black folks are there. so in the two most miserable places in our city and in the Southland, Skid Row and our jails and prisons, you see a disproportionate representation of black people, and that means black pain and suffering. And that is part of what's fueling, I think, this frustration. And then the police, concern is an ever-present one. And so I would just say that maybe one of the things that have been, that the mayor didn't address, I thought he spoke very eloquently about a lot of issues, though, is about his budget. And, there's been a lot of controversy about the budget. A coalition of community groups and activists helmed by Black Lives Matter has been pushing to slash funding for the LA Police Department in favor of investment in social workers and housing, public transportation, health care. And so I think a lot of people in the black community might say, Mayor, you sound very eloquent when you're talking about these issues, but we really see what your priorities are when we look at your budget. And we wonder about whether those priorities are being reflected in your budget. 54% of the city's unrestricted revenues, a total of about $5.4 billion, is spent on LAPD accounts. And so, there's a little disconnect between some of the mayor's rhetoric and the priorities you see in his, reflected in his budget. And I think that is what a lot of people are looking at and thinking about.
Jody, this is Jonathan Gonzalez. I wanted to ask you about, and thank you for being with us. I wanted to ask you about how this started as a Black Lives Matter protest at Pan Park there in the Fairfax district. Started off peacefully. There's a lot of people we've seen in the last few days trying to pin this when these protests turn violent on Black Lives Matter protesters. But we're also hearing that these protests may be infiltrated by people from the outside. What is your perspective on what you're hearing?
Yeah, the Black Lives Matter marches and protests that I've seen firsthand have been ones that have been very responsible, and the leadership, the organizers, have been very concerned about making sure that there was an expression of frustration, an expression of the concern that people had, but an expression that didn't spill over into unnecessary violence and wanton destruction of property, et cetera. And so I think there is a problem sometimes with provocateurs and infiltrators who have agendas that aren't aligned with those of Black Lives Matter and people who are trying to righteously protest what they view as a kind of persistent and pervasive oppression of black people. So I think that is a real concern, and I think we have to look at these protests not as just one big monolith, but as consisting of sometimes factions and splintering out factions. And I always see, when I've been a part of these marches, the organizers going out of their way to quell and discourage of people who want to come in and escalate unnecessarily, rather than have protests that express the real frustration.
Well, Professor, we value your insight. Thanks for being with us. We'd ask you to hang on the line with us a little bit longer. That's Jody Armour, a law professor at USC, because we want to bring on our own NBC4's Rick Montanez. He has reaction from the organizers of today's demonstrations. Rick.
Yeah, and Kathy, as the professor was talking about, a lot of these demonstrations are set up and they're planned to be peaceful events where people can get out in the streets and voice their opinions on what is going on. I talked with a lot of the organizers today, and they were all organized for a variety of reasons, but in talking with them, there is one theme that they all have in common, and of course that is the treatment for the people of color and for racial and social inequality. Those are the issues that they really want to address. And as we watch these demonstrations here, you're seeing on your screen right now, these are they're unfolding across LA and across the country, and the organizers I talked with today say what is really happening is people are angry, they are fed up, and they are tired. I talked with Sol Marquez just a short time ago. She's with the National Alliance Against Political Repression and Racism in this country, and she says racism is extremely prevalent in this country. The destruction of property is not condoned by a lot of these organizers, these demonstration organizers who are, again, hoping for peaceful events as they head out to the streets. But the buildup of anger and feelings of not being being heard by the people in the community. She tells me these are contributors to what we're seeing.
If anybody is angered about private property or, corporate property being destroyed, as opposed to someone dying at the hands of police officers who will never suffer any kind of consequences for what they do, then that is a really bad position to take.
Earl Afari Hutchinson is the president of the LA Urban Policy Roundtable. I talked with him today as well. He's written several books about what it's like to be black in America. He says these protests and acts of vandalism show that while there has been progress to fight racial inequality, there is still a lot of work to improve the treatment for people of color.
Even though there are changes in policing in this city and other cities too, at the same time, we still have the officers that abuse their badge. Police departments are going to have to continually go out into the community, talk to civil rights groups, talk to community leaders, talk to the activists out there.
Here is so intense and so compact, I should say.
As Hutchison was saying, the change comes from the top first, that it will take city leaders making an effort to help the community feel at ease and feel protected before we see this frustration you're watching on your screen and all of the anger diminish. He also says that change we've seen in the past. Of course, we know historically in LA there have been problems with race. LAPD put a significant effort, he says, into community outreach, but something that he wants to see more of. So that is where the conversation is going. They want to see the response from community leaders. They want to see the response from police and from the mayor's office before they will see much change. We'll go back to you guys.
Rick, thank you. We want to get back up to Gil Labus, a news chopper for Bravo, again over the Fairfax district where things keep changing dramatically. Now we're finally seeing really the first fire engines and fire truck coming in. And Gil, is that yet another police car on fire?
It is. It's a police cruiser. I believe it was from the Topanga division that was vandalized and set on fire here. You can see the fire department just rolling in right now, and they're going to put out that fire pretty quickly. But what was happening here just moments ago before the fire department rolled in, there was a mobile field force here from the LAPD that moved in on Beverly towards Fairfax. And when they were doing that, the group brought in some trash cans, some of these dumpsters, rolled them towards those officers. The interesting thing about that is as they were pushing those dumpsters west, you see that happening right here once again, but as they pushed those dumpsters towards the officers, there was the organizers with the bullhorns that were here in the front of the pack that were actually pushing the dumpsters back away, actually assisting the police department, saying, no, don't do that, don't do that, pushing those dumpsters back away, and they pushed them right here against this vehicle that was vandalized. So it looks like the people that are organizing the protest here were actually getting involved and actually pushing those dumpsters out of the way. The crowd here that are these protesters that are doing this, they're taking shelter behind those dumpsters as the police department's firing off the rubber bullets and whatever else not less lethal weapons they're shooting there, but they're taking cover behind those dumpsters and causing some havoc for the police there on that police line. In the meantime, the fire department here is on scene and they're able to start to knock down that fire on that police cruiser. But again, very chaotic scene happening here, Beverly and Fairfax.
And Gil, earlier we saw quite a presence of protesters against that police line. At times we saw both sides skirmish, but at this point it seems that there are a lot less people and they're a lot more spread out. What can you tell us about that?
They are. If anything, whenever the fires break out, the people scatter, and it helps to break up the group. They take off running in different directions, and that helps to break up the group. There's a lot less people, I would say, that were here earlier. Now, one of the other things we saw up the street here was the TV City, the protest there, and the gates being broken through. You can see that's been secured, and the police have both sides of the entrance completely secured, and the small groups on either side of those officers that have been isolated within those boundaries of those skirmish lines. So again, the police department responding here, LAPD in force, and here they are fending off some of the protesters here off towards the east on Beverly.
So, Gil, would you say it's accurate to say they're not just spreading out now, but we've actually seen a number of people leave the area? Because earlier it looked like a crowd of thousands.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to have my pilot, David Viskovich, continue his orbit here so we can get some shots here. We're getting a little bit of exhaust. But yeah, you're right, Kathy. They have separated the groups pretty good here as you see this incident unfolding. I'm going to come out and give you kind of a tour of what's going on. There's TV City, and as I come down here, Beverly and Fairfax. Now, initially, we were looking at 3rd and Fairfax over here where that city bus was, a big crowd there that had been pushed away from this area. Now the police have that area secured. One tough spot, let me come over here because I haven't looked at it in a while, but here's one of the other strong points for the protesters. This is 3rd and Edinburgh. This group has been here throughout. They've held their ground, and there is a skirmish line there as well. And as I come back out to a wider shot, you can see the squad cars there that were damaged. One of them set on fire along 3rd Street. And then one final push out here back to Beverly. Sorry for the big push here. A lot of the neighbors here on those neighborhood streets there were concerned for their safety as the crowds were going through that area. But as we continue our orbit, we're going to look at the place where the squad car was set on fire. And we're going to push in there, but I can't really see it right now because we're on the wrong side. But there was a squad car that was set on fire in this area as well.
Yeah, several police cars and squad cars set on fire. Gil, thank you for giving us that perspective of what's happening on Beverly and just down the street on 3rd Street in Fairfax. In that area, all we're seeing now is really one small organized group up against a skirmish line. It seems a lot of the protesters, the hundreds of people we've seen before, either may have gone home, and that the people who are left behind causing this chaos, causing this damage, are the people that Mayor Garcetti were saying just go home. Gil, we're going to stay with your shot here as we bring in our I-Team investigator, Eric Leonard, on the phone. And Eric, if you're still with us, you know, last night what we saw in downtown LA led to the arrest of more than 500 people. You know, the mayor talking today briefly about how a lot of those people are not even from downtown LA, and a lot of the damage and vandalism that was done were people who don't live in that area. What can you tell us about what you're hearing from your sources?
Hey, good afternoon. All of that will become very, very clear once we get a chance to see the booking sheets for the individuals who were cited in most cases last night and released. Of all those 500 people, only 18 were really locked up in jail on suspicion of some felonies. You heard the mayor reference one for attempted murder. We heard perhaps 2. That had to do with an incident at 6th and Broadway, where the LAPD says someone sped a car through a line of officers that were doing crowd control and ignored shouts from the officers to stop. At one point, an officer fired a foam round at the car, and then another officer drew a handgun and fired 6 rounds. Eventually, the car stopped. The driver was not struck by any gunfire, but was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. So between that individual and a little more than a dozen others, they say they did arrest people for some fairly significant crimes, although the vast majority, well over 500, were cited and eventually released. And as those booking records become available, we'll get some more insight into exactly who was involved. They usually list a city of residence, and that is often helpful in understanding, was this something that was organic from the neighborhoods there, or, like many have speculated, was fueled by individuals who showed up to perhaps do harm rather than protest. As far as the incident going on in the Fairfax district right now, we can tell you that LAPD Chief Michael Moore has now arrived at the scene. He is personally commanding the LAPD response there. We know that they are making plans to try to take some significant action to stop this. I mean, this is everything we've seen play out over the last few hours has gone far beyond demonstration in the streets. We've seen patrol cars set on fire, lots of rocks and bottles thrown at officers. We're now hearing 2 officers injured, one of them fairly seriously, and it doesn't take an expert to see that the LAPD was overwhelmed. There were plans in place to manage the crowds from the protest today, provide street closures, give people lots of room to march and demonstrate, but at some point things took a turn that was not completely expected. The LAPD began calling in officers from all over the city city to help out. That's why we've seen patrol cars from the San Fernando Valley. We can tell that from the numbers that are printed on the roofs. Those have been some of the ones that were set on fire. About midday today, as indications grew that there would be additional demonstrations tonight, not just in Fairfax, but perhaps also in downtown L.A., the LAPD did something pretty unusual, which is to activate its entire detective force. These are investigators who usually work in plainclothes, investigate murders, drug trafficking, human trafficking, you name it, in different parts of the city. They were all told to report to work at 1600 hours, 4 o'clock today, in uniform to provide backup to all of the people you already see on the streets. So there was certainly a concern that protests would develop and there would be a huge need for crowd control all throughout the afternoon and the evening. So the LAPD has lots more people coming in. Gil Davis was showing some video of more squad cars driving down Beverly about 10 or 15 minutes ago. Those were actually sheriff's deputies that have been assembling from sheriff stations around the county to provide help and extra people for crowd control to the LAPD. The sheriffs were reporting some incidents over by the West Hollywood station a little while ago, but those squad cars, and I believe it's about 50 deputies, were brought in to help the LAPD here. As far as the specific plans for managing the Fairfax incident, it's changed from minute to minute. There was talk about an hour ago of trying to make some arrests to try to diffuse the crowd there, because the department had identified a number of people in the crowd they believed were agitating things, perhaps making plans to escalate confrontations with officers. But as the crowd has grown and the damage to the police department's vehicles has increased, it sounds like the department is reevaluating what exactly to do. As you can see from the live aerial pictures, there are crowds that are divided down several city blocks by LAPD officers pushing crowds back on one end, pushing crowds back on the other, and they're trying to sort out which way to push the demonstrators, because the goal right here is to get people to leave on their own and just head out of the area. And if that can happen, great, but in order to do that, everybody has to kind of get the crowd moving in one direction, and because officers are effectively surrounded on both ends of city blocks, that's not such an easy task right now. So when they get some more people there, it sounds like they're going to try to push people in one particular direction, whether that's north, south, east, or west is unclear at this point. And then once that happens, it becomes easier to manage specific areas. You did also see the video, and I know we're rerunning some video from a few minutes ago of dumpsters being pushed down the street. One of the big concerns on the part of the LAPD right now is those dumpsters will be used to build some sort of makeshift barricades that will make it more difficult for any kind of crowd control to take place. One of the other concerns with the police cars being vandalized is whether or not any firearms had been left in those cars that were then taken by people in the crowd, and perhaps folks in the crowd had armed themselves. I don't think that's clear to anyone right now, but that is one of the concerns that's guiding the response from the LAPD right now.
All right, from our investigative unit, Eric Leonard, thank you so much for providing perspective and all that information as it concerns the LAPD. If you're just joining us, it is 5 o'clock. This is our news, and here is the latest. Once peaceful protests have turned violent in the Fairfax district. More than 1,000 people have turned up at a rally following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And what started peaceful soon turned violent. Protesters climbing on a bus, blocking intersections, spray painting cars and torching police vehicles. And at one point, it looked as though some of them were going to storm Television City next to the Grove. LA
Mayor Eric Garcetti spoke out today at a news conference in an attempt to calm the crowds, asking people to just go home to de-escalate the situation. Here's some of what he had to say today.
You get folks who won't push back from that and officers who try to push forward. We know that the mayhem can ensue. So I've asked the chief to make sure we step back. If people will not leave unlawful assemblies or areas that are curfewed, of course, that to us says that they are there for a reason other than the exercise of their First Amendment rights. And we can bring the law to bear there. But that is the last step that we need to take.
To those that are creating mayhem, we ask you to take a step back and let those who are fighting for the power to come under injustice take a step back and let those who are protesting in power, let those who are standing and speaking in power, let them do their work.
And the mayor went on to say and ask residents of the city of Los Angeles to not take their anger and frustration out on their own city. The biggest headline, or one of the biggest headlines, announcing a curfew in place for downtown LA beginning tonight at 8 o'clock through 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Let's get up to News Chopper 4 Bravo right now, and Gil Levis. And Gil, we just watched as people shredded and stomped on an American flag. Tell us what's going on.
Kathy, this is really hard to watch. They set it on fire, but the flag wouldn't burn. It did burn a little bit. Now they're shredding it apart. They were stomping on it and spitting on it. This individual here just crumbling it up. They were up onto a construction site here. Let me come out to a wide shot here and show you. They were up on the scaffolding and were thinking about starting that flag on fire, but they decided to do it on the ground, and now the crowd is starting to disperse. This is up Fairfax, just north of Beverly, and a really sad thing to see our American flag being discredited that way. But here, let me, as I come out to a wide shot, you can see the intersection here where the police have formed. They did put out that squad car. It is completely out, but now a huge task force of officers coming up to this intersection for another face-off. And here you go, the crowd taking off running. They see those officers running. They came around the corner, and some of the group splintering off here and pushing off back towards the east along Beverly Boulevard here. But now the task force here, the officers setting up a skirmish line and pushing people off to the north as well.
All right, Gil, we want to get up. We're going to come back to you in a moment. We want to get up to NBC News Chopper 4 Alpha with Megan Reyes overhead. And Megan, where are you and what are you seeing right now?
Well, right now we are over the 101, the Hollywood Freeway. We do have some civil unrest here along the 101 Hollywood Freeway. This is the Benton Way off-ramp to the southbound side of the 101 Freeway. These protesters were trying to make their way onto the 101 Freeway. You can see LAPD out in full force. We also have the California Highway Patrol. They're trying to peacefully push these protesters back. They want them to be able to go out there and protest in the streets in a safe manner, but getting on the freeway, they're not going to tolerate that. They're going to stop them immediately in their tracks. Now, CHP right now, just moments ago, you see a couple of cars, units passing by here. They may be letting traffic come down. You can see the skirmish line right here. These officers, they are escorting a couple of the other protesters who made it onto the freeway. They're taking them off the freeway right now. Again, this is the 101 southbound at Benton Way. As a result, all lanes were shut down. They were taking some vehicles off at Vermont, and these are the vehicles that are just south of Vermont. You can still see activity right here. Officers walking on the northbound lane. So it's still a hectic scene here along the 101 freeway as they are trying to get these protesters safely off the freeway here in the Echo Park area.
And Megan, how many people would you say are out there protesting? About 100 or more?
Kathy, I'd say there's probably a little over 100, less than 200 people. Not only do you have this big group right here, they're centered here at the off-ramp. That's the Benton Way off-ramp. Also on the overcross, you have a lot of people gathering as more, so word gets around, this is where some of the protesters are staging. People start heading out in this area. The primary concern for LAPD as well as California Highway Patrol, we saw this behavior earlier, them throwing objects onto the freeway. Now, we haven't seen anybody do that, but they don't want to give any of these protesters the opportunity. That's why they're probably going to try to get them away from this overcross here to protect the people along the freeway below. But you can see people are starting to gather. The good news, they are moving them in a safe manner off of the freeway, and as they do that, they're bringing in these units here to make sure they do not have access and get back onto the 101 and disrupt the traffic, and more importantly, become a possible, it's very dangerous getting them on the freeway here, so it's protecting them for their safety as well.
Megan, as we continue to stay with your shot here, we see those protesters not being able to get on the freeway. I can only imagine this is a traffic nightmare that's building.
It is. In fact, let me show you here. I'm going to pull out here from News Chopper 4, and if we can kind of move the helicopter here just a little. You can see, let me move the camera here, and I'm going to show you the traffic where it's closed. This is an empty Hollywood freeway. This is the southbound side to the left of your screen. Let me show you what's happening. They're taking all the vehicles off there at Vermont. Look at this backup. It extends out of the Hollywood area on the 101 freeway southbound. So essentially, it is a Saturday. We don't see too much traffic here on the 101 at this time, but because of the closure, you can see all these folks stuck here. They don't know what's going on, but obviously when LAPD and the California Highway Patrol deems it's safe, they'll reopen the southbound lanes, but right now all southbound lanes are shut down. They're trying to get all these people safely off the freeway, and then they'll make a decision whether or not to reopen any of those lanes.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more people, though, even though it is a Saturday, out on the roads, considering they just relaxed the COVID-19 restrictions. So we're seeing a lot of people out there. We heard the mayor, too, talking about being concerned about all these people being out there and possibly not practicing social distancing, although they are practicing their constitutional rights. They're not always being safe. And he did shut down testing centers today at 3 o'clock because he was worried about that very thing. But again, Megan, you said CHP is assisting in this as they try to get this area back reopened and these people off the road there?
Yeah, you can see California Highway Patrol. They're on the freeway right now. They're being helped with the LAPD. We also have LA City Fire on scene right now. I'm not sure if there's any injuries right now. Maybe that's just a precaution, but here's an ambulance right now. Somebody's staging on scene. They could be tending to somebody. In fact, it looks like they are tending to an individual right here. We don't know the circumstances related to any injury, but LA City Fire attending to at least a couple of people right now. These individuals earlier were on the freeway. They have been safely taken off the freeway, and let me show you where the large group is beginning to gather here just on the overcross. LAPD still restricting access, and look at all these units. Let me just show you all the manpower here. California Highway Patrol, they have at least 2 to 3 dozen vehicles lined up along the freeway along with Los Angeles Police Department. So they heard about this commotion here. Quick action, make their way to this area. You can see officers really just kind of going back and forth right now, going where they're needed. They're assisting the LA City Fire Department to make sure those men and women are safe as they render aid to anybody who needs it. Look at the traffic right now. Starting to see a lot of traffic in this neighborhood here. This is Benton Way. Folks are restricted now to get on the freeway, but again, the concern is that they want to make sure this is orderly protest. People aren't being disorderly and throwing objects onto the freeway. We haven't seen anybody do that, but again, these officers do not want to give any of these individuals the opportunity for the safety of themselves and the people driving down below. All
right, Megan, we will get back to you as soon as we can. We want to get to Robert Kovacic, who's been listening to what the mayor had to say today. Robert, you know, biggest headline, obviously, that downtown LA curfew that he talked about, saying that he wouldn't establish a curfew around the city, but he just wanted some peace to build there in downtown. Robert, what can you tell us?
Oh, Jonathan, that's all about to change. We have been focusing on this area of 3rd and Fairfax, right? That is really just sort of the heart, if you will, as you head from the east to the west side. That's right around the Beverly Center area. That is an area right now that if you live west of there, you heard the mayor talk about a curfew at 8 o'clock at night for downtown Los Angeles. In the rush to get on here, I'm going to put on my mic and make sure it didn't fall off again. But in the rush to deal with this situation, right now, we are looking at 3rd and Fairfax. If you live west of this area, 3rd and Fairfax, keep in mind that the curfew that just was applied for downtown Los Angeles that begins tonight at 8 o'clock, it is probably within the next minutes going to apply to you. Just talk to city leaders in Beverly Hills. Any minute right now, it's going to be ordered an 8 p.m. curfew for tonight. That means you're not leaving your house. And now also in West Hollywood, just spoke with Mayor Lindsay Horvath. She said as well, West Hollywood, that's the city that is just directly west of the area that you're looking at right now, an 8 o'clock curfew is going to be applied. Why is this the case? Well, ever since last night, when I got home at 3 a.m. yesterday and I started looking at social media, I saw the trends, and it was, we're heading west tomorrow. We're going west tomorrow. The plan was to hit the Grove, start protesting there, and then move into Beverly Hills, specifically Rodeo Drive. Beverly Hills leaders tell me right now that they have had graffiti, they have had pockets of protesters in that area, and that is one of the reasons that they're planning for this 8 o'clock curfew. So if the idea was for these protests that erupted last night in downtown Los Angeles to now head west and to keep going into the west side, then this is why these curfews curfews are going to be put into place. So you're hearing this for the first time. It is just breaking. Let's make it official now with the mayor of West Hollywood, Lindsay Horvath. Lindsay, it's Robert. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, Lindsay, I'm telling my viewers the truth here, right? We're going to have an 8 p.m. curfew in West Hollywood tonight?
Yes, that's correct. We are going to issue an executive order that's imminent from our city manager, who is empowered to issue this order. There will be a curfew this evening. I've already spoken with a handful of business owners to advise them of this, who have reached out to me to ask questions. So, yes, we are making sure that our community remains safe, and we want to make sure that everyone is protected and staying safer at home.
Lindsay, no doubt you have heard what the LAPD, what the Sheriff's Department has been tracking about these pockets of protests moving towards the west side as we enter into West Hollywood and other areas. Have you been prepared for this all along today? And what are the preparations you're making?
Yes, we have. Our staff has been prepared. The Sheriff's Department has been prepared. I was personally present from 12 to 1 at Pan Pacific Park. The protesters there were peaceful, they were organized, and they were very clear in what their purpose was. It was not about creating violence or any sort of destruction. It was clearly about a response to what happened in Minneapolis, and that makes sense to me. Right now we have people who are trying to dovetail onto what their action was, who are creating problems in our community, and that is what is causing the curfew in our community. Our city manager is in constant contact with the Sheriff's Department and our Public Safety Department. We will continue to remain vigilant of all action that's happening in the community to keep people safe.
And Mayor Horvath, when you think about tonight and what you said to me a little while ago, is that you are asking all businesses in West Hollywood and everyone, let's mark this day down. This was the day, Mayor Horvath, when so many businesses in West Hollywood were finally going to open up. And this right now, you are saying, West Hollywood, not yet. You need to keep your businesses closed for this evening.
Yes, we heard yesterday morning from the governor that he had communicated with LA County and the LA County Department of Public Health that some businesses may be able to open. That was an LA County Department of Public Health order. That was not through the city of West Hollywood. We waited, and I think the protocols came down at about 6 p.m. last night. But given what's going on, we want to make sure that we take a little bit more time, we get those protocols in place, and most importantly, we keep everyone safe with everything that's going on the ground right now. We know that there are protesters in West Hollywood who seem to be peaceful, who are expressing, as the First Amendment allows them, their peaceful right to protest. But we do know that some people are trying to take advantage of this situation and cause harm and cause unrest and danger to folks in our community. And so to the extent that people are able, we're asking them to stay home, to stay safer at home. If you are not safe at home, Peace Over Violence and other organizations are available to you. But we do want folks to know that we are monitoring the situation as it happens.
You know, Mayor, it gets a little complicated here when these protesters, if they do decide to head into the west side of Los Angeles as promised. You've got West Hollywood, where your jurisdiction is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Then one city over you at Beverly Hills, you have the Beverly Hills Police Department. Then, you know, surrounding all of that, the LAPD takes over. So are you coordinating with all of these agencies together right now as we head into tonight? And will we see a visible police deputy presence on these streets?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the original protest and action began in Pan Pacific Park, which is the LAPD region. Initially, the unrest began in LAPD's region. They called in for the Sheriff's Department backup, and our Sheriff's Department responded at the request of LAPD. It is something that we're continuing to monitor, and the details continue to change moment to moment, as you might imagine, but we are prepared to help keep people safe. Most importantly, we want everyone to know that West Hollywood staff, West Hollywood Public Safety Department, we want to make sure that everybody stays safe, and we're encouraging everyone to stay at home.
And Mayor Horvath, before I let you go, we have curfews in place now. Seattle, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Chicago, they're getting into place now, and especially when you look at Minneapolis, where there was a curfew in place last night. Well, the curfew didn't matter. People still took to the streets. What is going to be the response if people don't abide by that 8 o'clock curfew in West Hollywood tonight?
Look, I personally understand that there are many situations ongoing, and there are many feelings, understandably so, in response to what has happened over the course of this past week. I support people's right to peacefully protest. I support people's right to speak up and speak out about the injustice that is happening, and I think that's why people gathered originally at Pan Pacific Park today. I support that, and I believe people need to speak up and speak out and call out the racism that's happening in communities, not only in Los Angeles County, but throughout the country. We need to call that out, we need to name it, and we need to do something about it. That's very important. But for people who are trying to take advantage of a situation to cause harm, to cause destruction, that's not what we're asking for, and that is not what I heard from the protesters who organized today. And so we do have everyone in place to be able to protect our community, to protect our residents, and to keep people safe.
Mayor Horvath, thank you very much. We are speaking, and we want to thank Mayor Lindsay Horvath of the city of West Hollywood. This is the city directly adjacent to the area right there at 3rd and Fairfax. As you heard here for the first time, West Hollywood curfew, 8 o'clock tonight. We are expecting Beverly Hills. They have told me that's going to happen any second now, and Beverly Hills will also have an 8 p.m. curfew, and you can then expect everything post that, or everything west of that, to also find that 8 o'clock curfew. That's the best place to be is tonight. Talking to my producers, do you want to toss to the mayor's? We're gonna hear from Mayor Garcetti a little bit later, and also we're gonna hear from more people about the protests that are going on right now, about the curfews that are in place throughout Los Angeles. For now, let's go back to you, Jonathan and Kathy.
All right, you got it, Robert. Thank you so much. The mayor of West Hollywood that they will also have a curfew starting at 8 o'clock. We assume that will go till 5:30 in the morning, the same as Mayor Eric Garcetti's curfew for the downtown area, now expanding as protesters move west. We want to show you, we have 2 choppers in the air right now to bring you full coverage, News Chopper 4 Alpha and News Chopper 4 Bravo. We're going to start with Gil Levis. He is in News Chopper 4 Bravo. He has been covering that hotspot in the Fairfax district, where right now we are seeing police and protesters. Gil, what's happening here?
You're looking at Fairfax and Oakwood Avenue, where the protesters have moved north. The LAPD pushed the crowd to the north here from Beverly, and you can see a mobile task force of officers setting up a skirmish line there along Oakwood. But as I come out to a wide shot, that crowd is growing here as they push to the north. This is just south of Fairfax High School, and you see both sides. Actually, there was a blocking force here on the other side. It looks like they've broken that down a little bit. One thing that I'm noticing is the vehicles that are on this street. I did notice that the vehicles aren't so much commuters kind of trying to get through here, but there are protesters' vehicles. We've watched protesters jump in and out of vehicles as the LAPD moves through the area, and some of these vehicles are support vehicles, meaning that they have water to give to the crowd. That's the latest in News Chopper 4 Bravo. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Gil, thank you. We have the fortune of being having LA Sheriff Alex Villanueva on the phone with us right now. Alex, we can only imagine that you are very busy right now. We just want to ask you about how your department is assisting the LAPD and with what's going on right now.
Well, our main concern is definitely in the Fairfax district, and we got a call requesting assistance from the LAPD, so we are definitely helping them out there. We have 3 or 4 other areas throughout the county that we're paying attention to, but right now, obviously up in Beverly Hills, West Hollywood area, Fairfax district, those are our concerns.
And how many officers will you send out right now? Do you do it in waves as it's needed?
We do it by mobile field forces and platoons, so they're groups of anywhere from 45 to 100 at a time, or even smaller groups of squads, about 22 per squad. And depending on the size of the problem is how many teams we'll send in their direction.
Gil, in addition to the curfew, excuse me, Sheriff Villanueva, in addition to the curfew that we heard announced in downtown LA tonight, we heard the mayor of West Hollywood announcing, a curfew in their town as well. Obviously, a city that you guys patrol. How will that be enforced?
Well, it's enforced on a case-by-case basis, and most people, we look for voluntary compliance. If they're not part of the problem, we're not going to worry about it. But what it does is a curfew gives us a tool to take people out of the scenario. If they're part of the problem, they're contributing to the lawlessness, the easy way to get people out of the problem. Same thing when we do an order to disperse and people fail to adhere to that. And so this is a tool in our tool bag.
And this is your home. What is your reaction to what we're seeing today?
Well, it's disheartening to see this because this is our home for all of us. So at the end of the day, in the next morning, people wake up with a headache and their own homes are trashed. Their businesses are trashed. These are jobs that get lost. And I remember as a young deputy working throughout the 92 riots, a lot of those businesses that were burned down never came back. And those were owned primarily by people of color. And it's just a loss locally. And to think that you have the Antifa, the anarchists that come to town just to have fun at our expense, people should take offense to that.
And Sheriff, can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, we've seen every day these protests since Wednesday start off peacefully and end in these kind of violent acts, the vandalism, the looting, the setting of fires in police vehicles. How much of the bad stuff, the violence that we've been seeing is separate from the peaceful protests as they start off? What can you tell us about that?
Well, definitely the majority of people come to protest peacefully, and they're marching, they have their signs, and they respect the rule of law, and we want them to do that. In fact, we encourage people to do that, and we're going to support their efforts to do that because everyone needs to be heard the right way. And their sole goal is to plant the seeds of chaos, anarchy throughout the community, and they have no concern about George Floyd. They have no concerns about police brutality. They couldn't care less about that. Their whole idea is to revel in lawlessness and to have a party at our expense. And I think everyone should take offense to them and make sure that our own kids, the ones that are protesting on behalf of Black Lives Matter, any organized protest, recognize that there's people amongst their ranks that are not there for a noble purpose, and they need to be outed.
Absolutely. Sheriff Villanueva with us here on the phone as we continue to monitor what's happening in the Fairfax district. We heard that there were more than 500 arrests made last night, Sheriff, in the downtown area. Are you able to, and the mayor Mayor Garcetti kind of alluded to it a little bit, how many of those people were not even from downtown LA initially?
It apparently was a sizable group. We had a good tally up north I believe in Portland, where almost the entire crowd that was arrested was not from the area. And we've had people here. In fact, the gentleman that fell off the radio car in the highway patrol on the 101 on the very first day, he was from out of town. So that tells you the people that show up here, they're opportunists. They're driving in, they're caravanning, they're even taking Uber to these protests, and for only one purpose. And we definitely need to make sure that they stop.
And you're in charge of officers. What do you tell them? There's so much anger that is presented to law enforcement, and some of it not rightfully so. What do you tell officers that are in your command?
Well, we want to tell them, first of all, we want to assist the public and be able to protest peacefully. We want to respect everyone's First Amendment rights. We will be the first in line to support their amendments rights, and we want to make sure that everybody does it within the rule of law. And so as long as they're not vandalizing, they're not creating a traffic hazard like going onto a freeway, for example, God bless them. Keep doing what they're doing, and we'll be there shoulder to shoulder with them in support, and we share in their outrage.
And Sheriff, at what point do these officers and these deputies of yours, have to? They've been showing incredible restraint at times, and at times we've seen officers and deputies skirmish with protesters. At what point do they have to kind of cross that line? I can imagine a fine line to cross. I mean, it's hard to balance that.
Well, it is a delicate balancing act, but most people who are law-abiding citizens that come to protest, they adhere to the directions given to them by the deputies and the police officers. The ones that hang around and that loiter around and keep circling back, they don't have any interest in that. They're there for another purpose. Those are the ones that we're going to spend most of our time and our energy on. And they're professional vandals, in essence.
And the mayor says he would really like to keep this curfew to one night. He talked to the governor. He does not want to call in the National Guard at this point. He said this is not 1992, although we have seen people draw a lot of parallels to that, saying, oh, you know, we can't believe we're still here. How confident are you that we will take care of this with a one-night curfew?
I'm fairly confident. I share the mayor's confidence because we have a lot more resources still in reserve that we have not used, and they are ready to be deployed and add to the people that we already have formed together in the partnership we have with not only LAPD, but we've also used mutual aid for surrounding small municipal police departments that are also assisting in this endeavor. So we can make this just a one-night deal and get back to business of cleaning up the city come tomorrow morning, and hopefully that's how it's going to work out.
Sheriff, are you hearing anything about further protests? And again, the protests not necessarily concerning the most people. It's the violent acts afterwards that have been the most concerning. I mean, we're seeing images right now on our screen of police officers having to protect firefighters to just put out a fire. I mean, it's unreal to see these images. Are you hearing of future protests in the coming days?
Well, we have people that are listening on all the different avenues and gathering intelligence on protests. So we were aware of, for example, Beverly Hills, the Fairfax district today, and if there is other things, I won't divulge them, but we'll be prepared for whatever comes our way.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're very busy and there is a lot going on right now. But this has been LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. Thank you once again for joining us on the air and giving us your perspective.
You got it. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sheriff.
All right, we're going to go back to Gil Leyva. He's in Newspaper Fort Bravo, and he has more on these fire trucks that are there now and the fire that was just put out.
Kathy and Jonathan, yeah, the fire department got a call of a structure fire here, 7900 block of Beverly Boulevard. In fact, we moved over here just before they got here, and it looked like rubbish or some sort of trash on fire in the center of the street, and some of the protesters were fueling the fire with more debris until the fire department got here. And you saw, like Jonathan was mentioning, the LAPD having to escort the fire department in here with guns drawn, less lethal guns drawn, pointed at the protesters as the fire department so that they could do their job and put out that fire. Now they're starting to leave. A large group here has gathered because of that fire, but off to the north here, up off of Fairfax and Oakwood, we saw just a few minutes ago this group here break off and start chasing a couple of the unmarked police cars down Oakwood Street this direction here. They chased them about a block and a half, the vehicles in reverse, trying to get away from the crowd throwing objects at those officers as they fled backwards in reverse in their vehicles. So a very hostile crowd there for that moment in time, but the LAPD is still continuing to push the crowd north on Fairfax towards Fairfax High School.
Gil, you've been giving us this incredible vantage point over the last couple of hours and incredible reporting on your end. Things have changed dramatically. I mean, we saw organized protests earlier. Now it just seems there are people everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. So it goes back into the groups as they are pushed away. They splinter off in different directions. This is a good example in this intersection, going off to the north and off to the west. Some people moving into the neighborhoods here, and it's causing some concern for the residents. But mostly the crowds are sticking to Fairfax, but we're seeing them branch off in so many different directions off of Beverly. They moved off to the east earlier as they broke into TV City or tried to break in through the gates of TV City, but here's the group marching up north on Fairfax right now as they continue to push through. Again, the vehicles that are trapped in here, some of them are civilian vehicles, some of them are support vehicles for the protesters.
Yeah, we have seen that. We've seen a number of support vehicles. We know that because they drive up and they're handing water. I mean, this all started as what was supposed to be a peaceful rally, and certainly a majority of people are there. wanting this to be a peaceful rally, simply holding signs. And then, as the sheriff was talking about and the mayor, you know, you just have a few people who turn it around and start with the violent acts, and then that engages the police, and there you start with the skirmish. So it's what we've seen all day, and we're seeing a lot of debris there in the streets, and a lot of people just taking the opportunity to pull out their phones and use it to take photos to document the event. You know, social media playing such a big role in all of this, and people able to get information right away.
Kathy, 2 of the 3 squad cars that were set on fire, we saw that happening. The people posing in front of those burning vehicles, and people around them with their cell phones taking pictures for whatever purposes, maybe to put on social media. But you know, we saw that repeated several times here as those 3 officers' vehicles were set on fire. But again, so far the latest one is just south of here. Let me come down real quick and show you that scene. That intersection has cleared off. Here's where the squad car, I believe it was a Topanga Division unit, was set on fire. The fire department having to be escorted in and put that out. The police department here pushing off towards the north. You see the skirmish lines and the mobile field force set up here to maintain that intersection now. But now the crowd going to the north. So that was the latest vehicle of LAPD that was set on fire. 3 so far that we've seen.
And again, these crowds in the Fairfax district after the mayor announcing a curfew that begins at 8 o'clock tonight in downtown LA. Because, Gil, you know, and you can attest to this, a lot of the violence and rioting and looting that we've seen following these peaceful protests have been at night. The challenge today is that it's only 5:30 in the afternoon, in the evening, and they still have a long night ahead of them.
That's so true, Jonathan. And, you know, we're seeing a little bit of that vandalism taking place as the crowds are pushed up the street in different directions. We're seeing some of the businesses being tagged, some of the windows being broken out. We've seen that multiple times here today. So in broad daylight, you know, that people, these protesters just don't care. Certain ones get in there and start tagging the property, and they just don't care if it's daylight or it's night. But again, that's what we're seeing here time after time as the crowd continues to move through the streets.
Normally, you'd be watching NBC Nightly News right now, no doubt, covering protests similar to this or worse across the country. We're going to stay with our local coverage just because this is our hometown. We want to bring you exactly what's happening here as we have watched these peaceful rallies turn violent today and a lot of damage being done on city streets. We've been watching this one in the Fairfax district, but also one on the 101. We can go to Megan Reyes. She is live in News Chopper 4 Alpha. She's been covering people who've been trying to get on the freeway. A couple of protesters did, and we actually saw someone get hurt. They were at least being attended to. We don't know exactly how, but here's Megan.
Yeah, Kathy, we were over the 101 freeway not too long ago. We saw another group of protesters. We're probably a couple of miles just east of where Gil Levis is. We are on Beverly Boulevard. This is Beverly Boulevard, about the 300 block of Beverly Boulevard. Now, quite a different story from what Gil is describing. You can see the LAPD helicopter. They are monitoring this large group of people. I would guesstimate they're probably about 150 people in this group. And I'm going to emphasize, this is a different group from the folks that we saw on the 101 freeway at Benton Way. They are still there. Now, these protesters are walking in a westerly direction along Beverly Boulevard. And so far, I have to say, it's pretty peaceful. We haven't seen any vandalism or any type of behavior that would demonstrate that they're starting to get out of control. We don't see any law enforcement down below, but the LAPD airship is above monitoring these individuals. Again, they're walking their way, walking in a westerly direction. Looks like we're coming into the, I would call it mid-Wilshire area, Larchmont area. Coming into this particular area, that's where these people are, and you can see they're dispersed, they're spread out quite far, but so far we're not seeing any reckless behavior and any vandalism here. That major intersection right now, we're coming up again. This is Beverly Boulevard, and that is North Oxford Avenue, and that's where we're starting to see some of the protesters make their way in a westerly direction.
And this group, we're not sure exactly who has organized this, but this is the kind of demonstration that you heard Mayor Garcetti, you heard the sheriff just moments ago talk about. This is the kind of protest, the kind of demonstrations they would like to protect, demonstrations that stay peaceful. It's when it gets violent that they feel that they have to intervene and make those arrests. Now, Megan, as we stay with your shot here, you said this is getting into kind of the Larchmont area. So is this a kind of a ways from the 101 freeway where we first saw this group walking?
Yeah, we are walking away from the 101 freeway. We are well south of the 101 freeway. Now, we still have those protesters, and the 101 is still shut down. All lanes are still closed at Vermont. So this is a separate group. Oxford Avenue right there at Beverly Boulevard. We're kind of giving you a wide shot. Let me pull out here and show you how many protesters and how long this group is. Then we seem to have some of these vehicles behind. They're supporting them from behind. This is some of the traffic that's also affected, but you can see some of these individuals out of their cars with signs, and they're leaning out of their vehicles. So no doubt that they are part of this group here, but good news for this particular group, we're not seeing any of the activity that Gil Davis has seen just west of me. Everybody seems to be walking in an orderly manner. Yes, they are on the street. Yes, they are disrupting traffic, but they are not vandalizing any property. They're not throwing any objects at vehicles or at people right now. So fortunately right now, fingers crossed, these people will behave and demonstrate their concerns, but they'll do it in a peaceful manner.
Megan Ray is up at News Chopper 4 Alpha giving us a perspective there. Thank you. We will get back to you. Right now we want to get to NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin. We understand she's in the Fairfax district. Erin, on the ground, this is the first time we're really getting this perspective. What can you tell us from what you're seeing?
Well, I'm here on Beverly Boulevard. Let me just step out of the way. As you can see, a rather chaotic and tense scene unfolding. There's cars moving, trying to drive through this intersection. Over that way is, well, you can see right there, a burned out police car. Protesters still lingering there, standing on top of the car. And then over this way is a furniture store. You can see the windows have been blown out by some apparent, what would seem to be looting. And then you have a police standoff unfolding in sort of in either direction. So you have a police line, specialist unit down that way, protesters confronting those police officers. You can hear a helicopter still overhead. I'll have to say that compared to about an hour ago, the situation does seem to have diffused somewhat as they're pushing people down certain side streets, but there are a number of these side streets. You see a police line and confrontation with protesters. I have seen protesters throwing bottles at the police line. So it's certainly a dynamic situation unfolding here in Fairfax, guys.
What about injuries on either side? Are you seeing that?
I have seen a number of injured protesters. When we first arrived, we could hear police firing rubber bullets. They had their guns pointed at the protesters, ready to fire those rubber bullets. They were also firing tear gas canisters. I saw about at least 2 protesters injured by rubber bullet fire. One protester was injured in his chin. Another protester was injured on her leg. But at the moment, we haven't heard much of that rubber bullet fire here so far in the last, I'd say.
There, Erin, is there any organization to where the people are right now? As you mentioned, we've seen from our chopper, a lot of people, like you said, dispersing down on the side streets. There was more organization in terms of a protest earlier. Now it just seems there are kind of people everywhere. What are you seeing in terms of that?
Exactly. I'm definitely getting the sense that you're seeing from those choppers overhead. It is very much at this point seeming to feel like a diffused situation. When I arrived about an hour ago, it was an extraordinarily tense. It seemed like protesters were being boxed in at that time. Things have dispersed somewhat, but it's still a very tense and dynamic situation. Again, just 2 side street down. About 15 minutes ago, we saw the protesters throwing those bottles at the police line. So things still very much here on edge, although it seems to have diffused again somewhat.
From other protests that you've covered, how intense was that? As the police cars were going up in flames, we saw people running. You mentioned the non-lethal weapons, the tear gas. How intense was it at the most intense?
Well, it was an intense protest, but however, sort of the scenes we've been seeing play out across the state, things that we saw unfold in Oakland last night, what we saw unfold in San Jose, it was not of that magnitude. Even downtown LA last night, I would say it was much more tense than the things and violent rather than the things that we saw happening in this particular area of LA at this point. But it certainly is a bad omen for what's to come as the evening unfolds. streets.
And Aaron, did you and your crew have trouble getting to that area today? We know a lot of people live in this area. We've seen a lot of civilians driving through. Did you guys have any trouble getting in there?
We were able to get to this area with relative ease. I have been speaking to some residents. They have expressed their frustrations. I saw one resident, she was outside her house pointing to the sign saying this street is closed, was clearly marked. She was very upset. So people in this neighborhood watching this chaos unfold likely are shocked and a bit frightened.
And what are your plans now? Are you going to stay in this area, or do you have plans to try to move from this area?
Well, at the moment, we're going to continue to have a presence here to watch as things unfold and see sort of what happens next. But again, at this vantage point, although there is a standoff just down that way with protesters facing off with police, many of the protesters have been holding their hands up. It's unclear how that situation at this point will end.
You know, Aaron, you know, we've seen how protesters and police have also faced off with members like you, members of the media, reporters, correspondents on the ground. Have you had any animosity, you know, tossed towards you and your crew? Are you guys safe?
I mean, for the most part, I think the protesters have been pretty friendly. We're clearly media. We have a large television camera. I'm clearly reporting. For the most part, people have been very friendly. They've been answering questions. They've been open with their feelings. You definitely get a sense when speaking with them, a sense of frustration about everything that has unfolded in recent days. There's a definite sense of anger, but for the most part, I would say the protesters are peaceful.
Did the protesters who have been peaceful talk about the violence, how they felt about what went wrong?
At the moment, we haven't had or have been able to have any sort of in-depth conversations with the protesters, given the fact that there is this dynamic, chaotic, and potentially violent situation unfolding around us. We haven't been able to have some of those dynamic conversations. It's been more of just a friendly. When I ask them, they're friendly responses. They don't have any sort of animosity towards us. For the most part, most of the protesters here in this area today.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin on the ground there in the Fairfax district, really giving us our first perspective. Aaron, thank you so much. Right now, we want to get to Elliott City Council member Paul Koretz of the 5th District on the phone. Paul, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for joining us on this afternoon. What we've been seeing in the Fairfax district has turned from peaceful to violent, and now it just kind of seems like it's kind of just a mess in that area. There are people everywhere, officers everywhere. What have you been hearing?
Well, obviously, first of all, I'm just as heartbroken as everybody else over the senseless and vicious death of George Floyd. However, the violence and looting we saw last night was no less troubling, and what we're seeing in Fairfax in my area is no less troubling. We've seen vandalism all over the area. We've seen a number of vehicles being burned. We've seen a lot of businesses being harmed. Fortunately, I haven't heard that anybody's been killed, but this is absolutely devastating. And I've certainly been encouraging LAPD and the command staff to make a strong effort to enforce the law and to maintain order. And I don't want to do anything that allow anything that will endanger the health and safety and property of my constituents. So I want us to do what we need to do. I think LAPD has been handling it as well as they can. It's a balance. They obviously don't want to come on too strong, but they have to protect everybody's lives and property.
Councilman,
one thing I am asking for is I'm asking the city to implement a curfew in this area as well. I think downtown is recovering, but this area is somewhat under siege, and I think we need that extra step. Our surrounding cities, Beverly Hills and West Hollywood, have done that, and I think Los Angeles needs to as well.
Okay, so you're in favor of expanding this. I know when the mayor came on and he was talking live earlier, he wanted that just for that downtown area there, really to clean out that area, to try and gain some control. But you're feeling now looking like to see that curfew expanded. Is that from 8 tonight until 5:30 in the morning? Do you think that will do the trick?
I think that will be helpful, definitely. I mean, if we look at what happened downtown, what happened during the day was only the beginning. It really got a lot worse in the evening. And I fear if we don't take that action, that could happen here as well. So I think it's important for us to be proactive and put a curfew in here as well. And if we don't have the officers to do that, we have National Guard at our disposal, and I would ask that if need be, we call them in as well.
And Paul, before we let you go, I want to ask you quickly whether or not, what the process is like in asking for a curfew officially.
Well, I don't know about the process. I am just calling people that would make that decision, since it's not mine as one council member, and trying to make it happen.
Okay.
So, and certainly calling for it publicly here and now, that will help as well. And hopefully we make it happen.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time. LA City Councilman Paul Koretz of the 5th District, that is his district. He's now asking for that curfew to be expanded to include the area. Right now, we're going to go up to Megan Reyes in News Chopper 4 Alpha. We're seeing smoke grenades now. Megan, what's going on?
Yeah, Kathy, a lot more different from what I was just shooting on Beverly Boulevard to the east of me. Right now, we are over Beverly Boulevard and near the Grove Drive. You can see all this activity here because of this protest here at Curson. So we're at Beverly and Curson. Let me show you what's going on right up over here. This line of LA County Sheriff's Department, just moments ago, they were firing tear gas into the crowd. The crowd was getting a little rowdy. They were actually using these trash bins here, these blue trash bins, trying to make their way closer to those law enforcement officers, and they are setting a line here. In fact, this individual right there, this guy in the white t-shirt, he is throwing objects towards law enforcement. So it's getting a little violent here right now, and law enforcement are having to escalate the situation. They're trying to get them to disperse, but having to do so, they are throwing some of those flashbang grenades. We saw that here from News Chopper 4 Alpha, and we also saw tear gas being deployed, and it did disperse the crowd. They did move in a little easterly direction. They've kind of backed up, but you can see now they're kind of staging here just east of those line of LA County Sheriff officers. There's 3 main areas. Right here we are on Beverly Boulevard. To the south of us, that's where 3rd Street is, and we have 2 large groups, one right there near Fairfax and 3rd, what Gil Levis was showing earlier. So we have 3 large groups in the same proximity. LA County Sheriffs, LAPD, they definitely have their hands full right now.
You know, Megan, as we're looking at your shot and looking at the shots before, we want to remind our viewers this started off as a Black Lives Matter protest around noon today at Pan Pacific Park there in the Fairfax district. It was a peaceful protest that eventually turned violent a few hours later. There were skirmishes between police and protesters. We have seen several vehicles lit on fire, and now we have seen crowds really disperse in that area, Megan, and then just really a handful of people who are actively engaging with those officers.
Yeah, there are definitely instigators right here. We're seeing a couple of people here. This gentleman right up there in the white t-shirt. Earlier I saw somebody matching that description moments ago throwing objects at law enforcement. And in fact, when they deployed some of those tear gas canisters, we saw them throw them back toward law enforcement officials. I kind of want to give you a perspective here. So let me just clear this shot up here. Let me show you. This is Beverly Boulevard right here. This is where we have this large group here. A lot of folks being rowdy. Now I'm going to show you 2 other large groups here. See if I can find them in the camera right over here. This is where Gil Levis was earlier. You can see this large group of individuals. This is Fairfax and 3rd. Now that's quite a different story. Everybody's just standing there and peacefully protesting. LAPD is in full force over there. But you can see this crowd is orderly, and we're not seeing the chaos that we are seeing with this crowd here along Beverly Boulevard. So as I focus back onto the crowd here, I think that's Pan Pacific Park if I'm not mistaken, but you can see folks right there down below, and as they scatter more, they start running and scattering as law enforcement escalates the situation. They want them to be able to protest peacefully, but at times these individuals are starting to throw objects at law enforcement, and when they do that, they are deploying those flashbang grenades and the tear gas canisters in order to disperse these individuals here down below.
Yeah, and if that's the LA County Sheriff's Department, would it be the Special Enforcement Bureau? They're highly trained to deal with all sorts of things, standoffs of many kinds, and so they're the ones that are in a standoff right now with these protesters. We should mention just a few people there on the front lines who are throwing objects. A good many of the people are just standing back, walking around, holding signs, and not really doing anything to instigate the violence here, or the act of, just trying to create a skirmish. They're being peaceful, so it looks like it's only a few at this point, but it's the kind of thing that gets this started and just kind of increases the temperature here, and it gets a little hot. They're getting another trash bin now, as we've seen them do time and time again, and they have used that as a shield and tried to push it up against police cars. It's not something I would advise doing here with this group.
Megan, what are you seeing as they're all running away from the scene now?
Well, that's typical right here, Kathy. Just as you were talking about that, they are setting the line. In fact, law enforcement earlier, sheriff's officials had this intersection. They were at this intersection and they pushed back. Look at them throwing right there the device. I believe those are tear gas. So they are throwing tear gas at the protesters. And when they do that, sometimes I've been seeing protesters pick up the canister and throw it back toward law enforcement officers. There's somebody right here. We'll see if they're going to do that. And they're attempting to do that, but they're not going to let them use objects as weapons. As for example, they are taking these trash bins, they are trying to use that as cover. You can see it's just a few people. That's the problem. It's just a few people who are creating all this chaos. They're putting cones over the tear gas canisters right now. These people are coming prepared, knowing that they're going to engage with law enforcement officials. So they do have a mask which protects them from that tear gas, but a majority of these people don't. You see them, they disperse. They start running away. They run about a block or two. They let things settle down, and then they start testing the waters, start pushing their way back towards officers, and it's just kind of a cat and mouse game. We go back and forth, back and forth. We're not seeing any vandalism right now. So far, they're just going back and forth with police officers right now, but fortunately, we're not seeing any destruction of any private property or any just running around here, creating some problems for officials.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We see people moving out of that area now after that, which I guess was probably tear gas that was deployed right there, because they are moving quickly out of the area. We see them holding back now a lot more.
Right, and look at all these cars here. I mean, these people were just probably traveling along the streets here. We got a big rig here from the United States Postal Service. So they are stuck in their vehicles, just hoping that they'll be able to safely get out. Fortunately, we're not seeing any vandalism or any violent acts to any of these people. Here's this red vehicle trying to get through the intersection. Sometimes the crowd gets all wild up right now, but so far this person is slowly trying to make their way through this intersection. And what a difference. I mean, again, I showed you, I'm going to show you again the different crowds. That's the crowd there over on Beverly Boulevard. You take a different scene over here. This is Fairfax and 3rd. You can see the large group of people, but they're all standing close together in an orderly fashion. So they are protesting. They do have law enforcement officials out there, but you can see the difference. You can see how these people are peacefully protesting. We don't have any disruption. We don't see them using any weapons or any the trash bins as a barrier or any way to instigate the officers. A lot of them are putting their hands up right now. No doubt they are chanting a lot of different things, but you can see the difference with those protests. LAPD, LA County Sheriffs, they want you to protest like this. You have the right. Get out there and do that. What the behavior they're discouraging is the behavior that we're seeing here along Beverly Boulevard. These individuals, these are the fuel that are making this thing just out of control.
Yeah, Megan, the mayor saying today the protest that you just showed us, the peaceful protests against that police line, is the kind of protest they are willing and more than willing to protect. It's that these skirmishes, these people who are trying to instigate with the officers and these deputies is what is going to cause them maybe to lose their restraint. They can only have so much restraint in these situations. We want to bring in I-Team investigator Eric Leonard. I believe he's with us as well. And Eric, you mentioned that 2 officers, at least 2, were injured today here in the Fairfax district, one of them seriously. What updates do you have for us right now, Eric?
And Jonathan, we'd heard, this is now more than an hour ago, that 2 LAPD officers had been injured in some of the initial confrontations between this crowd. That's back at the time when those patrol cars were first set on fire. But it's not clear how serious their injuries were. We heard one was more serious than the other, but no specifics at this point. As you can imagine, there is an enormous amount of chaos in trying to manage this situation. And in fact, you can see in the aerial pictures we've been showing, the crowds of protesters have split off in several different directions, and you've got groups of police officers at some intersections, no officers at other. You have sheriff's deputies that have come in to assist in one area, and then LAPD officers forming the core of the crowd control effort in a different part of this. So because there's been so much to manage, it's been difficult to get specific information out of the command post right now. As you can imagine, the people doing this have their hands full. And as far as who's managing this, well, it's LAPD Chief Michael Moore himself. He rolled up to the scene a couple of hours ago, took over for one of the deputy chiefs that had been in charge of the early crowd control efforts. That's when the protesters that had been demonstrating at Pan Pacific Park moved into the streets. And that's when we saw a number of LAPD cars vandalized, and then at least it looks like about a half dozen of them maybe set on fire at this point. There were initial plans to try to seal off the crowd and begin making arrests, particularly of a group that they felt was responsible for damaging police cars and buildings, but those plans changed. The crowd got bigger, moved in many different directions at once, and it became too difficult to try to corral everybody into one place. The reason they want to do that, by the way, is to make an announcement over a bullhorn, tell the crowd, look, this is no longer a peaceful demonstration. They will declare it an unlawful assembly. There's a specific language that is supposed to be used, and the warnings have to be given a number of different times, and then an order given for everyone to leave and go home. And once that happens, the LAPD can begin making arrests for people who remain and choose not to go. That hasn't happened. As far as we know, everything has shifted into crowd control, trying to protect the firefighters that we've seen go in to try to put out the fires that have started, try to protect as many of the businesses that are there. And it's just been such a difficult scene to manage with so many different moving parts that no arrest effort has been made at this point, but it's certainly part of the discussion. We mentioned earlier today hundreds and hundreds of extra LAPD officers were brought in anticipation of a big protest tonight, whether that was in downtown or this one in Fairfax or any other part of the city. Hundreds of LAPD detectives who would typically be working investigating murders or robberies or human trafficking cases told to put on their uniforms and report in at 4 p.m. today. So those officers are now available to go out, back up the group of officers that's been trying to manage the crowds at this scene, as we've seen sheriff's deputies brought in from sheriff stations all over the county to try to assist as well. And one more aspect to this that we haven't seen yet is officers have been sent to police stations around the city to make sure those buildings are protected, so there's no repeat of what was seen in Minneapolis with a police precinct being overrun and set on fire. Back to you.
Eric. NBC4 investigative reporter Eric Leonard, thank you very much. You're watching the NBC4 News at 6, and here is the latest. The city of West Hollywood and Beverly Hills have announced an 8 p.m. curfew. This after Mayor Eric Garcetti announced an 8 p.m. curfew for downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, Beverly Hills police announcing Rodeo Drive has been closed to both cars and pedestrians. There were some rumors about possible looting happening there. All of it following several protests that have erupted around Los Angeles following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. One in downtown LA, another at Echo Park, where protesters partially blocked the 101 freeway. The largest, though, we've been following today, of course, in the Fairfax district, where police have now declared an unlawful assembly. It did start off as a peaceful protest at Pan Pacific Park around noon, but then we saw protesters climbing on a bus. They blocked city police vehicles and other buildings in that area, even lighting several vehicles, police vehicles on fire nearly. At one point, it looked like some of them were going to even storm the CBS television city next to the Grove, Kathy.
Yeah, and more recently, Jonathan, we've been watching tear gas used to try and disperse some of the protesters. It has been working for a moment. LA's mayor came out. He made a statement live here on the air in an attempt to calm the protesters. And here's what he said as we listened.
When things start to burn, it's not the time to stay. And we need everybody to exercise that discretion. We need everybody to summon their better angels in this city of angels. And yes, demand accountability, demand justice, but for us not to pick new fights right here.
And right now we're going to go live to the sheriff, Alex Villanueva. He is holding a news conference. We spoke to him moments ago live on our air. Let's listen as they assemble right now. He is going to speak to all of the county. He has talked about his team members, his officers being out trying to assist LAPD where they are needed. He has talked about their right to assemble, to have a peaceful protest, and how he supports that, but does not support the violence and the lawlessness. So we're going to hear what he has to say in just a moment as they get ready. He'll be up at the lectern there to give his live statement.
My name is George
Let's
Valdez.
listen.
I am the captain of the Sheriff's Information Bureau. I appreciate everybody's tuning in to this really important press briefing with these great community leaders that we have. I will be introducing the community leaders as they come up, but at first I'd like to introduce the Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Alex Villanueva.
Thank you, Captain Valdez, and good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Sheriff's Department, the County of Los Angeles, what we want to wish everyone from this point forward is a sense of calm, a sense of peace, a sense of slowing down, and appreciate what we have and we're working very hard to build on. And our hearts go out to the family of George Floyd. It is an outrage, the fact that only one person is arrested and not the other three. We need to see justice served there, and we're going to demand that justice. We want everyone fully accountable. And that's something that, as sheriff, I expect that of the profession of law enforcement. Every chief of police, every sheriff throughout the nation expects the same thing. And justice will be served, but we have to have patience while the justice is served. And here locally at home, I'm seeing the images, everyone is seeing the images on TV of the Fairfax district. We're working shoulder to shoulder with the Los Angeles Police Department. We're providing support for their efforts, and we're working across the county in different areas that have seen these protests. And it's a simple message and a simple rule. Everyone enjoys that First Amendment right to protest the actions of government, no matter where they occur and throughout our entire great nation. But we have to do it in a manner that's peaceful, that it respects everyone else's First Amendment rights, everyone else's rights to property, to be free from harm or injury. So if you're going to protest, we're here to support you. Do so peacefully in a way that you're not going to be in jeopardy, and the way you're not going to harm other people. And for those that came here just for the thrill of creating problems, of vandalizing, it's not going to work. And everyone here is an Angelino, our county residents, recognize that there's people within your ranks that are protesting. They're not there to protest for a legitimate cause, like the tragic death of George Floyd. They're there to create anarchy, and we're not going to support that. And I need civic leaders throughout Los Angeles County to stand up and denounce them. Let's focus on the point at hand, which is to remember George Floyd, remember who he is, what he represents, hold people accountable for his tragic death, and then that way we can move together, we can heal, not as a community, but as an entire nation. We come all together. As a Latino myself, I have an experience that's different from people that are non-Latino, and that definitely I've never walked in the miles in a shoe of those that are African-American community, but I do understand what it is to be seen as somebody different and not fitting in throughout my career. And but I will never, ever community. That change comes from within, and it comes from us working together towards solutions. And that is identifying, in fact, right here, I have all these outstanding community religious leaders throughout Los Angeles County that stepped to the plate. This is on a moment's notice. And they said, count me in. I'm here to stand shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement to work to the betterment of our society. And I want to take this time to thank each and every one of you for being here. And we're here to support the efforts of the mayor, Eric Garcetti, and we're going to work very closely with the city of West Hollywood, for example. They have their issue going on, and we obviously provide law enforcement services for West Hollywood. We're providing services to the city of Los Angeles as well, and we definitely, everyone is excited to work, to come together, to enjoy a peaceful protest, make a mark, make a difference, but do so in a way that we walk away the next day, our community is intact, it's not trashed. Our businesses are open. They're starting to open now because of the pandemic, slowly but surely. Let's not add another tragedy on top of the tragedy we're already enduring because of the pandemic. We don't need to. Let's just focus on the one, and let's work together. So with that, let's get it first.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'd like to now call Pastor J. Edward Boyd from First AME Church. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff Villanueva, and to those watching from across the city and the county and the state and those outside the state of California. We find ourselves at this point now where we are gathered with an opportunity to go from here into a positive direction. In the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, we find that this is perhaps a catalyst moment that makes us to become aware of several things. One among them is the seated and embedded racism that all of us must admit and must face. Not only face and admit it, but also go toward the process and involve ourselves in a process of bringing a healing and a mitigation for the problem that has ripped this nation apart far too long. I don't believe we can stand another violent outburst in response to another death, because each one of them gets bigger in proportion and stronger in the impact. And the dollars and the loss of dollars that it leaves in its wake have become too strong. So we're simply calling to everybody. We're calling out to the communities of color. We're calling out to white communities. We're calling out to law enforcement and the justice systems and justice institutions. Now that we see and we realize where we are, let's sit down and correct things that need to be corrected. Let's change things that need to be changed, so the lives of people who are impacted and who are also looked over and left out will now be served. And we're going to help to make justice happen. This is just one of the first steps, but we all must help to make justice run down as water and help righteousness to flow like a mighty stream.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And I'd like to invite the Elder Joel Paul from City of Refuge Church.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sheriff Villanueva, and my brothers and sisters in faith, LA County. My prayers on behalf of the City of Refuge Church and Bishop Noel Jones are for the family of George Floyd, the city of Minnesota, Minneapolis, and everyone who's grieving right now. This is an all too familiar experience. Suffering is real, but violence is not the solution. Coming across the aisle of our separation and the paradoxes that create the problems that fuel these types of outbursts, that is the remedy that we have to find that sustains peace. And so as we recover from the outburst that we're experiencing across this whole country, what are the solutions we seek? Once the anger quells, once the frustration is relieved, and once the damage is settled, what are the solutions we're really seeking? I'm a Christian. I believe in the power of the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. So I understand that violence is a part of change. Yes, Christ was crucified. But when he rose up, he brought mankind together again. And so my prayer is for those who are listening, who have a reasonable mind, who have a desire to see the effects of what my brother, Pastor Boyd, just said, the systemic racism that is entrenched within the context and the matrix of our society, that we address it. We find the honesty in it, and what I would say confession of it, and that we seek to build bridges. and move forward in a way that allows us to not experience something of this nature again. All law enforcement officers are not like the officer that committed this heinous act. And so to target all law enforcement is not a solution. You actually become a perpetrator. And so the prayer is, let's seek to build bridges. Again, I want to thank Sheriff Villanueva. I want to thank the LA County Sheriff's Department for their open hands and arms to allow us as community leaders and faith leaders to stand in this moment and say, let's come together, you guys. I'm hurting too, but we are standing together to find solutions. So may God bless the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, and the United States of America.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. At this time, I'm going to bring up Sheikh Qazi Assad, Board Member of Council of Pakistan.
I want to take this moment to thank the sheriff for his leadership and vision and making sure that while the America is suffering and burning, LA County can be saved from it. He has done a great effort to bring all the community leaders, civic leaders, and religious leaders. We have a responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. We can burn the city down. The person who worked all his life and made a small business, today a mob who is angry, and they have all the right to be angry, comes and burn his business down. What will happen to him and his family? This is something that I need to think about. I have the right to protest. My heart, and many of us feel the same way. Our heart goes to the family. We are outraged by those force officers. But ladies and gentlemen, your voice has been heard. Sheriff spoke with many of the community leaders this afternoon, and he assured the transparency that his department has and what he.
All right, we're live right now on our helicopters. We're looking at the scene. Let's go back to the news conference now. This is the sheriff's news conference.
And we need to use the system to take the black sheeps out rather than looting and burning, because that is not going to give us any positive outcome. At the end, I pray for the leadership of this country. I pray for all those people who have been wounded, who have suffered financial hardship. I pray for the family of Mr. Floyd, and I pray that there will be calm in our county, in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to bring up Henry Porter, Southeast Community Association.
Thank you, Sheriff, for convening this news conference. I live in the South LA Patrol Station, South Los Angeles. We've lived there since '65. And I think part of what my wife and I, as we sit and watch the violence that's taking place across the country right now, it saddens us deeply, because we've lived through several of these insurrections here in Los Angeles. And we've also observed that the end results have always been the same. The people that are disenfranchised, the people that suffer the most, are the ones that can least afford it. Because once the outsiders come in and burn down your stores, and they burn down and they loot what have you, it's difficult to get investments back into our community. Years. It took years and years and years. So what I'm asking is for every leader, every person of influence that has a voice, to stand up and use that voice. Let's not be crisis-oriented and wait until something happens before we decide to act. What I've encouraged people to do is to be proactive. I know people throughout LA County, and I've asked them, get involved with law enforcement. Understand, there is no fear. Get involved with the captain. Know who your captains are. Know who the patrol people are. Get to know them. You can go on a ride through with the deputies. Understand some of the challenges they face. So right now, my plea is to have every community leader, be you a block club captain, be you a watch captain, whatever the title it is that you have, is that not only come out to address this crisis, but to be proactive and continue on, educating our community and making sure that we stand in defense of what is going on right now. I was sharing that if the people that wanted peaceful protests were to go and stand in front of those stores that are being looted and burned, that would be a step forward right there. Because most of the people that's doing that are not impacted by our community. So we need to step up and protect our own community. Take that first step. Come out, organize your block, organize your community, get involved with law enforcement, support what they're doing. I've been involved intimately with the Sheriff's Department as a volunteer since 1997. And I was sharing with one of the commanders over here. It has been an enriching experience for me to understand what their challenges are, how they work, and I can go out into my community and educate the people that live around me. And this is my challenge, to whether you are an athlete, whether you're in the movie, whatever industry you're in, use your voice to help heal and correct this situation. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to call Brandit Sticks Salam, activist, founder of Think Watts Foundation.
I'll use Sticks.
Thank you, Alex, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Today is a day I want to make a statement, and then I'm going to propose solutions. That's what I want to speak about. Fair justice. Simple answer. Fair justice is all it takes to get these people to go home. There's 3 officers out there who we all blatantly seen commit an atrocity, commit murder. That's how you make change. Fair justice. And I'm going to start specifically fair justice for the African American, the black community. I also want to say, from a conversation we had earlier, there are programs being created where the community can come, be involved, and we raising these babies from the community to police their own communities. That is also very key, because if somebody comes up to me and they tell me to put my hands up and they don't look like me, I already think I'm about to lose my life. So to create and to decrease involving community to police the community. That way we are less in fear of when we get pulled over on the side of the street, whether the probable cause or reason of suspicion is because of a stop sign or whatever it is. We have to start from within. Anything you want to build up, you have to start from within. Moving forward, black community, I will say this. We have to, not just the black, this is for the world. Understanding is very key as well. Why is this happening? Because of the lack of fair justice, because of a consistency of this occurring over and over again without fair justice, and because we poor. We out here doing that because we poor. So that means we have to adjust a lot more than just the surface. Absolutely. First and foremost, we got to stop dying. And then we'll stand with you. And then we got your back and we won't be in fear. But we have to start from within. And black community, we got to come together more. Let's stop being dependent on someone to save us. Let's save ourselves. Let's stop. We don't need to destroy our stuff. Let's come together and build more of our things. Let's build black businesses. Let's create our own police system within our community so we can police each other to give them a break. If we don't want them to come do whatever they're doing to us, let's do it for us. Let's build our own system. And then we can go, and let's talk about the behavior, and then I'll conclude. But the behavior, we learn this from y'all. And y'all, you know who I'm talking about, not the black community. 1773, the Boston Tea Party, there was rioting and looting. This is learned behavior. This is passed down generation to generation. So to come back to us and say, you guys are wrong for what you're doing, we learn this. But I will say, if we become more dependent on each other, if we can be less dependent on someone else to save us and we save ourselves, things will change. And if we receive fair justice, one more thing, I know I keep saying that last thing. I do believe in burning something down. What we need to burn down is the broken system. We need to, like, and our allies that are out there standing with us, just like you're out there protesting, let's go protest the polls. Let's go protest and stop. If you don't like the prosecutor that got elected, let's find somebody we like. If you don't like the head of the education system or the whatever, let's find somebody we like, and y'all stand with us and let's vote for somebody that has a black agenda so we can start there and then increase to all lives. But I conclude with saying fair justice is the answer. There's 3 people out there. Let's get rid of them. Let's convict them what they're supposed to be convicted for. Let's start with that, and then let's build from within and then grow into an incredible, insurmountable, excellent nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Now I'm going to call up Jamal Khawaja, President of Council of Pakistan.
Good evening and Assalamu alaikum. Sheriff, thank you so much for inviting us here. On behalf of Council of Pakistan, Pakistani community in large here in Los Angeles, I want to say we are all with you. African Americans, Caucasian American, any minority here, we are all here to support you. But this is not the right way what we are seeing for last 3 days. Burning businesses, harming others, it's not going to help anybody. As all these speakers have said very correctly, let's get together. Let's find a proper solution. You could see that Sheriff is here. He is here, he have called us to come and work with him. I personally feel, I am from Pakistan. We have seen these things and we know the bad result of it. That's the reason we have adopted United States as our home now. And we are seeing same thing happening here. The world is looking upon us. United States is a superpower. Everybody look upon us, all the Asian, European, everybody looks upon us. What are we doing? I request humbly, my brothers and sisters, I am also sad. I also want to make a change, but the change is by a proper system, by burning businesses. It's been 3 months. We are not doing any business. We are home. No money coming in. And if you're going to block roads, if you're going to burn cars, if you're going to burn buses, what's going to happen? We are just about to open California again back. If we don't stop this, if we don't protect our businesses, we will have no job. And all this will go in waste. So we are here. We are here to tell you we are here with you. You want to protest, we are here, but right way to do it. So let's come together. Let's think of a proper solution. Let's talk to the authorities and find a real solution. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Jamal. Last but not least, I'd like to call Adnan Khan, Chairman of the Council of Pakistan.
This morning, the sheriff brought together the faith-based community, the minority community, the business community together, and we discussed issues at hand. The community leaders delivered the message to sheriff that what's happening in Minneapolis, what the 4 officers did, they should be brought to justice. And the sheriff concurred with us. Sheriff basically told us they should all be put behind bars. But the work we all have done with the LA County Sheriff, I think is something that all law enforcement and communities across America need to do. Sit down on the table, get your message heard, but have certainly go out and protest, but burning is not the way. We came to the table and we sat down, we discussed, and this is before the sheriff even got elected. He sat down with the business communities, the faith-based communities, and we worked with him with our issues, what we had. Today, most of those issues we have put behind us in LA County. Today in LA County, we are working with sheriff to fight the virus, to put behind this worst virus that's affecting our businesses. We are collecting masks and sanitizers, working with the sheriff department, delivering them to people who cannot afford these things. But today, as our businesses burn, this is not helping us. So I would ask and request, and people of LA and minority communities and faith-based communities ask our Attorney General, our FBI to get involved and put those 4 away, because we have lost too much. Thank you, Sheriff, for your leadership. Thank you, the Sheriff Department.
Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to bring the sheriff back up to the mic. I believe he has some words in Spanish.
The sheriff's news conference, a number of people, religious leaders, as well as community leaders, and the sheriff himself talking about understanding the anger right now that the community is feeling, but also supporting the efforts of the mayor, putting into place a curfew that's going to go into effect in an hour and a half from 8 tonight until 5:30 in the morning. And the sheriff also talking about his department working with the city of West Hollywood, since that is an area that they serve, and that has now become a concern. And we heard from a number of church leaders, including Pastor Boyd from the First AME Church, talking about bringing a the outburst, but he's calling on the communities to change and to talk together, and that things need to be changed, that we can move forward and not see outbursts like this. Other leaders talking about violence not being the solution, that once we recover from this, the damage that has been done and the anger that we've seen today, once that is resolved, what are the solutions? Obviously, there hasn't been a solution, because we see ourselves in the same place that we were before. And then one of the last speakers talking about his plan for healing. And he said the first thing that we need, fair justice. That is his plan to heal. He wants to see more arrests in this case that happened involving the 4 officers in Minneapolis. That is his call for peace. Community policing, teaching the community to police itself, to not be afraid of law enforcement, to not have it be them versus us. And then an understanding of why all of this is happening. One being poverty in the community, and not to feel like we have to burn buildings or set fire to patrol cars like we saw today, but we need to burn down a broken system.
You are watching the NBC4 News at 6 o'clock. We want to get to the latest now as we continue to monitor these protests. The cities of West Hollywood and Beverly Hills have announced an 8 p.m. curfew starting in an hour and a half from now. This after Mayor Garcetti announcing an 8 p.m. curfew for downtown LA that will expire at 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Beverly Hills police announcing Rodeo Drive has been closed to both cars and to pedestrians. All of this following several protests that have erupted around Los Angeles following the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. One in downtown LA. There was another in Echo Park where protesters partially blocked the 101 freeway. We saw people getting on the freeway. That was shut down. And then we have the largest one in the Fairfax district. That is where police have now declared an unlawful assembly.
Now, it did start off peaceful today, but then that's when we saw several people within the protest come out. Protesters climbing on top of a bus, blocking intersections, spray painting cars and buildings. Nearly a dozen police vehicles either burned, damaged, or destroyed. At one point, it looked like they were going to storm CBS Television City next to the Grove. As we continue to see some live video here from one of our news chopper for Alpha, I believe this is looting that's happening at Nordstrom. I don't know if Megan Reyes is up there, if she can hear us. Megan, what can you tell us about what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, look at this. We are hearing about looting at the Nordstroms at the Grove, and indeed, that's what just happened moments ago. They broke the glass at the front door. A few of those individuals, look at these people just coming out right now with merchandise. This is problematic. This is what we see. It's the few individuals that take a peaceful protest and they use it to their advantage, and right now we're seeing evidence of that here at the Nordstroms. We also heard about some looting that took place not too long ago over on Rodeo Drive by Santa Monica Boulevard. Beverly Hills Police Department, they were quickly on that, assessing that situation, but obviously law enforcement officers are dispersed throughout the Fairfax district. Once word gets around that they are looting the Nordstroms right now, most likely we will see police start making their way, but until that, these folks are trying to take advantage of this situation, and you can see more folks are hearing about this opportunity. They are in the Grove right now, and I do not see any law enforcement officers around this area. You can just see how word of mouth gets around really quick. They see people with merchandise, and everybody just starts running. And you know what? Nordstrom's just may be the first store right now. This is just a chaotic situation where they're going to use this opportunity to vandalize as many stores as possible. There's an LAPD airship, so that airship now is calling down for units. But unfortunately, Nordstrom's is falling victim to all of this behavior here down below.
Yeah, you might be right, because some of those people we saw ran past Nordstrom and they were going possibly to other stores. I don't know, they ran past. We're seeing more people coming out carrying items. Can't quite tell what they're taking, but grabbing one, two, or a couple of items and heading back out. And Megan, this has just turned into chaos now. As you said, not seeing any LAPD officers in that area, but this is why they wanted to extend that curfew, the curfew that the mayor put in place for LA, now extending to West Hollywood and Beverly Hills, which starts at 8 p.m. tonight and runs until 5:30 in the morning. Do you see any other stores at risk right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see whether or not any other stores are at risk. I mean, obviously, every single store here is at risk. It just depends what these individuals are going to do. We're trying to get into a better position here to see, but right now we can clearly see Nordstrom's. Everybody is running into the store right now. Pandemonium down there below as they are grabbing the merchandise, get what they can, and then get out really quick. Fortunately, law enforcement officers, they are aware. Look at that, LAPD helicopter right there below. below us. They are assessing the situation. They're calling for ground units right now. They're looking at the entire area. They're calling for additional units. And you know what? Law enforcement's not too far away. I mean, look here.
And
this
the
is
streets
where
are
we
open.
had that peace. Yeah, I mean, look at all these officers here. This is where we had the peaceful protest, and you could see the large crowd that we had earlier has dispersed. The problem is some of those crowd members dispersed into the Grove, and then they took advantage of the situation and made their way into the Nordstroms where they're looting right now. So that's just the only store that we see. We'll try to see if other stores are being vandalized. But Kathy, I wouldn't be surprised if other stores fall victim to all this chaos here down below. Look at these. I mean, people just running in and out, just like a, you know, free-for-all, unfortunately.
This is the behavior, Megan and Kathy, that's exactly what the mayor was talking about today. This will not be tolerated. It's this kind of behavior that takes away, he was saying, from the message that they were trying to portray in that peaceful protest earlier today. It just completely turns to chaos. We've seen this time and time again. The only difference is that this is happening so much earlier in the day. This isn't the darkness that we've been seeing where this has been happening in downtown LA. We're actually seeing people out in broad daylight robbing,
we're bouncing over there.
taking
We're
over this store.
I'm sorry. You know what? Yeah. Again, I missed the question, but again, we are going to slowly work our way back to the other problematic area, which was Beverly Boulevard near the Grove. But look, we're seeing more people come in, and they are using plastic bags now. We're seeing them take some plastic bags from these trash cans in order to use it to get more merchandise. So unfortunately, right now, we're still seeing more people come up into this area. I'm trying to see whether or not they're going to be breaking into any other stores here. I got the Gap over here, so we're seeing what these people are doing. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like they're trying to vandalize this particular building. It just seems like Nordstrom's right now are assessing the situation, and we're also listening to law enforcement right now. They are calling for units to come and put a stop to this nonsense down here below.
Yeah, and then you just have some people who are just walking by, and pretty soon there's going to be a police presence here. That's going to be kind of chaotic. They're going to have to try to police this, or people are just running into the Nordstrom and taking what they want and running back out. It's going to be interesting to see how they get a handle on that, because they're going to want to get outside that store. Megan apparently has something she wants to hear right now. She can have access to the scanners and find out exactly where they want to send units and what areas are at risk. But right now we're focused on that Nordstrom and the other stores here to see what's going to happen. And we're expecting, because we saw that police helicopter, saw everything, that we're going to see units here very soon.
Yeah, in fact, we're repositioning here. News Chopper 4 pilot Derek Bell doing a great job. He's also talking to a law enforcement helicopter there down below. But you can see these individuals here. We were looking at the Nike store, and unfortunately, it's the name brand stores that these people go after. Nordstrom's a high-end store, so folks are taking advantage of the situation, breaking the glass, going inside the department store. Still don't see any law enforcement. But Kathy, when cops get here, it is going to be a situation. First thing they're going to do is they're going to deploy that tear gas. They're going to get these individuals to get out of this area, and they're going to try to maintain some control. We're repositioning the helicopter here, but let me kind of, I'm watching these individuals here.
Look at
Looks
this.
like another store has just been vandalized, and that's what I was, Ray-Ban. So again, it's these name brand stores that they're getting into. My concern next door is, look at this guy right here. Here's another store, and then I saw the Nike store. So we have some people kind of hanging out right now, pretty much up to no good. You could see now two stores. Look at the glass, just shattered the glass, getting inside, grabbing all that merchandise, using those trash cans. Look, they go open that trash can, they grab the trash bag in order to put all their loot inside, and then disperse the scene. So this is just unfortunate, but this is what we're seeing. A situation, LAPD definitely, no doubt, going to be turning their attention to this here shortly.
Yeah, and that gentleman there in particular with an armload of things, now loading it into the bag. Megan, you called it perfectly. It's exactly what he did.
Where do you need
I don't see anybody, though, running into the Ray-Ban store at this point. But right now, what we have, two stores there that have been broken into, Ray-Ban and Nordstrom. People going into the Nordstrom, running out with items. And we've seen the LA police helicopter overhead taking note of that. But right now, no active police presence right in that area. We're expecting that to change. We're watching police right now on the streets. We see units out there, but not heading in that direction, at least not these right now. We want to remind everyone we have that curfew that's going into effect at 8 o'clock until 5 a.m., 5:30 rather. Authorities really wanting to get a handle on this situation and stop this kind of activity. Right now, we are seeing more police in the area, so we'll see what happens now. What you have peaceful protesters and just people walking by not doing anything, interspersed with the individuals who want to cause damage. Let's bring in our colleague, NBC4's Robert Kovacic, and he can tell us a little bit more from his perspective. Robert?
Kathy, I need to give you all this news first. I have just gotten off the phone with the mayor's office. We're going to need to change our banners. Everyone in Los Angeles is going to need to pay attention to this. The curfew is now in place for the entire city of Los Angeles. It is not just for downtown Los Angeles. Mayor Garcetti has just let us know, and you're hearing it on NBC4 for the first time, this curfew now in effect at 8 o'clock tonight for everyone in Los Angeles. You are told to stay home. This as well from NBC News Investigations and our Andrew Blankstein, and this really underlines and underscores the situation that we are looking at right now in LA. In a rare move, the LAPD has mobilized the entire department. And that means basically that no staff has a day off. Each will be put on a double shift, and that is to get as many police on the street as possible. And right now, they are responding only to priority calls. Officers right now will be kept on a 12-hour shift. That from the LAPD to our NBC News investigative unit. As you look right now, it is what is going on at the Grove. This had been planned. We had been hearing now for several hours, even while the downtown LA protests were going on in the middle of the night, that the targets were going to be the west side of Los Angeles. Specifically, it was going to be the Grove, where you are looking at right now. Specifically, it was going to be Rodeo Drive and the city of Beverly Hills, another area that has been targeted. Viewers told us, and the city has let us know, that they were aware of this, that some of the shops that had begun, everyone, to take down their boarded up buildings due to COVID-19 had begun to take those down, all the wood, now have had to put them back up because those businesses are no longer safe from looters. We have information into NBC News that a number of stores on Rodeo Drive, arguably the most expensive retail shopping district in the entire world, has been tagged. Businesses there have been looted. And right now you go to the Grove, of Los Angeles, a destination for so many residents as well as so many tourists, that has been shuttered for the last few weeks due to COVID-19. And now you see that people then have targeted the Grove. As you look right now, so many running away from the LAPD that is out in force. So we have agencies now trying to protect several different cities. But again, it's important to say, as you see there on your screen, that curfew, that is correct, everyone. It is now in effect for the entire city of Los Angeles. And as you move west, West Hollywood told NBC4 their curfew goes into effect at 8 o'clock tonight. In the city of Beverly Hills, their curfew goes into effect at 8 o'clock tonight, and they have police deployed throughout those cities. And there you look right now. Kathy and Jonathan, I'm going to have you jump in and tell me that intersection that we're looking at right here.
Robert, I wanted to ask you about the curfew and the time. So 8 o'clock now, does it go to 5:30? And is there any talk of expanding it past that? I know the mayor was really hopeful that it would be one night and they would be able to get a handle on this. But what are you hearing? This is West 3rd, by the way, as we have.
What we are hearing is that they were, they were hoping against hope here. Is that, last night when I said to Mayor Garcetti, what are the plans here? He said, listen, we want people to have the ability to express themselves, but not for the situation to get out of control. And keep in mind, this is still, the sun hasn't set, And as we saw in Minneapolis, that's when the trouble really started. And as we're seeing tonight in Chicago, that is where the trouble is. And throughout the nation now, it is not just Los Angeles, but in Seattle, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Columbus, cities are setting this 8 p.m. curfew deadline. What does that mean? That means you have no reason to go outside. You heard Mayor Horvath of West Hollywood. Businesses, some of them were opening up today. All of those businesses have been told to shutter. No one should be going out onto the sidewalks. The LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, and agencies, police departments, whether it's Beverly Hills or even if you head west to Santa Monica, all right now on alert, trying to see what's going to happen. And Kathy and Colleen, this is a situation, again, that when you look, when the social media buzz throughout the early morning hours was that the West Side was going to be the target, and they are making good on that progress. Leaving downtown LA and into the West Side they go. And as I turn to you, I just want you to know that I talked to friends of the 17-year-old organizer of a protest today. And if you're watching us right now, I'm sure you have your phone in your hand. Go to your Instagram and look up Students for Floyd. And you can see how pure the intentions were, that they were going to meet at Pan Pacific Park. This was going to be a peaceful protest. These were students that originally were converging on Pan Pacific Park. Students, as I've been explained, had their parents with them as chaperones. And what happened is a number of other protests got involved. Everything converged, and then the chaos then ensued. And as you see right now, here they are in outside of the Grove, and it just depends how far these protesters, these demonstrators will want to push now into the west side of Los Angeles.
And Robert, you're so correct about that. You're talking about a teenager who was organizing, a 17-year-old. I heard from 20-somethings and 30-somethings who started out at Pan Pacific Park at about noon today. As you said, good intentions. And it started that way, but it escalated very quickly. Megan Reyes in News Chopper 4, I'm wondering if you can give us an idea of the exact location we're looking at right here.
Colleen, right now we are at the Grove. We are on 3rd Street and the Grove Drive. You can see right there on top of your screen, we actually have the name of the street. Now, this crowd is being dispersed in an easterly direction. Let me show you the distance from the crowd and law enforcement officers. They are slowly pushing this crowd away from the Grove. They're starting to pick up their speed right now. Officers here off the side running, making sure no individuals get back into this area. This is the Nordstrom's that was being looted just moments ago. You can see officers running now, trying to disperse this crowd. So everybody is running in an easterly direction along 3rd Street, away from the Grove. And here's Pan Pacific Park here. But let me also show you where we also have another large crowd. This is the crowd we were shooting earlier. You see all that smoke there. That is tear gas. This is still a very active scene. This is the Grove Avenue and Beverly. This is where we have a lot of activity here. LA County Sheriffs and the LAPD down below as well, trying to get this crowd to disperse. You can see, look, now we're seeing looting and a fire. So, rubbish fire. We've been seeing many of these rubbish fires here. So this crowd is definitely actively getting out of control. They kept trying to push these people back. Once law enforcement officials, they were able to get them back here. Again, this is Beverly Boulevard at the Grove Avenue. They would push them back, and moments later, the crowd would get closer to law enforcement. So it was just back and forth with tear gas. I'm seeing a lot of smoke here. I don't know if this is a fire. We'll maneuver the helicopter around, or if it's tear gas. But you can see not only are officers on the ground, they have been dispersed throughout the roof. So they are keeping an eye on individuals, somebody running away from the scene. This may be some type of fire. I just saw somebody run out of this building right now. So they may be attempting to set this building. This might be tear gas or a small fire, but you can just see, look at the destruction. I mean, let me just show you everything here. Law enforcement, and let me show you this. You see on the ground all that chalk residue. All of that is from tear gas canisters being deployed. Look at the amount. I mean, this entire street is just littered with that. And then you'll get a few individuals. When you come to a peaceful protest and you have a gas mask and you bring cones, these are items that you know you're going to need in the event if they start deploying this tear gas. So the intention, that's what it is. It's about the intent. These individuals knew what they were doing. Look at this trash bin. Now this trash bin's on fire. So we got a couple of trash bins on fire. It's the few individuals that are creating this chaotic situation, which earlier was a peaceful protest, and look at it now here in the Fairfax district.
Yeah, and you see a lot of people hanging out there taking pictures, and I saw a few people down. You know you're going to have injuries when you have people running like that. It's just a bad, bad situation. Yeah. And Megan, you were showing us earlier when they launched that tear gas, they're prepared with cones and they're putting it on top of the canister to stop that smoke.
That's right, Kathy. And again, it's the intent. When you come to a peaceful protest and you have these items, you know you are going to use this item. You are instigating. Unfortunately, we're speculating, but most likely you know what to do with that cone. And we saw a lot of times when they were deploying the tear gas, they would stick the cone right on top of the tear gas canister, which pretty much puts it as it renders it ineffective. Now we still, this is new since we left the scene. So these trash bins that we saw them use earlier to kind of hide behind, well, some people decided to light these trash bins on fire. So again, we're at the Grove Drive at Beverly Boulevard. That's where all this activity is. The police down there are really trying to hold this scene, but it's getting even more chaotic. And as sundown is just around the corner, that's really going to bring more chaos here from what we saw, especially from last night.
You know, it's interesting because last night when we sat here, we didn't see these fires until after 11 o'clock, and we saw several fires set in the middle of the intersections here. This appears to have ratcheted up really, really early. Megan, what about arrests? What do we know about that so far?
Colleen, it's just happening so fast right now. We did hear there are some arrests, but there are so many people you just possibly can't get to them all right now. And is this telling what's going to come tonight? I mean, if it's only almost 7 o'clock and we're starting to see looting of this magnitude, and again the Grove, we just got pictures earlier of them looting the stores at the Grove, the Ray-Ban store, the Nordstrom's. They were breaking the glass of these shops, going inside and grabbing merchandise, and law enforcement is spread out thin right now, so they weren't really able to get to those people. The best what they can do is try to prevent traffic, any further pedestrian traffic, from getting into the Grove, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to push these people east of the Grove in this direction, away from all this activity. But as I kind of looking and getting my bearings, I could just see these fires here. This is where we had a couple of trash bins. They pull these trash bins out.
Well, look at this, Megan. Look,
the street. Yes.
We're watching some of this video, Kathy, Megan. People are actually coming out with bags and bags of things here.
Yeah, in fact, my pilot's telling me something. Talk pan left. He's telling me we have a fire near the Nordstrom's. Yeah. He's saying there's a fire near the Nordstrom's, and yeah, look at that right there. Okay, so yeah, good eye there. Derek Bell showing us that this is the Nordstrom's. Moments ago, we saw folks looting the Nordstrom's. It's bad enough you're looting the Nordstrom's, any store, but now it appears they may have set some type of fire here. So this is the Nordstrom's here at the Grove. You can see this individual. If we can push forward just a little, Derek, I want to get these guys. They are actively starting to fire right now. So whatever this building is here, this is the Grove. You have these individuals here. Looks like where the American flag is. Looks like that guy may be doing something. We're not too sure. Maybe he's trying to assist, but definitely something is on fire here at the Grove.
Maybe a kiosk or something, like a smaller building outside?
It could be a separate business, or it could be, I don't know. I don't, there you see a door.
It does look like that, Kathy.
Yeah,
yes, you guys are right. Absolutely, yes. Yes, it is a kiosk there. We don't know exactly what it is. We can see the vandalism, and fortunately, we have some individuals here who are helping. I see aprons on some of these guys, so perhaps these guys were working here at the Grove. They saw this on fire, so they're really going to address this soon before it gets out of hand. So that's the good news. No doubt, fire department will be here shortly, but look at the looted mess here. I mean, folks just broke through the glass there, ran from this area, and now we just have everybody dispersed Unrest. I'm just going to show you here moments ago, this right here, 3rd and the Grove. This is where we had a lot of law enforcement. There's the line of police. They were originally at Fairfax. They were at Fairfax and 3rd. Now they're making their way more in an easterly direction, trying to push the crowd further away from Pan Pacific Park. And you could just see the pandemonium down below as folks are still instigating officers. And this is definitely getting out of hand now with fires and with looting and testing the patience of officers there down below.
And we're seeing a lot of cars there. It's like the streets are not closed there. We are seeing people driving by as the people are walking and running through the streets in some cases.
Yeah, Kathy, we're seeing a lot of the same cars. They're kind of getting involved in the situation. Probably some of them may unexpectedly get in this crowd, but a lot of cars here may be, folks are headed to this area. So that could be some of the traffic. I want to bring it back up to Beverly Boulevard and see what's happening at Beverly. Still a lot of traffic here at Beverly Boulevard. A lot of folks here moving away from the major intersection. It was Beverly and the Grove Avenues where we have the activity, where we have a couple of the trash bins that are on fire.
Yeah,
this is at Pan
there.
Pacific Park. And look at this one. This one looks like this one was just recently set on fire here as well.
Megan, if they are being pushed towards an easterly direction, aren't they going to run into a residential area at some point?
You know, yes, I mean, it is residential in an easterly area. Let me try to get you this picture right over here as we're maneuvering the helicopter. That looks like it might be more tear gas or another fire. But let me show you the area that they might be moving into. Again, they can disperse in any type of any direction. But Colleen, Beverly Boulevard here, as we come up on major streets here, this is Fuller Avenue. We do have people over here in this area, but just to the north, residential neighborhood. Fortunately, they're staying away from the residential neighborhoods. They're really more interested in the commercial buildings. If they're vandalizing, that's what we saw a lot of activity. So there are homes in this area. Folks, if you live down here, the safest place is to stay inside. That's what law enforcement wants you to do. Stay inside your home. Lock those doors right now, because just around the corner along Beverly Boulevard is where we have all this activity. And again, it's still a cat and mouse game. You know, they keep being pushed back. These protesters keep being pushed back by law enforcement officers, and then look how they run. You see how they scattered? That's because there's another round of tear gas being thrown at these individuals. So, you know, they push them back, and then they start testing the waters. Then they start making their way closer to police officers, law enforcement officials. So it's kind of going back and forth. And a lot of these cars, they're just sitting here in the intersection watching this activity, which leads me to believe part of these people here have come to be a part of this protest.
Megan, we have one of our colleagues on the ground right now from Telemundo Network. He is Guad Venegas. And Guad, can you tell us where you are, what you're seeing here? You're behind this line of police officers?
I am on Beverly Boulevard, just 1 block west of Fairfax, where about an hour ago when we arrived, there was thousands of people on the street. There was a vehicle on fire, which we can't see right now, down west of us. We can still see some of the protesters. We see crowds in front of the police challenging some of these officers. Right behind me, you can see maybe about 50 feet down this way, some more people. There's a small crowd with signs. Some of them are on the ground, kneeling down. Now, these are some of the most peaceful protesters we've seen. They have their hands in the air. They're not really confronting the officers. We have heard some detonations. Earlier, we saw some of the officers use rubber bullets. Now, most of the wild, or we could say the dangerous confrontations we witnessed were on this corner, right on the corner of Fairfax and Beverly, where we saw a lot of people. I would say 5 or 6 guys came up throwing rocks at the officers, and the officers responded with these rubber bullets. In fact, one of those rocks landed on one of our photographers. And just like you guys mentioned, it's like the cat and mouse game. You see the officers come down in large numbers. They move these crowds in one direction, and then 20 minutes later, it seems like the officers have to be redirected to another area. And you see what we can see. I don't know, we're against the sun here, so I'm not sure how far you guys can see. But this crowd was not there about 10, 15 minutes ago. This is a crowd that they had been able to push down that way, and they just gathered up. So there's a lot of intersections, there's alleys, there's a lot of areas areas that the officers need to come into and try and disperse these crowds. We have not seen individuals running in this area in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Most of you can hear something in the back. Every 5 minutes we hear something going on, so we have to constantly be watching. We weren't behind the police officers before. When we arrived, we were actually on the other side, and it's much more wild. You have people in vehicles driving around. You have the people that are peaceful. We've also seen people that are not peaceful that walk up to the police officers. So it has been a wild scene down here in the Fairfax district. For now, the area we are in, as I mentioned before, there's another detonation you can hear. Usually, those are the rubber bullets that the officers. There you can actually see water bottles being thrown at the police officers. A lot of people yelling, and we can hear. I'm just going to sit back and let you guys listen.
Rod, I don't know if you can hear
Police
us.
officers.
Rod, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so we just want to
Yes,
make sure you're safe here. I know you're between the two groups here of officers. You have a way to get out of there if it goes dicey, don't you?
We do. So when everything started, we got caught in between the crowd and the officers. And one of the officers walked up to us. We identified ourselves as crew from Telemundo Network. And they helped us come behind the officers' line. And we have been behind the officers for the past 40 minutes. Time has gone by so fast. It might have been an hour ago. So we have remained behind them. Now, the officers have been very good about communicating with us, telling us where we can and cannot stand. The only thing they've asked us is to stay away from the front line and just to not get up close to the officers. In fact, you can hear the people coming back. So just so I don't know how much you guys can see with the sun in front of the lens, but 2 minutes ago, this crowd ran away, and now they're back.
We can see the scene, and we hear the crowd. It's incredible, just the noise. We heard the flashbang, and then the crowd erupt. What's it like to be so close to where all this is happening?
Yeah, so if you can see, this is where we've been told to stand. So every time we get up close, an officer will communicate with us. They just walked over and said, guys, stay right here. So this is about as far as the officer has allowed us to come to the line. Now, this can move very fast. One of the things that has surprised us is how fast this can go from silence to rubber bullets in the air to people running one way or another way. You can see officers now moving right behind me. So everything is constantly changing. We see helicopters behind us. We've seen fire trucks, ambulances. This is one of the craziest scenes I've ever seen. 20 minutes ago, we saw a live truck from one of the local news stations parked. We walked by it. There was some graffiti on it. 5 minutes later, the entire side of the live truck was covered in letters that people had vandalized it, and that's remained on Beverly. We did go on Fairfax 1 or 2 blocks earlier, as we saw some officers from the LAPD and the sheriff's department. Something was getting a little louder. So as I describe the situation, it constantly changes. And I'm going to show you guys one of the few businesses that has the windows open. Now, you can hear detonation in the background. This is something that we saw in downtown last night, right? People vandalized some of the businesses they broke in. We haven't seen that, at least not here in these few blocks.
Interrupt for 2 seconds. It's really hard to hear Guad right now. We are going to stay with his picture and bring in Mayor Garcetti. And Robert, I believe you've been talking to him. Guad, don't go anywhere. We're going to stay with your picture. We see the damage there. We know that you're between the lines here with the protesters on both sides and the LAPD. Robert, you've been talking to Mayor Garcetti?
Have been talking with Mayor Garcetti. It was Mayor Garcetti's office that told us about the entire city of Los Angeles going under an 8 p.m. curfew. Mayor Garcetti, we appreciate you joining us. your decision to extend this curfew citywide as the situation just continues to escalate on your streets?
Well, this isn't a tough decision, Robert. This is no longer protest. This is destruction. This is vandalism. And we need people to stay at home. People who don't will be subject to arrest, so we can find out who is committing the destruction, not just of police vehicles, but of those businesses that have been so hard hit by this pandemic. We don't want those people who would come with the sole purpose of taking righteous protest and turning it into the wanton destruction of any neighborhood or business or part of our beloved city. So as we've seen across the country, from Atlanta to Denver, from Seattle and Portland to Cincinnati and others, we are having a citywide mandatory curfew beginning at 8 p.m., and that will allow our law enforcement officers in a very big city to be able to know clearly if you're out past that time, it's because you are looking to get into trouble, and we will have the law deal with that. But we have to be able to protect folks, and people have to, as we've seen in the last 2 months, stay safe at home. And this is very important tonight so that we can make sure this city that we love not only protects life, but protects people's liberties as well.
Mayor Garcetti, did you just hear that alert go off?
Yes, we sent that actually. That was the public safety alert, letting everybody know that this is a curfew in place from 8 p.m. to 5:30 tomorrow for the entire city. So obviously, as we said, traveling to and from work and seeking, giving emergency care, emergency responders are exempt. And this was unfortunate when we see something that was so tragic that there are those that you have to ask, why are they trying to turn the conversation to something else? And clearly people who are just looting or stealing or vandalizing have nothing to do with the protest that we've seen. This is now time for us to continue to push forward, to say we love this city, but we have to establish that this is destruction and it's no longer protest.
Mayor, we're less than an hour out from the curfew. There are, as you can see from our pictures, large groups of people still on the streets. Has the LAPD laid out a plan for you? How do you plan to enforce this with less than an hour to go?
Well, we're going to continue, letting people know that's already there where you've seen the people that are there. That was an unlawful assembly, and that was declared some time ago. If people don't disperse, well, LAPD can't arrest everybody at once. They are subject to and will be arrested. Find those peaceful places to protest. Come back during the daytime. Do not be around folks who are setting vehicles on fire. This is basic human behavior. We don't destroy things. We don't take small businesses and smash their windows. We don't steal. We don't set things on fire. And don't let that be a message at a time when we need to demand justice for what we saw in Minneapolis. Right now, though, this has very little to do with justice. This has to do with fights, destruction, vandalism. And so we hope that, as we've done with each one of our orders in the last couple of months, people will use their judgment, and where anybody doesn't, we're prepared to bring our police officers.
As we continue to talk to Mayor Garcetti, on the bottom right of your screen, Mayor, that's the Grove right there. Our viewers have helped us and clarified that what you see on fire right there is the mini police kiosk that is adjacent to Bar Verde and Nordstrom's right there. When you look at the situation unfolding right there on our screen, Mayor Garcetti, do we have the manpower to be able to deal with this? Is it possible that the LAPD and the city is going to have to ask the National Guard to step in?
Anything is possible, absolutely, and I'm speaking with the governor in about 10 minutes. That takes, some time. Sometimes it can take overnight to mobilize. So we are tonight, with the brave men and women who are out there on the line, and I want to support our officers who are there. It is so important that we asked for our law enforcement officials and anybody who would break the law to humanize African-American men in this country, to not dehumanize them, that we also make sure that we realize there's flesh and blood behind each one of those badges as well, that they're from families, that they want to go home safely, that they were shot at yesterday. Some of them took projectiles, and they were not officers that were involved in Minneapolis. They are the ones that we ask to be our guardians. And so tonight we need to have that respect. If people don't have that respect, we will use the force of the law.
Mayor, we heard earlier there are teenagers out there, 20-somethings, 30-somethings, older people, younger people. Are you confident that the people who are stirring up the trouble are those who are bent on doing that anyway? Is it possible they're from out of town?
It's possible, but I think that a lot of folks could be right here from Los Angeles. I think in other places there's people who are, moving into other places like Minneapolis. Look, people who want racial justice in this country should demand it. I demand it. Anybody who saw what happened in Minneapolis must demand it, and not just for that case, but for much deeper racism that exists in this country. That said, making your voice heard is not a difficult thing to do. LAPD will protect that over and over and over again. We did it in 2017. We've done it at Women's March. We've done it at immigration marches. But what we won't tolerate is people destroying our city. That is something that is our collective property. That's not LAPD's property. Those are our neighbors. Those are our small businesses. You don't have to choose a side in this. You don't have to choose to be for the police or for racial justice. You can actually be for both. And you can demand that every person, from a police officer to a resident, also be for that. But we must all stand against the destruction of a city that we call home. And whether it's people who are from here or from outside here who would destroy that, we won't tolerate that.
Mayor Garcetti, when you look at the intel that you've had with the situation that's unfolding, and we start with a day ago when you told us that you had been in touch with Minneapolis's mayor and other mayors. Now here, are you in touch with the mayors in LA County, especially those mayors on the west side, with the threats that this protest continues to want to push west into these communities? And with that said, Mayor Garcetti, what are you advising people tonight to do who are forced to stay home?
For folks that are home, it's the safest place to be, to make sure, as we've known for the last couple months, unfortunately, a lot of this is probably pent up, that people have been inside. This was supposed to be a weekend of openings, a weekend to support local businesses, not to have a few people try to destroy them. So we need to be safe. We need to stay home overnight, be with our loved ones, let us protect our city, and make sure that we can, 99% of people who are protesting are outraged about a racial injustice. And we will find those peaceful places and protect them for folks. But when people step aside, and those who might exploit this moment, we've had reports of folks around the country, people who want to see this from the far left or the far right and exploit it. They're not about the racial justice at this moment. They are about the chaos. And no good ever comes from the chaos. Los Angeles knows that from 1992. We know that from 1968. Demand change, but don't destroy your city.
We want to remind people that area that you saw burning is just outside the Grove there, and it's actually an LAPD kiosk. We saw, Mayor, several cars damaged, squad cars last night. We saw fires in intersections. Have you any idea of what the tally is on the damage last night, and or how many people were arrested?
I think last night there were about, if I want to get this right, 500 people that were arrested. There's arrests that are ongoing right now, and people need to know that if they stay where there's unlawful assembly been declared, like around Fairfax right now, that they are subject to arrest. And while that might happen over a long period of time, they will be arrested. In terms of the losses, I know that we've lost at least a dozen police vehicles. That's a very dangerous thing to do. There's weapons, there are bullets in there that can explode and kill people. So it might seem like somebody wants to get away with that, but we won't tolerate that. That could kill a protester, a police officer, or an innocent person. So we're still, looking at that. We hope that people will go home and we won't have to make arrests. But for folks that are clearly bent on burning our city, attacking our police vehicles, etc., that is something which we will tonight make sure that we separate what is protest from vandalism and destruction, and bring the full weight of what we can do to restore order in the city.
Mayor, quick follow-up to that. I just want to ask Robert very quickly.
Sure.
We saw a couple of officers who were injured last night. Any idea of the extent of their injuries and a number on that?
Yeah, our officers showed remarkable restraint on some of the lines as people launched iron and bricks and concrete at them. officers who were not there in Minneapolis, officers who have served our city, officers who have protected lives, who have intervened in domestic violence situations, who have mentored young children. We have to remember that these are human beings, and luckily, while we had some transports, our injuries, we had a concussion, we had some hands that we had to look at whether or not they were broken. We're still waiting some medical reports. But officers who are out there on the line trying to protect our city should not be who receives the anger. Those officers in Minneapolis should. To take an entire class of people and to say that they're bad is exactly repeating the mistakes that this country has done too often.
And Mayor, in terms of intel, what do you know about the protests and where they possibly could be heading tonight?
I think you have to prepare for that they will go anywhere, and that when things are decentralized, they can be anywhere, which is why I made the decision, told the chief that we're going to do this citywide. I was in contact with mayors across the country this morning. I have to say, of about 12 mayors I talked to, I think only 1 or 2 was going to do a citywide curfew, and they had a couple days more of protests than us. By the end of the night, almost all of them are. This is happening across America. There seems to be people hell-bent on exploiting this situation or just causing trouble, whether it's together as in a conspiracy, or whether it's just individuals who say, hey, this is my moment to have, stupid behavior or destructive behavior rule. That's not something we do in a tolerant society, not something we do in a civilized society, and it is something, if we are interested in justice, sets the cause backwards.
We're watching that area over by the Grove right now, just outside. I believe it's Beverly Boulevard, and they're setting off some tear gas and what looks like flashbangs in the area as well. Mayor, how difficult is it to deal with this in the middle of the pandemic?
There's no question it's extremely difficult, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to go after this question. I need to speak with both the chief and the governor. But there's no question that this preys on a very fragile moment for folks. As I said, we're doing things like, making sure we have universal testing for folks with and without symptoms, so people could go back to work, working class people who are days away from not knowing whether they can feed their children. And we had to close down our testing centers today for public safety reasons at 3 o'clock. When we have to take resources here, it makes it difficult for those restaurants that we're going to open up tonight and maybe start to get some people back to work. People have to understand that we have to be loving with one another, that if we take to the streets and shut down a city, it makes a statement, but it also causes people to suffer. And of course, draw a very clear line that when you destroy neighborhoods, when you destroy or light things on fire, with putting our firefighters at risk, putting our residents at risk, that you could kill people. And thank God we haven't had that yet, but there were shots fired last night that could have hit protesters and killed them. We've seen that in other cities already. We saw shots fired that could have hit an innocent police officer and killed her or kill him. We now need to take a breath, step back, go home, and make sure that we can do what we do to restore order in the streets of Los Angeles, so that if we demand justice, we can focus on the work of that and not on the destruction of a city.
Eric Garcetti, we want to thank you for speaking with us. We've known you for many years, and the one thing that is you've always made clear is how much you love this city. And I know as we say goodbye to you, just on a personal note, how difficult this must be for you as a longtime Angelino to look at this and what's unfolding right now.
It's difficult for us all. This is a city that we all love. If we can find that, we can all restore what the City of Angels is about, and we're going to do that tonight. Thank you so much.
All right, sir. We wish you luck with the governor. Colleen, as you just heard, Mayor Garcetti saying that he had a conversation coming up in 15 minutes, just about now, when we started our conversation with him, with Governor Newsom, as well as the Chief of Police, Michael Moore. And Colleen, one of the questions that may have to be answered when he speaks with the governor is what type of resources do we need here in Los Angeles to be able to get this situation under control?
Yeah, we learned a lot of information from the mayor, especially regarding last night as well. He talked about shots fired. He talked about as many as 500 people arrested. They lost a dozen police cars last night. We've seen several go up in flames today as well. Injuries, at least one officer, we saw him being taken away, may have suffered a concussion, and they're looking at broken bones at this point. Now, you see in the middle of a screen again our Telemundo network colleague, Guad Venegas. And Guad, bring us up to speed on what's going on there now.
standing on Beverly. I'm going to bring my mask, my face back down for a second so you can hear me. We're just west of Fairfax on Beverly. This is one of the crowds that the officers are still facing. A few minutes ago, the officers rushed into the crowd. They also shot rubber bullets. Some of them ran away, but then they came back. It's this cat and mouse game that they keep playing all day long. Now, one of the things that's very difficult from what we can observe is that the front line of the crowd are usually peaceful protesters with their hands in the air, very quiet, non-violent. But something is going on behind in the larger crowd, that there is people throwing objects. Every 5 to 10 minutes, we hear the detonation of some type of explosive that comes from the crowd. Numerous water bottles that you can see. I actually have to stay sideways because the officers, along with our crew, we've all been dodging these objects that are thrown over the line. This entire street, Beverly, I'm going to turn around so that you guys can see. This whole street is covered by police vehicles. Down a few blocks, you actually have vehicles from the sheriff's department. I mean, it is just hundreds of officers that we've seen moving from side to side. We've been here for the past 2 hours. We've seen some of these vehicles on fire. And we have, when we started, by the way, we were not behind the police line. We were out with the crowd, and some of the officers talked to us and they asked us to come behind. It's been much safer that way. But we have seen things go from silence to craziness in 2 minutes, and it is just a world of confusion with officers trying to spread these crowds. You have these main streets, and then you also have a lot of alleys. These alleyways also have some crowds, and we've seen officers go into the alley and detain some of these protesters. We also saw some vans on the other side where they were taking some people that had been detained, and it is just madness in this area, in the Fairfax district. Things are a little quieter now, at least here, where we saw the vehicles go on fire. You can't see it now, but right in the middle of that crowd, there's a vehicle that was one of the vehicles. You probably saw it in the chopper images that was on fire. There's 2 police vehicles, an SUV and a car, over on the corner of Fairfax and Beverly that were also on fire. And this is just a scene. You can hear, if I stay quiet, you can hear the protesters. This is wild. There's cars driving through. You have the police line trying to control the crowd, and you have vehicles driving. Now, these aren't vehicles that got stuck. These are vehicles that have made their way into this area. Some of the images that you saw earlier from the chopper, we saw a lot of vehicles, and we didn't know if these were people that were stuck before all of this started until we arrived, and we walked right up to some of these vehicles, and these vehicles have people that get off with signs, they jump in. So most of the ones we've seen appear to be there because they wanted to come to this area. So you have vehicles, you have crowds, you have peaceful protesting and members of the press. That is what the scene has been like here in the Fairfax district.
You know, Guad, we saw something go off just before we went to you on the air. We were looking at your picture. We assumed it was from police, but these are things that are being lobbed from the crowd in, like fireworks or something? What was that? Yeah, right there on the corner.
It was some type of... Yeah, I'm going to show you guys. That came from the crowd towards the officers. I'm going to show you guys the spot. This is, you know, what I think they call them M80s. In fact, we are here working with security personnel, and we were talking about what is this. That's where it blew up. We also saw some officers enter this building. It looks like a furniture store that has been vandalized. They broke some of the windows. We were standing by when it was our photographer that noticed the whatever it was, the object. It was some type of, it looks like a firework. And then we've seen a lot of these, so we know that, you know, they land and you have about 5 seconds to run away because the explosion is impressive. So everybody backed up. It exploded right over there. There's been a few that land right next to the officers. After this exploded, we saw some of the officers enter this furniture store, which is one of the businesses that we've seen has broken windows. And this is one of the reasons why I'm actually sideways, is because these have been coming from the crowd into the officers. I've seen about 5 or 6 of these at this intersection. We saw a few other ones when we were standing a block east of here on Hayworth. And we also saw a few of them earlier on Fairfax and Beverly, which is where we saw most of the confrontations. That's where we saw people throw rocks at the officers, and we did hear the officers use the weapons that shoot the rubber bullets. So it's been a wild scene out here.
And Guad, Kathy Vara joining you now. Once again, I'm just wondering, are police trying to move the protesters at this point, or is it just a standoff right now?
So this intersection, we've seen a standoff going on for maybe about half an hour. Earlier, 2 hours ago, this was all crowds of protesters with no officers. The officers were standing off on Fairfax, 2 blocks in this direction. What it seems like from what we've observed is the officers will regroup and they receive some sort of instruction. They line up. We always see this, right? You see the front line, and then you see lines behind them lining up like this. And then at some point, they receive some type of message where they will all move in and disperse the crowd. Now, they haven't done it here, but we have seen them disperse crowds in other intersections. So they receive some type of command. They haven't done it here. And then when they receive that command, they immediately advance. They shoot these rubber bullets. Now, every time we've seen them use these rubber bullet weapons, they shoot them at the ground, and then it seems like from what we observed, they bounce up at the protesters. They have not dispersed them here. We don't know what's going to happen. Things here change every minute. You can be standing by, things look calm, and then something blows up, and you got to run away. So we have to be on our feet, just like the officers. Right now, you have a lot of vehicles coming in, driving up. You can hear them honking. And, you have vehicles like, for example, this pickup truck just pulled up with officers. You have another car. They come, they communicate. So from what we observe, there's a lot of commands that come in last minute. We have another group of officers about a block east of here marching in this direction. So from what we've seen earlier, I would imagine that they're waiting for more reinforcements at this intersection to start moving in. Earlier, when we had a similar standoff over on Beverly and Fairfax, they stood this way and they waited for officers to come. Even the sheriff's department joined them, and then they moved in towards the crowd. Now, the problem is that every time they disperse these crowds, the people come back 10, 15, 20 minutes later. So it's a very difficult process for the officers. And you can see one of the vehicles with a person sticking their body outside this. It looks like a white SUV. And this is the scene right here at this intersection as more officers just to our right, they're arriving. And it looks like they have these cardboard boxes where they carry what appears to be the rubber bullets, the munition, this non-lethal force that they utilize. So every now and then we see the officers run back, load up, and then they will come back. So maybe they could have been waiting for more of these. We've seen this happen every hour. You see trucks come by, unload the boxes, and the officers load up on these what appear to be canisters that have the rubber bullet on the top. So and we have more reinforcements coming in over right behind my photographer. So we're going to be here. I expect them to have more officers arrive, and they will probably try to disperse this crowd when they have, because one of the other things let me mention, earlier when we did see the police line advance, they did have more officers. They had more numbers. We have not seen a small group of officers like this one. This is I could imagine it's about 100 to 150 officers. We haven't seen a number like this move in. Usually it's been larger groups of officers that do these movements to disperse the crowds.
All right, Guad, we certainly thank you. And Guad Venegas on Beverly Boulevard. Certainly the problem here is we're counting down to the curfew. It's 7:27. Curfew goes into effect at 8 o'clock tonight. So right now we're going to go topside to Gil Lavis, I believe, in News Chopper 4 Bravo. Gil, you're on Melrose, where they're trying to put out a fire at a building here?
Yeah, that's right. It's a nail salon in a vacant building right next door, a vacant office right next door. This is the 7700 block of Melrose Avenue at the cross of Genesee. The LA City Fire Department here fighting this stubborn fire. It's unclear how the fire started. This is about a mile north of the Grove shopping center, and you see the smoke and fire inside the building. We saw a lot of fire coming out of the rear door when we first arrived here. A lot of smoke going up in the air. It's a two-story structure, and so far that we have not seen any fire through the roof, but the LA City Fire Department having to fight it from the outside, not being able to get inside, at least at this point, from the front. Now Melrose is completely shut down because of this fire, and the fire department trying to get this thing knocked down is pretty stubborn. As you can see, they've been putting water through the front windows of the structure for about a half hour now.
And Gil, do we believe this started because of protesters in the area?
You know, I didn't hear that. We haven't gotten confirmation as to if there were protesters here on Melrose or not, but we're trying to work on that and get that information for you.
You know, it's interesting as I look at this picture compared to what we saw last night. The firefighters really seem to be trying to protect their fire hoses. You may remember there was a fire at an intersection downtown, and some of the protesters jumped in and tried to burn the hoses. Remember that, Gil?
Yes, I remember seeing that. They threw the hose into the flames itself. So at this point, they have good protection. You see the LAPD blocking off the intersection here. There are some bystanders along the road here, but it looks like the fire department is free and clear of any protesters that are able to work this fire and try to get it knocked down. It looks like they're starting now to get a good handle on the fire, less smoke coming out of the building.
All right, thank you, Gil. A nail salon there. They're trying to get that out. Looks like they're doing a good job. We're going to switch over to News Chopper 4 Alpha and Megan Reyes, where we see in the Fairfax district on Fairfax another fire. And Megan, it looks like some looting there as well, broken glass.
Yeah, Kathy, we got a lot of looters here along Fairfax Boulevard. This is just north of Beverly, south of Melrose, not too far from where Gil Levis is. We have a couple of fires here. You can see they are setting fire to debris in the roadway. And actually, at one point, we saw an individual throw a Molotov cocktail at law enforcement officers. Fortunately, it did not. Look at this. This is Fairfax here. Let me show you where the law enforcement officers, we have at least 3 small fires that have been set. Now what happens is fire department, they're staging, they're ready to put out these fires, but they cannot do that until law enforcement officials, LAPD, can make sure that it's safe for the fire department to get there. Now, fortunately, it is just debris in the middle of the roadway, no buildings, but I can tell you right here, I saw one of these buildings right over here. The glass has been broken, whatever type of building that is, the name Dope, I can imagine what that is, but they have looted it. They've gone inside. We see people going in and out of that particular building. Some of these buildings here, fortunately, have better protection. Look at this knucklehead right there. He is graffitiing this building right here. So these are the people that are causing problems. Now, earlier as we heard the Mayor Garcetti say, the people at the front of the protest usually are the peaceful ones, and we did see a couple of people just standing right here in front of LAPD officers. They did have their, they were just peacefully protesting with the sign. It's the people in the back that are creating a lot of the pandemonium and the chaos, and you can see with all these fires, and look at these cars. These people are involved as well. They're coming up, and look, here's another business. Hopefully they're not going to loot this particular business here, but we are again on Fairfax, just south of Melrose, where we have a third fire right now, and in fact have to pull out a lot of profanity, so we have to be careful what we show, but that fire right there, a lot of debris, and that's the third one we saw here on Fairfax.
Boy, right in the middle of the street there. As I mentioned, we're getting very close to curfew at 8 o'clock, less than 30 minutes at this point. Megan, are you starting to see any of the numbers diminish at all of protesters?
No, unfortunately not. In fact, you know what, Colleen? I think it's going to get worse at nighttime. Despite the mandatory curfew, we are seeing more people. And this is just one area. I mean, Gil Levis is over Melrose, where we have a group of people. And then we have hundreds of people over by the Grove, and they have been dispersed. We saw folks along 3rd Avenue, 3rd Street and Fairfax. They've been pushed in an easterly direction. But then you have a rough crowd over on Beverly and the Grove Drive. That's where law enforcement enforcement officials, they've just been in a constant battle deploying that tear gas, trying to push that crowd further back. And we've been witnessing from the helicopter the type of behavior. They are vandalizing buildings and breaking the windows. And we're going to try to see, again, I'm going to zoom in here. You see more debris, but I'm concerned about this building right here. See a bunch of people just kind of gathering in front of this location, and that's kind of what they do. They just stand here, and then that's when they just go to action, start breaking those windows, get inside and see what they can do. And again, it's these people who are running away. These are the people who are the troublemakers. They are causing the problems for a lot of these people here, law enforcement officers as well.
Megan, can you swing, sorry, Kathy, can you swing back around that civilian car that was in the middle of the road? There's a guy in a red shirt, no, back around the corner there.
The one parked lengthwise,
it was
like across
parked perpendicular. Guy in a red shirt, it almost looked like he was confrontational with some of the protesters. No, it was back around the corner there.
I think it was a red car. Was it a red car?
No, it was kind of bronzy. You know what? We'll try to figure it out. There it is, just ahead of that fire.
Okay, guys.
Now you've got a couple of fires there, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that car.
That's okay.
And if you guys can see the picture, you can lead me toward it. But we're seeing a lot of these cars, whether or not they're instigating, whether or not they're getting into some type of confrontation with people down below. I'm seeing evidence of maybe a flashbang grenade right now. I mean, look at that fire. That fire is really picking up right now.
It's just at the bottom of the screen of that.
Yeah,
if you tilt down there, maybe it took off.
I think it's gone.
Yeah, I think it's gone. Yeah, but there's another. No, there he is right there.
Okay, this guy, yes, we did see this guy earlier. He drove through the crowd. He has a bullhorn, so we don't know if he's an instigator or trying to get the crowd to calm down. We did see him pull up here about a couple of minutes ago. So it appears that he may be trying to disperse this crowd somewhat himself. He did come prepared. He does have that public that bullhorn there, talking to these individuals. And let me show you the proximity of how far he is from law enforcement here. Probably about, say, 300 yards. You've got officers just staging here right now. They are calling for additional resources. I am listening to that. But again, fire department, they can't get to these fires right now. There's the LAPD helicopter. They can't get to these fires until it's safe. They need to move these people off of the street. But here's another problem. You get people on the roof. You don't know who these people are. You don't know what their intentions are, if they have good intentions or not. So that's another thing that the law enforcement police helicopter, they are relaying that information down to the police officers as well. Keep an eye out for these individuals on the roof in case if they start doing stuff.
Yeah, we don't know if those people are just trying to get out of the mess and stay away from everything that's happening, or if they're up to no good. Police don't know that either. They're keeping an eye on so many areas. And that man who was in the car, he could be one of the volunteers. Earlier, we saw people trying to calm the protesters, making those gestures like calm down, move back. So we just don't know what's happening. We want to bring in Robert Kovacic, though, because he has been talking to the mayor of Beverly Hills, talking about that curfew that is going to go into effect in about 25 minutes. They are really trying to put an end to this.
Yeah, if we look at how this sort of went down today, Kathy, it started with there was going to be a curfew in downtown LA, the area of so much concern last night. That was going to go into effect at 8 o'clock. Then the cities adjacent to this Fairfax district where you're looking at right now, West Hollywood and Beverly Hills, decided to put their curfews in place at 8 o'clock. And then the mayor responded by saying the entire city of LA is going to be under curfew at 8 o'clock. And so now, what is the situation in Beverly Hills, an area where protesters said they were going to target, and they have been successful? Let's get some answers by bringing in Mayor Lester Friedman. Mayor, thanks for joining us. I would like you to start and tell us what you know in terms of the number of demonstrators you have in Beverly Hills right now, as well as the damage that ensued.
Well, Robert, during the day we had probably 2,000 to 3,000 plus protesters. During the day, it was primarily peaceful. All of a sudden, there was a big change just around 5 o'clock or so, where it got to be violent, and there were people who decided that they wanted to loot as opposed to having a peaceful protest, which was the way it was earlier in the day.
Were they successful? Did they gain access into some of these stores on Rodeo?
They certainly attempted to. There were a couple of breaches, but I don't have any statistics in terms of if there was anything that was retrieved. There were some broken windows. There was a lot of graffiti and spray paint during the latter part of the afternoon.
When you consider the curfew that begins at 8 o'clock, and Mayor Friedman, we talked to you a couple of weeks ago when the city of Beverly Hills said if you don't wear masks, you could possibly be cited. I imagine tonight in Beverly Hills, you mean business as well for the people that you were telling to stay off the streets tonight in about 20 minutes.
Well, we want to ensure the safety of our citizens, visitors, and law enforcement personnel. And yes, there will be strict enforcement of the curfew starting at 8 p.m.
When you say strict enforcement, what do you mean there, sir?
People are only permitted to go to their homes if they are coming into the city. If they are leaving the city because they want to go to their homes, they can. But other than that, there are no visitors that are coming into the city just to hang around.
How tense is the situation getting there right now? We have some reports from people on the ground that perhaps Molotov cocktails are being assembled. Are your police in riot gear and ready to go, and where exactly are they?
We do have police, and there is riot gear. We're being assisted by the LA Sheriff's Department to enhance our enforcement. And as it stands right now, there are mostly people who are exiting the city. There are maybe a few hundred that are still left in the city.
So they're pretty much targeting that real estate then on Rodeo Drive.
Primarily it was the business district, which includes Rodeo Drive, correct.
Do you have enough resources to be able to handle the night as we move forward?
We are bringing in additional resources. Again, supplemented by the Sheriff's Department, who is bringing in additional resources for us also.
Mayor, Robert, I have a quick question for the mayor.
Sure,
here.
Colleen, Evan, just want to point out to everyone that we are speaking with Mayor Lester Friedman from the city of Beverly Hills tonight.
Mayor, do we have any numbers? Do you have any numbers on the groups of protesters there? How large were the groups? What kind of arrests were there? Were there citations, people detained?
Well, in terms of the numbers of people, during the day, there were probably 2,000 to perhaps 4,000 people. As it got later in the evening, there were groups of about 1,000 people. Don't have or detainments.
But there were arrests.
I don't have any statistics.
Okay.
How about injuries to the men and women of the BHPD?
There are a couple minor injuries that we've had, nothing major.
No one had to be hospitalized or anything like that, sir?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
And before we let you go, Mayor Friedman, so we have this situation right now where the protests that started in downtown LA, start to move west here. Are you coordinating with other cities surrounding you as to how you will proceed in the night ahead?
Yes, we are, and we are even requesting assistance from cities that are outside of our immediate jurisdiction.
Such as?
In the Inland Empire, I'm not exactly sure which cities.
To bring in extra reinforcement.
That is correct.
And you're able to get that reinforcement because they don't anticipate trouble there?
Haven't confirmed it yet, but that is the rationale that's being used.
And Mayor Friedman, we look at a curfew tonight at 8 o'clock, going to see this curfew extend in Beverly Hills and as you speak with other cities?
Obviously that's an issue that we're going to address tomorrow. It is something that has not been determined, but if there are the numbers, we anticipate there are going to be numbers like today, that the answer would be yes.
Colleen?
I'm kind of surprised. We hadn't heard that the groups were so large in and around Beverly Hills. 2,000 to 4,000, you said, Mayor, and perhaps as many as 1,000 there right now?
The 2,000 to 4,000 was during the day, and that was cumulative. Yeah. There were different waves of people coming in. Right now, I would not say there's 1,000, but I would say that earlier, perhaps an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, the answer is yes, there were approximately 1,000, maybe 1,200 people.
You've seen some of the damage that we saw last night in downtown L.A., some of the areas around the Grove now and Fairfax. Was the damage anything like this in your city?
It was not as extensive as what we saw in the city of L.A. Our police department did an excellent job in containing the damage that could have occurred, but the city of L.A. did sustain more significant damage than we did.
All right, we are only 15 minutes away from the curfew at this point. Have you spoken with the police department there to find out what the exact plan is? What's your game plan to have protesters out of your city?
Well, I do not have the specific information, but they are going to start pushing people. It'll be a coordinated effort to get them out of the city and into other areas and dispersed.
And with that said, Colleen, Mayor Friedman, it appears that the city of Beverly Hills did take a proactive approach. We had viewers sending us video earlier today of shops being boarded up on Rodeo, shops where the boards had been taken down in anticipation of some of these high-end retail stores opening up, only to be boarded up again. Did you have ideas this was coming? You had some good resources. And what plans had you already put in place?
Well, their decisions to board up. There were only a few, maybe even only a couple that actually did board up. As the day progressed, I think more of them felt compelled to do so, but there was not a coordinated effort to board up. We did have resources available. Our police department trained for this and checked all their equipment, and were ready for what was going to happen.
And again, this comes, Colleen and Mayor Friedman, on a Saturday where you were anticipating so many of those businesses getting a chance to open their doors and to finally let people back inside.
Yes, and it's really a shame because the peaceful protesters had every right to protest, and during the day it was appropriate. Unfortunately, there are people who wanted to take advantage of it, and it's extremely unfortunate that is what happened.
All right, Mayor, we thank you for joining us today or this evening right now. And as we said, we're only 15 minutes away from this curfew. What we're looking at right now is what appears to be a fire that is growing, a bonfire, if you will. Gil Lavis over the scene in News Chopper 4. Gil, can you give us the intersection here?
Colleen, this is the intersection of Fairfax Avenue and Rosewood Avenue. You're looking at the protesters feeding the flames here with more and more debris. I believe this started with the plastic trash cans that were set on fire. You can see how they've melted there on the street. This is one of 3 fires on the street itself. This is probably the largest one. Let me come out wider and show you. This is really close to Fairfax High School, and as I come to the right here south, you'll see a couple other smaller spot fires there in the street. That's the second one there, and then a third one a little bit further south, right in this area here. And then there's a team of officers just south of this one. Here also the protesters feeding the flames, as well as the officers move ever closer to this group. But again, this is the chaos that is going on here on Fairfax, north of Beverly. There's the skirmish line for them, the LAPD, a large response here. They're holding the line here, but for now, these 3 fires are burning without the fire department coming in and having to put it out. This one, obviously the largest one and growing here. Again, this is Rosewood Avenue and Fairfax, and the crowd just continuing to throw debris inside. In fact, I saw one of the protesters bring in one of those, I believe it's one of those Uber scooters, and just pushed it right inside of that burning pile there. So again, it just continues to grow. Looks like we're seeing some fireworks also being fired off in the area.
And Gil, we're seeing a lot of cars driving through the area. We see the fires and the police line. Are you seeing fewer protesters in this area?
Yeah, there's fewer protesters. They've kind of spread out, and they're going actually back north again on Fairfax. You can see them going by the high school there. Some of them have stopped to watch what's going on. Again, this is the area where we've seen some looting going on. In fact, there might be some happening right here at this store. We'll try to get on to the east side of that street so you can see what's going on there. But again, you see cars trapped in here. It's unclear. Some of them are protesters' cars. Some of them are just people that unfortunately made their way into this area and got trapped. But again, this fire, look at this. It's really growing big here. It's almost stretching to the center of the street.
You know, we have with us on the phone as we continue to look at your picture, Gil, Reverend Juma Smith Pollard. And Reverend, thank you for joining us. I understand you just spoke with the mayor.
Yes, yes, we were with the mayor earlier this afternoon for his press conference. He did, yes.
And what would be your message to people you're seeing on the screen right now?
Listen, it's a tough time, period. And hearts are broken. People are hurting. There is a lot of pain. There is anger. There is frustration. There is a need for, there's not a need, there's a desperation for things to change systematically. And so we stand in solidarity with those who are righteously protesting for change and righteously protesting for systematic change. But what we don't want to encourage is the mayhem. As we were with the mayor earlier, the mayor asked those who are doing the mayhem to please step back. We also asked the officers to take a step back, not physically, but like both sides, let's take a step back and breathe, because we can protest. We can speak truth to power. We can demand justice, and we can do that with power and do it responsibly. And my encouragement to protesters is to definitely, those who are doing righteous protesting, do it. Live in power. That was the message. But we also can't afford the destruction in the way that we're seeing it, not because it's better or, you know, there's a responsibility that comes with gaining power. And this kind of destruction at this level, we've seen it in the past, and it doesn't lend to the kind of change that we want to see for the justice of Black lives, for the justice of, you know, those who are, all of us who are feeling and who have lived through the difficulties of the system that does not put the victim and families first always. So my message to those who are protesting, who have the message, the right message, who are advocating for justice, who are advocating for systematic change, is like, let's do that, because that is our right and it's the right thing to do. But to the few, and it's just a few,
it is,
as the mayor said earlier, the 1% that's creating the mayhem, we plead with them to take a step back.
And yes, we're watching it. We're watching it live right now on the air, the mayhem you're talking about, and yet so many people are behind your message. You minister, you're a community activist, you're a life coach. How do you reach the few so that we don't have to see scenes like this?
I think the way we're doing it right now, and what people have to understand is that there are conversations happening in small groups, in communities, other pastors, other faith leaders, other community activists who are having these conversations. They're not all broadcast. They're not all seen on television. So it would appear that there's nothing being said, but people are working. The challenge is, in times like these, when that fire, when that place in people is sparked, it's hard you can't quench it. And here's the other thing. We can't just attack the symptom without also speaking to the virus or the bacteria. It's about saying to those who are protesting or those who are commanding, you stop what you're doing, calm down. We also have to continue to speak truth to power, and both sides need to be addressed. It's not one or the other. And so, to my brothers and sisters that are out there, I would say, if you continue to live in power and stand up and speak truth to power, because that has to happen. That is the right thing to do. And to those who are out there and they're just taking advantage of an opportunity, we ask you to step aside To our allies, we say thank you. To those families who are heartbroken, who are watching on the news, who've gone through these experiences with police brutality and other injustices, we say, we see you. I was one. I've been there. I know what the system, how it plays out, and it's not fair. It's not right. But we want to encourage protest that leads to systemic change, institutional change for Black lives and for everybody in the end, because Black lives matter, period. But at the same time, when Black lives are taken care of, all lives are taken care of. And so that's what we just have to continue to push that message and know that, and people need to know that there are community leaders out there. There are clergy of all faith traditions. There are other activists. I'm just one. But there are so many out there having conversations. There are many that are out there right now with the protesters who are trying to, continue to push the right message and to push the right energy so that the justice can be, the justice change that we need to see happens. So I don't want people to get mistaken that it's not happening. There are a lot of people working to see a better, not just a better LA, but a better nation.
It's interesting, Reverend and Kathy, we've been watching this. I was trying to read the awning here. I think it's Maxim's restaurant, but next to that, this would appear to be a shoe store or some sort of sporting goods store. And it looks like the LAPD is moving in. Reverend, when you see things like this, do you worry it will taint the message that you want to get out?
My worry is it hinders those who have the right message. It hinders their message from being heard loud and clear. That's my concern. Those who have the right message, those who really are out there who want to see systemic change, I worry that this kind of destruction, this kind of mayhem, it's not going to stop it, because people who are truly for justice will always continue to rise up. But it drowns, it clouds it. And it makes it difficult to hear, because now the efforts are towards putting out fires, and the efforts are towards, these accounts, and not being able to hear the voices of those that are really out there who want to see justice. And there's no judgment on anyone. It's just the disruptors and those that are creating mayhem. We need them to step back and let those who are out there who are really fighting for justice, really fighting for systemic change, really fighting against white supremacy and all of it. We need their voices amplified more. Those are voices we need to hear.
Sometimes when we hear from protesters, we hear, well, we're angry, and this is how we're showing our anger, and you can see them. They are releasing that feeling, but it's not a solution. It may feel good now to vandalize and to torch a police car in the moment, but tomorrow all they've done is destroy the community, and it's not going to make them feel better. It's not going to solve anything.
Let me say it this way. There is definitely an attention that is being drawn to the issues. However, the issues, the root issues are being drowned out because there's concern about other things happening in our city. And so we have to continue to amplify the right message that we want justice. We have to continue to amplify the right message that we want systemic change. And that's what just has to happen. And those leaders, the leaders that are out there, the leaders like myself and others, there's so many, we have to continue to push the right message and amplify the right message. And what I do appreciate about our mayor is our mayor supports protesting. He supports people amplifying their message. He supports it. And so we support that. But when there are other things happening that just takes away from the message of change that we really need to hear and really need to get behind.
We're 3 minutes away from this.
And I can't speak to how people, and let me say this, I can't speak to how people will feel. I don't know, I'm not in their body to know how they'll feel. And we are both saying the same thing. People are angry, people are sparked, and they're angry. And but I can't speak to how someone can feel. All I can speak to is that we have to keep amplifying the right message of justice and systemic change, and we have to get behind that and ask and request of those who are creating mayhem to please step back, because there is a message that needs to go forward, and that message of getting power, that message of justice change, that's the message that we have to keep amplifying.
Reverend, I have a question for you, but before we do that, I just want to let people know that that area we were looking at is Flight Club LA. That's the store. Apparently, it's a high-end shoe store, caters to celebrities and athletes. And I would say, we're watching people walk out with trash bags full of things. You won't see that. Taking the looting and the violence away from all of what we've seen the past couple of days, are you encouraged at all by what you're seeing? The fact that the death of George Floyd really resonates across the board, whether it's your age group or your ethnicity, people are angry about this.
Right. I am encouraged that George Floyd's life being taken, I'm encouraged by the Black lives that continue to stand up for themselves and continue to say, we are not having it, we're not having it anymore. I am encouraged by the allies that say we want to stand with, our African-American, Black folks. We want to stand with you. I'm encouraged by our allies. I'm encouraged by the young people that are just now seeing some of this stuff for the very first time, but they want to get engaged. I'm encouraged by our leaders who are supporting it. So I'm encouraged in that way. I'm encouraged by that. I'm not encouraged, with people walking out with shoes. I don't know that doesn't encourage me, but I am encouraged by those who saw that and felt that and stood up and said, no, it's not okay. And it's not okay. Yeah.
And now, as we approach 8 o'clock, what would you like to see for these people to peacefully go home? I'm sure.
I get home safe so you can live in power for another day, right? That's my hope, is that people get home safe to live to see another day. To see another day to live, to see another day to change the hand of justice. And so that is the order that's been given, that there's an 8 o'clock curfew, and I don't want to see nobody get hurt. I don't want to see nobody get arrested. So I don't, as a mother, as a woman, as a Black woman, no, I don't want to see that for nobody, not at all. And I want to encourage people to please get home safe so you can see another day of fighting for power, so you can see another day of standing up for justice. You can see another day to fight for systemic change.
All right, Reverend Smith-Pollard, we certainly thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I hope your message resonates with some of the people, although, they're out there right now, and perhaps they will hear it later on. You mentioned
perhaps. And the other side is that there are other people listening and who can encourage. So we're not discouraged by the ones that are just out there that may not be listening at this moment to the news, because they have family and friends who can encourage them to maybe take a step back.
You're absolutely right.
Our hope is not lost. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I appreciate you being here with us. Thank you so much. We should tell you right now, it's 8 o'clock. You are watching a special edition of the NBC4 News. And you may have received an alert on your phone. A citywide curfew for Los Angeles has just gone into effect. So if you leave your home for any non-emergency reason, you could be subject to arrest. The cities of West Hollywood and Beverly Hills also announcing similar curfews that, Colleen, also went into effect at 8 o'clock.
Kathy, we've been talking about resources this afternoon, the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department. We do know that LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva has just called for a limited activation of the National Guard. They've been asked to be placed on standby here. And again, we've been watching the looting here. This is Flight Club LA. It's a high-end shoe store, and I suspect we've been watching this for 15, 20 minutes. There can't be any inventory back inside there.
No, we send people going in and out there. They're gathered there at this location. We've seen storefronts across LA being vandalized and looters breaking into Nordstrom, going out with shoes and other items at the Grove, as well as other stores on Fairfax Avenue. We've been watching it all with our colleague, NBC4's Robert Kovacic. You've been talking with the mayors of several cities and other leaders about this curfew going into effect right now. It lasts until 5:30 in the morning. And Santa Monica also now implementing the same kind of a curfew. They're really hoping to stop this in one night. But Robert, what are you hearing? We understand the mayor of LA says they'll extend it if they have to.
The mayor has more to say than that, Kathy. When we spoke with Mayor Garcetti an hour ago, he had to get off the phone to get on the phone with Governor Newsom. And when he spoke with Governor Newsom, we can now confirm Mayor Garcetti has asked for the National Guard to be deployed, saying that this is no longer a protest. Now, if we could just go back real quick to that sneaker store, that flight shop, anyone that has been in this area, you will always see a long line of people outside of this flight club, and that is because it is a consignment shop for very rare sneakers. I've been texting back and forth with our photographer, Kenny Holmes. He knows this store very well. This is a place where, no joke, the lines just go down the block and then some for people waiting to get these very rare sneakers, and now they have the opportunity to get whatever they want at their will as they break into Flight Club here. So as we look at the situation, the curfew is now in effect that you heard for the first time hours ago. It is a curfew that is in effect for the entire city of Los Angeles, and it spreads. It heads west into West Hollywood. It heads west into Beverly Hills. The mayor of Beverly Hills telling NBC4 that they have asked for additional resources, and they are coming from the Inland Empire. Those resources would be coming to assist the Beverly Hills Police Department, not knowing what the night ahead is going to look like. And Kathy and Colleen, you know, just from looking at other cities around the country, that the darker it gets, sometimes we have more to be concerned about, because at night people tend to get a little more free and what they want to do. On the right side of your screen, these are the shots from Rodeo Drive. This is Beverly Hills, boarded up a little earlier, and you can see that some of the people came and put boards up anticipating problems here, because social media had trended all night long and throughout this morning that these protests were going to target specific areas. Where were they going to target? They wanted to target the Grove. Check, they've done that. They wanted to target Rodeo Drive. Check, they've done that. Damage to some luxury stores there, a number of tagging. And then you have right now what's going on in the Fairfax district, right there on Fairfax Boulevard, that is very close to the Grove, that is very close to 3rd Street and Pan Pacific Park, where that peaceful protest started, and where then everyone started marching and then marching towards those West Side communities. And this is the situation right now at Fight Club. What we can tell you then is from what we've discussed with the mayor's office, is that they are going to continue to watch the situation very carefully. Mayor Garcetti had said earlier when we spoke with him, Colleen, you remember that he was going to get on the phone with the governor. He has now finished that conversation with the governor. He has talked to his resources here, including the LAPD, as to what happens next. And it appears that LA cannot go this alone, and we need the National Guard, because in the words of Mayor Garcetti, what you are looking at right now is no longer a protest. It is no longer people just expressing. It is people breaking the law, creating damage, and it can become, and it has become, a violent situation, as we saw last night in downtown Los Angeles. And as we have talked to other mayors, there have been injuries to civilians as well as to authorities.
And Robert, it's the second time we've seen the National Guard called up in just a few weeks. They've been in Southern California, in LA County specifically, for COVID-19 testing. Now, as we continue to look at this particular shot here, what we have seen this afternoon afternoon is a number of spot fires, except for one. There was actually a police kiosk that was just on the outside of the Grove near the Nordstroms there that was set on fire this afternoon. And again, several fires along Fairfax. Gil Levis over the scene in News Chopper 4 right now. Gil, we are past 8 o'clock. It's 8:07 at this point. Are you seeing any pushback from police trying to get the protesters to leave the area?
They have pushed northbound here up all the way up to Rosewood, where that major fire, the third one, the largest one, and that seems to be starting to go out. And just north of there, that's where the looting is happening at that Flight Club LA store. Now, one interesting thing I was noticing as people were looting and continue to go in and out of the store, they were bringing the merchandise out to vehicles that were parked along the street just north of the shop, and then going back for more. And we're watching that happen. In fact, there's a group of people that have brought merchandise right here just north in the parking lot, and they're going through it. They're sorting through it, seeing what they got, and then they run back in for more. It's unbelievable to watch this happen. And like you said, Colleen, it's hard to believe that there's still merchandise left in this store because we've been watching it for 20 minutes.
How much inventory could they possibly have?
It's unbelievable. I keep thinking that it's going to be it, and then more and more go back in and pull out handfuls and handfuls. Also, I'm noticing that people are running down the street with their merchandise here. You see them walking here, but earlier I was watching a group like this guy running here. They were having to dodge other people that were trying to steal their merchandise. There you go. There's a kick to that group there. They drop the gear, and then they move in and grab it. So it's unbelievable. This guy just grabs some, throwing it in the car, and we're watching groups that are just waiting for people to come out with merchandise. Like this guy kicked the guy to trip him, and then they pick up his merchandise and take it. So it's unbelievable. This is actually happening here on Fairfax, and it continues to happen. Look at, just when you think that's it, there's more and more pouring out of the store. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of trash out there, just the boxes and the containers left there on the side as I guess they go through, take the shoes, and they're still streaming out like there was some major sale there today. Just continuously. And Gil, no police in sight at this area. They're just leaving this to happen right now because they're holding the line. They've got those protesters who are there in the streets. But again, 9 minutes now after the curfew went into place at 8 o'clock, and we're seeing people run down the streets with their arms full of boxes of high-end shoes.
That's correct. It's unbelievable. I mean, pouring out like crazy. This group still trying to prey on the people that are stealing and then throwing the items in their vehicle. It's just unbelievable to watch that happen. And there they go. They're jumping back in their car. They think they've had enough. But it's unbelievable to see these people go right back. See how these people are running right back in there. Now, we did see them disperse a couple of times when they got spooked by the LAPD skirmish line down the street. They thought maybe they were moving in to this area, but then they saw that they were standing their ground further south and decided, well, let's go back and get more. It's unbelievable to see this happen. I saw people coming out with fluorescent shoes. They look brand new. They probably put them on, tried them on, make sure they fit, and then off they go with other goods in their arms. It's just really sad to see because this is someone's business.
And you know, this is not the first looting we've seen today, is it, Gil? We're also talking about the Nordstrom at the Grove. Also, I believe a Ray-Ban sunglass store at the Grove as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Our Megan Reyes was over that portion of the coverage, and we were watching that also unfold. It's just unbelievable. It's this, like you said, this isn't the only store right now that is being hit.
No, but that's the most people I've seen anywhere, just having a free-for-all outside that shoe store. And it was pointed out to us that they sell rare shoes, like tennis shoes, and shoes that are worth hundreds, even $1,000 or more dollars worth of goods, you know, that they could be getting away with right now. And they just keep taking more and more boxes and leaving behind debris. They're loading them into cars. And when they've had enough, as you said, Gil, then they just drive off.
I don't think they can fit any more in their cars, and that's the problem. They load it up, and then they run back for more, and finally they can't fill the car enough, and once it's filled, it's done. They head out, and they were able to get out of the area scot-free, basically.
Gil, what about the bulk of the protesters now? I mean, we want to make differentiate between the looters here and the protesters. Where are the legitimate protesters at this point? Have they dispersed any at all?
Well, they have dispersed in different areas. We saw a group over by Park La Brea, the housing complex over there. We were looking at that before we came over here, and I'm looking out the window right now. I see officers on that street, but I don't see a group that's large enough to go look at. Right now, this area is basically protesters there that are sitting down on Fairfax. So the skirmish lines facing both directions, south and north. The southbound skirmish line dealing with these people who have sat down. They will be arrested if they don't get up and move. So that's what's going to happen to these people. They will be arrested, especially now that the curfew's in effect.
And it would seem that's their goal. If they're sitting down in the middle of the street right now, the mayor said they arrested as many as 500 people last night in downtown LA. So if they're sitting down, they're signaling they don't want to go anywhere.
That's correct, and you see the skirmish line on both sides of them, to the south and to the north, and they've just simply sat down. They have nowhere to go. They're going to sit there, and they're going to move in one by one and arrest each one of these protesters and take them away. But for now, they have them cordoned off here, and the other group of officers here breaking free and setting up another skirmish line to the north. You see that, but just up the street is where the Flight Club LA store is, and we'll see if that's still being looted, and it looks like still some activity in front of there.
Yeah, a lot of trash out there. As well, it is a citywide curfew. You have to leave. The streets must be clear 8 o'clock until 5:30 in the morning so that they can try to get some order here. They have a number of police cars that have been either damaged or completely destroyed because they were set on fire. They want to get those moved out and also take care of some of the damage we've seen. These storefronts that have been busted open, glass everywhere. And again, these people just continuing to carry items down the street. They're carrying high-end shoes from the sneaker shop.
You know, it's interesting, Kathy and Gil, we had a problem last night, or police did, identifying people because so many people were wearing masks. Remember, you still have that order in LA County to wear a mask if you're out.
Yes.
That doesn't seem to be a problem today. I'm not seeing a whole lot of masks on the protesters.
Colleen, if that was for me, yes. There are some, I believe they're just doing it to hide their identity more so than worried about COVID. You see one person there, it looks like he has a mask. Here comes a carload pulling up. They let the guys off, and there they go, off to the races, to the shoe store, and right into the shoe store and try to get whatever's left. Now, the police are very close, but they still haven't moved to this area. We're also hearing of looting going on Melrose and Poinsettia. We're going to try to get over there and look at that. But for now, this is the scene. Cars just rolling up. The word is out that the shop is open and everyone's going in for free stuff. And here they come out again, and they run back up the street and load up their cars.
Yeah, this man almost losing his boxes there. He has his arms so full. And we should note that they're arresting people for civil disobedience, the people who are staying behind after the curfew has gone into effect. But no one being arrested here as they are looting and just walking down the streets at their own free will with their arms full of boxes of expensive shoes. No one's doing anything about that.
Yeah, is there any attempt at all to stop any of these cars as they turn the corner? Because they go right up through that police line, it almost looks like, Gil.
Yeah, not even close to any officers being out here to prevent that. We're getting I'll show you a wider look there. That one street they're pouring the cars are pouring off of. Here's the major here. This is going to be I believe this is Melrose. So from Melrose it's a straight shot. From that side street it's a straight shot. They just pull in, line up here, and make a U-turn when they're done and go back the other way to the north. Here comes another large group that's marching towards the shoe store for their shoes.
You'll have to see if they go inside. People are running out of the store right now, and they just keep going. And look at it's trashed. I mean, we're just seeing it, they're lifting up that covering there and going in, and it's just mayhem there. Just boxes everywhere.
And you know, Kathy and Gil, that's a metal gate. Those are usually brought down for safety. It's amazing that they were able to lift that the way that they did and get inside the store.
We weren't here for that, but it must have been a joint effort, a group effort to pull that up. You can see one person here holding up the gate for everybody else, another one here on this end.
Taking a picture, too,
yeah,
taking a picture.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, they're doing the other people a favor, and then they switch and they go in and get their shoes.
Hey, Gil, what about the fires? You know, we've been tracking some of those. We saw the mayor said at least a dozen cars were, LAPD cars were damaged. Some of them were burned. Any of those fires still going?
No, the car fires, or at least the squad cars that caught fire earlier in the day, those are long out. I'm going to show you one of them here. Let's see if I can find the location. Actually, it was right there. They may have moved it out.
Yeah, we were watching it with you, watching them as they burned.
Yeah, there it is. And Kathy and Colleen, you see one of them there, a burned out shell. You can't even tell that it was a police officer's vehicle. That one was a Topanga Division officer's vehicle that was set fire. That's at Beverly and Fairfax. This is also the flashpoint where we saw the groups go after the LAPD and chase them down the street this way in front of TV City, and then busted through the gates with the dumpsters, but busting the gates here. And the security guards at the time were the only ones that were able to fend off those people. You see one of the dumpsters there in front of the gate itself. Right now, it's a staging point for the fire department as I zoom back out, and then I'll tilt back up and you see the Grove here where that fire was earlier by Nordstrom's. It was a security shack that was set on fire, and the people were looting the Nordstrom's as that was burning. So it looks like some calm has been returned to the Grove, and I'm going to pan to the right here and show you one more scene. This is where the bus was being jumped on. I don't know if the bus has been pulled out of there. It looks like it has. That's 3rd and Fairfax. And then a large group that was assembled over here off of this street here. They're long gone. So the groups have splintered all over this area, the Fairfax district. A lot of them moved up Fairfax here where the looting is happening. A lot of them went off to the east. And at this point, the LAPD trying to do what they can, and it looks like they've moved a little bit further into the intersection, or beyond the intersection, back towards that Flight Club LA store. And let's take a look now that we've taken a little tour here to see if that was enough to scare the people away. They're keeping an eye on that skirmish line, but right now they're still going in and out.
You know, Gil, as we continue to look at your picture, we're going to bring in our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard. Eric, you've been talking with folks at the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department. They're on tactical alert, but even more than that, right?
Yeah, the needs of the department have have grown exponentially in the last few days, as you can imagine. Not just the immediate needs of tonight, but the cascading effect of night after night after night of meeting hundreds of extra officers working a lot of overtime. Just the exhaustion level on the force is tremendous. So the department is getting a lot of help from the County Sheriff's Department. Beyond that, it sounds like assistance is coming in from other parts of the state, Ventura County, any other agencies that have officers to spare who could help manage all of this. And as we've seen in the Fairfax district in particular tonight, the complexity of trying to manage it. They've got a large crowd that most of which was just demonstrating, but then there were groups that started lighting cars on fire, vandalizing police cars, looting businesses, and so it became a really difficult situation to manage in that you had people that the officers did not want to interact with, people there carrying signs, demonstrating, wanting to be seen and heard, and then you had others mingling in that same crowd who were there to do harm. And trying to accomplish both goals, protect the demonstrators, and at the same time deal with the people who are causing problems, is an age-old problem for police. There is not a simple way of handling it. Tonight, the strategy was at first just to let people demonstrate for as long as possible and then begin pushing the crowds in one particular direction and giving people an opportunity to leave on their own. And now that we have this curfew order that's taken effect, unlawful assembly announcements have been made in the crowd. All the components are in place now to begin making a lot more arrests than we've seen so far today, and I expect that's what's going to happen in the next hour. As more and more officers have been sent to the scene, as the management of this situation has improved, they're going to begin taking some action here. To your question, the LAPD not only calls a tactical alert, which means all officers on duty stay on duty until further notice, they also have activated pretty much everybody who wasn't regularly scheduled to work today, and they have activated all of the non-uniformed officers, detectives who would typically be in an investigative capacity. They were told to put on uniforms and either report to work or be ready to report to work. 12 hours on, 12 hours off until further notice. This was the kind of contingency planning that the LAPD was working on at the beginning of the coronavirus concerns. Worries that there was going to be unrest of some kind, and they wanted to be in a position to manage it. Now they're using that same planning, but for obviously a very different purpose.
And we heard from Robert bringing in now the National Guard on a limited basis. What can you tell us about that?
The National Guard is going to provide a relief valve for the department if early indications prove correct. The department and the city leadership is not inclined to send the National Guard into positions where there would be confrontations with demonstrators or protesters. But there are a lot of traffic control, crowd control assignments that can be handed off to the National Guard and allows the LAPD to focus on more of its core job, which is going to be doing regular police work in the rest of the city. Remember, that's been largely throttled down now as the demands for people in the Fairfax and Mid-City area has skyrocketed tonight. So having the National Guard, at least at first, it sounds like they will be used to do a lot of the presence type of operations where intersections need to be monitored, streets need to be closed, and that will give the LAPD a little bit of an opportunity to regroup, give people some rest, and then return to the job that we expect and need them to do, which is running regular police patrols, handling radio calls in neighborhoods all over the city, something they're just unable to do simultaneously tonight.
And as you talk about that, it brings to mind what a coordinated effort it is, because as we said, we've heard from LAPD. Chief Michael Moore was called to be down there. He had a presence. We've heard from the sheriff and other agencies. They all have to work together to make this happen.
It's really difficult. All of the local departments have made years of contingency plans for all kinds of disasters. In fact, there's an entire arm of government in the city of Los Angeles that sits around. They don't really sit around, but they strategize and plan for any contingency you can possibly imagine. A lot of their work is on the big earthquake that everyone expects to happen. They make plans for wildfires. What happens if parts of the Santa Monica Mountains have to be evacuated? And they also plan for eventualities like this. And so nobody walks into this cold. There are plans on the books for who gets to be put in charge. How are people going to communicate? What radio frequency are we going to use? Which is the lead agency? Which agency is going to follow along? So they have a rough idea of how this is all going to work out. Tonight, in particular, we've heard from our contacts in law enforcement that as much of an expectation as there was that there was going to be a large demonstration in Pan Pacific Park right there next to the Grove, the preparations for that clearly were overwhelmed pretty quickly. And it just took law enforcement a while to catch up to that.
Eric, it begs the question, is it possible the LAPD underestimated last night how things would get out of hand? I mean, we saw relatively not violent, I won't say peaceful, but not violent protests Wednesday and Thursday. We saw groups manage to get on the freeway. They damaged some squad cars. But last night took it to a whole new level. Did they underestimate the crowd?
I'm not sure underestimate is the right word. We've heard this in a couple of different characterizations from folks who manage the big law enforcement agencies in Southern California. One prevailing thought that we've heard lots of today is that...
Oh, look at this, Eric. Eric, I want to call your attention to the screen here. The officers are taking down somebody right here.
Yeah. Man.
This is Melrose and Poinsettia. Kathy and Eric, we heard reports of looting there, and the officers have moved in. Again, we're almost 30 minutes into the curfew. Gil Davis, are you over this?
Yes, I am, Colleen. You're looking at the 7300 block of Melrose where looting was taking place. You see the damage to the buildings, the frontage of the buildings, and they have suspects inside the shops here. And these two that were just taken down were ones that just came out of the building. They have the buildings completely surrounded here. It is like a strip, a row of businesses, I should say, that were looted here. As I come out to a wider shot, you'll see officers in the back as well. There's a vehicle back here. It's unclear if that was involved with the robbery. We saw two being taken into custody. That one right in the center of the screen was resisting arrest, tried to break free from the officers, and they had to take him down to the ground. You see another suspect right here with a mask on. He's in custody. He's not resisting, but the officers here waiting for those suspects to come out of the shops here. That looks like a TV shop, and I'm not sure what the building here is with the pink frontage, but you see one being taken away right now in custody. Here comes another one that they got. So actually it looks like maybe 3 and 4 now. It looks like 4 there they have in custody here at these shops.
Did you think someone was still inside at this point?
Yeah, I believe the LAPD thinks there are. They have their weapons drawn. They have the, especially this building here, surrounded. They were looking at that TV shop as well, and officers in the back. So they have the area completely surrounded. You see them in the alleyway back here, and so they believe that there's still looters inside that are just waiting and trying to hide from the officers because they moved in when they were inside the store.
You know, it's interesting. We have all eyes watching this right now. I just got a message from Chuck Henry at home. He's monitoring some of this as well. You're back at the other location where the Flight Club LA store was, that shoe store. He said the people sitting in the middle of the street appeared to be looters as well. Some of them were sitting down waiting to be arrested, and the LAPD had boxed them in and were just waiting for somebody to come in and take them away. So we'll try to get more information on that. And I believe as we continue to look at the scene here, we're going to hear from Robert Kovacic. Robert, you have an update or some breaking news on something?
We do have an update, Colleen. We now know that the National Guard is on its way. We can tell you that they will be here by midnight, and you can expect 1,000 members of the National Guard to be here in Los Angeles. This information coming to NBC4 from LA County Sheriff Villanueva. So now we know the National Guard has been requested. They will be here and they will arrive at midnight. As Eric Leonard so aptly pointed out, this is to provide some type of relief to the LAPD that has every member on the force right now at work and will continue to be at work. So we wait for an update now from Governor Newsom's office, and we're reaching out to Governor Newsom's office to see what the extent of the National Guard's involvement will be. And you also have to keep in mind that the National Guard may be deployed elsewhere. We are understanding there is trouble once again tonight up in the Bay Area, specifically for them to be in place by midnight. That's a pretty quick turnaround.
I'm assuming it's the Army National Guard, not the Air National Guard, or it could be both. Do we know where they're coming from?
I don't. We're trying to find out information, but we have just confirmed this from Sheriff Villanueva. Now, remember, when we have been talking to Mayor Garcetti, he was the first one to tell NBC4 that when we asked him, do you need help? He said, well, I'm going to find out because I'm going to pick up the phone and call Governor Newsom. And that was about 7 o'clock this evening. And so he got off the phone with Governor Newsom, put in that request. Sheriff Villanueva also putting in that request as well. And the National Guard is coming now to Los Angeles. One of the cities like Minneapolis that did need assistance because, as to quote Mayor Garcetti, these are no longer protests that we're witnessing tonight.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because earlier in the day when we were listening in live as he was giving a news conference, he said it's not something that he wants to do. He did not want to call in the National Guard. He said, I don't want to go back to 1992.
Look at this, Kathy.
There. Yeah, that
palm tree on
up
fire.
in flames. Just more destruction happening. happening there as we continue to watch this live as it unfolds. And Colleen, we are now at 8:30, 30 minutes past the mayor's implemented time to put the city on curfew and shut it down. So what they want is for these people to disperse and go home, and everyone to get home safely and not cause this damage and not be out and not be looting, as we have seen at several stores already, including Nordstrom and the Ray-Ban store there at the Grove, but also that high-end sneakers shop where we just saw a free-for-all with people taking it seemed like the entire contents of the store out and getting into cars or walking or running away with their arms full of so many boxes that they couldn't hold on to it all.
I'm wondering, as we watch this this shot, if we can get an idea of what street this is. This is so dangerous here. You look at one of those palm trees. When it catches on fire, you've got civilian vehicles underneath there. You've got some of the protesters. Gil, are you over the scene? Can you hear us?
I do hear you, Colleen, and we're looking at Melrose with the cross of Alta Vista, and there's some looting going on the north side of the street. So right down the street from where the officers were making arrests of those 4 or 5 suspects, here's some more activity on the north side of Melrose, just to the east of where those officers are. Sorry about the camera there, but we're going to get that shot for you one more time. The palm tree burning there, and that is continuing to burn without the fire department around. But here's another shop that is being looted. It looks like it's Alta Vio store there on Melrose, and they're going in and out and taking advantage of the situation there as well.
Okay, let's go to Eric Leonard, our investigative reporter, and he has such insight and some new information. Eric.
Yeah, Kathy, wanted to just button up a few other issues with the police response to this tonight. We've heard now have been injured. It doesn't sound like terribly seriously, but one of the injuries was considered far more serious than the others. They were treated around the scene, mostly for being struck with rocks, bottles, that sort of thing. Additionally, in the last 30 minutes, as police have begun to make more arrests, just like we were watching at that business a few minutes ago, one of the people they arrested was armed with a handgun. And we're told that may have changed the way some of the officers are interacting with people they're taking into custody. They were certainly surprised to find a handgun in the middle of the protest, but that has definitely changed the nature of their interaction with some of the people that they're starting to pull away from the crowd and put in handcuffs. Lastly, last night, we know that the LAPD made over 500 arrests, most of those handled through citations where people were released the same night. It sounds like about 500 people were both cited and released. Only about 18 were held in custody. Those were the small minority who were booked on suspicion of more serious felonies. One of the concerns that the police department has expressed to us is that the people that were in custody were let go right away. The people who caused some of the trouble last night we saw in downtown LA were let go immediately, essentially because there is no bail for the types of violations that people were being held on. So they were out immediately, and they were worried that some of the same crowd that was causing trouble last night might be part of the crowd causing trouble tonight.
Eric, we heard reports as well today that that some of the people arrested last night were found to have weapons. I'm not sure about guns, but knives and things like that. We also heard reports that a couple of the officers may have lost their clubs. Any word on that?
Well, there were a few more significant incidents. The most serious by far was at 6th and Broadway last night. That's when officers were set up in a line across the street, just like we're seeing tonight, pushing demonstrators down the street in one particular direction. And a man in a car drove through the line of police officers. They got out of the way. One officer fired at the car with a 40-millimeter less than lethal round. It's like a compressed foam cylinder that comes hurtling at you, and if it were to hit you, it feels like somebody has slugged you very, very hard. They fired that at the car. The car kept going. It sounds like one officer drew his pistol and fired 6 shots. The driver was eventually found and stopped, and they booked the driver on suspicion of attempted murder. That was by far the most serious. As to your question, yes, as people were being processed through the booking procedure, they were being searched, they were being identified, and during that, a number of people were found with pocket knives. That's not terribly unusual. And as far as officers losing equipment, when you've got hundreds and hundreds of officers tussling with people in chaotic situations, all kinds of stuff falls off. We heard there was a two-way radio that was lost, handcuffs were lost, and yes, it does sound like a couple of them may have lost their batons, their PR-24 batons, not the collapsible batons that fold up and they carry on their duty belts.
Got it.
Oh, all right. Eric Leonard, thank you so much for all of your information. As we were just watching from News Chopper 4 Bravo, we saw all that looting at that watch shop. People, again, just as we saw at the shoe shop, going in and taking items away, just one after another, non-stop, and no one there to stop them as the curfew now in effect for all of LA. And yet we're seeing people on the street still at this hour, and a lot of stores being looted.
You know, Kathy, I just heard from Chuck Henry again, that store that was being looted, Altivo, A-L-T-I-V-O. He says it's a high-end watch store, which might explain why people are trying to get in and out of there. And it also had one of those metal gates that we saw at the shoe store. Somehow they were able to raise that, and you see people running out. Gil, is this another place we're looking at?
This is a different place,
Yeah.
Gil, right?
Yeah, yet another one, Kathy and Colleen. This is the Adidas store, 8,000 block of Melrose. So well to the west of that high-end watch shop that we were just watching. People coming in and out of what we understand is the Adidas store. And as we get closer, we'll get a better shot for you. But you see them coming in and out. The lights look like they're on, and or at least the frontage is. And you see people coming in and out there with a tighter shot as I zoom in. People just coming in and out. It looks like they busted through the front doors, or busted through the glass, I should say. You see the glass on the floor there, and people running to get shoes and other accessories out of that store. But again, it is the Adidas store, 8,000 block of Melrose. No police around at this point. The airship overhead is aware of it, but they have multiple sites here along Melrose that's being looted at this time.
Yeah, they've moved now from that high-end watch shop, and now they're going in here just as easy as can be. And we're just watching those advertisements, that picture of merchandise just moving as they make their way past it. There's no door left there at all. It is easy access. And they're also, it looks like, you know, as you said, the gate is up. They're calling under that gate there on the right side. Yeah.
This has been a long day, and it promises to be an even longer evening. Let me just add this as well. LA Metro, we're just getting word, LA Metro is going to suspend all transit services tonight to resume at 5:30 on Sunday morning, tomorrow morning. They just sent us an email to let us know that. So, Robert, once again, you've been tracking some of the information just west of this area, Beverly Hills. What do you have? Do you have anything on the National Guard as well?
You know, we can tell you that it's all quiet on the Western Front comparatively to, you know, the Los Angeles. So here's what's going on right now in Beverly Hills. It appears that they are dispersing. There's pockets of trouble here and there. That's what they tell us right now. Just spoke with the city. Captain Ed Ramirez, who is the commander of the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department, says they did have problems earlier, that protesters had surrounded the sheriff's station there at the intersection of San Vicente and Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood. He said the problem with what happening right now in West Hollywood, as this curfew for West Hollywood and Beverly Hills is underway and has been underway since 8 o'clock, is that they have pockets of people who are now going, when I say pockets, maybe 2, maybe 3 people, going and vandalizing businesses there. So they have rolling patrols out in West Hollywood, in Beverly Hills, trying to stop the pockets of people that you see right now in the Fairfax district, but in smaller numbers. But it is going on now as you push west, and that is what they are trying to control. If you are home tonight, just to underline what Mayor Garcetti said earlier, that he encourages you have to stay home. A curfew order isn't in place. Just stay home, be vigilant, don't get involved, don't engage.
Is that
as you
a
see
TV?
That is a TV monitor.
It's a TV.
being taken out of that store. You know, we've watched expensive shoes, expensive watches, and now this store. So you may be trying to figure out what plans are going to be in place for tomorrow. Well, the city of LA is already looking at tomorrow, and it looks like you may be spending more time at home than you realize. NBC4 has now learned that they are getting ready to shut down some key attractions. Griffith Park, we have now just been told, will be shut down tomorrow. As well as Runyon Canyon will be shut down tomorrow. No one is going to go there. All those gates will be locked for
Robert,
either of those places.
It's the irony of it all. We're getting, we're coming to this point of COVID-19 when things were starting to open and now shutting them down for a totally different reason.
Well, and of course, social distancing has gone out the window. The face masks have gone out the window. This is going to be something that we're probably going to be discussing in weeks after this. But right now, we have the National Guard, as we told you a short time ago, on its way to Los Angeles, 100,000 members of the National Guard. This is just one city in the nation. From people that I know across back east and down south are saying we're watching what is going on right now in Los Angeles. This has been a focal point for the nation right now with these locations that are so well known in so many places. The Grove, iconic. Fairfax District, home of Farmers Market, Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, and Kathy and Colleen, as we talked about for hours now, this was the purpose and the intention of many demonstrators throughout the day that said they wanted to hit these areas that are well known. And you can see the damage that's being done right now.
What is especially sad as you look at this street, if you're familiar with the Melrose area or the Fairfax area, these are not large chain stores. These are the mom and pop stores, the local businesses the mayor's been talking about for 6 weeks. They have been under those, restrictions because of COVID-19. All of a sudden, they get to open in the last week or so, and now this happens.
And as the mayor said of Beverly Hills and Mayor Garcetti, this was supposed to be a weekend where they were going to allow people back into stores, and they're going back in all right. You're looking at it right there. This was the weekend where people were going to have in-store shopping, some in-store dining, and now this is just the looting that is underway on the streets of Los Angeles and stretching in so many pockets of our city that, again, Beverly Hills has had to call for reinforcements from the Antelope Valley, from the sheriff's departments up there to come down and assist. Chief Villanueva of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has had to ask for the National Guard to come in and help because our resources are eventually going to be tapped out, ladies. There's only going to be so many hours that they can be on their feet and trying to manage this situation because everywhere they turn, as we see right now in other cities, there's trouble in just about every block. It may not be large crowds of those protesters and demonstrators that we saw earlier today in Pan Pacific Park, but now it's this scattering, and it's hard to track.
Yeah, it certainly is. Robert, thank you. We're going to stay with you and go up to Gil. Gil, we're continuing to see people going in and looting this Adidas store. They haven't stopped. The whole time we were talking to Robert, we were looking at your live pictures, and they just continue to go into the store, some loading up cars.
Kathy, yeah, we're watching the behavior here. Cars pulling up and loading up. Here's a person, I don't know if that's the same driver or not, but going in the passenger side, he's looking around there on the driver's side, but we watched him run in, go into the store. We haven't seen the driver come out yet, but that passenger came out. Actually, maybe that was him because he's driving off here. So you're seeing that behavior. Car after car just pulls up, people unload. I watched a gray sedan, a four-door sedan with 3 guys that loaded up the back seat, absolutely filled. In fact, the third guy barely could fit into the back seat, and that car drove off. So we're seeing it. It's a line of cars, a line of looters that are coming up into that Adidas store, and they keep filing in and out. They're going through the main door, but they're also going through the display window. Right there, you see it, and they just continue hitting that store on and on. Across the street here, there's a high-end glass eyeglasses shop that was being looted. We watched the TV set. I heard Kathy mention that, the TV set coming out of that window. Here comes another person with whatever loot that he found. But again, these two stores, at least on this part of the 8,000 block of Melrose, just being hammered with these looters.
Yeah, it was Colleen who had the good eyes on that TV set. All I saw was some large
What I
object
noticed
coming
was
out.
it wasn't boxed, which would indicate that somebody walked in there and took it off the wall and then walked out with
I was
it.
curious to see what else would come out of that store. We were watching that when you saw that. I was really amazed. But what we're really seeing being hit hard is this Adidas store, just like we saw that other sneaker store. And then we saw the watch store also being hit. But they're still pulling out boxes. And look, this guy loses his load. He has so many.
Yeah, and they just come scrambling out of there like cockroaches, and they run to their cars with the boxes. They load them up, and then the next car pulls up, and the same thing happens. Some of them run quite a distance away to awaiting cars. You see how many cars are circling the block here, and it's unclear, how many of these cars are just innocent people trying to get to their homes, and how many are actually belong to the looters. But there is a traffic jam basically here as these people continue to hit these businesses along Melrose, one after the other.
You know what is lost in all of this, and what is so disheartening? What is lost is the message of what happened in Minneapolis earlier this week. The fact that 4 officers are now charged in a man's death. That is, people almost forget it when they see this sort of thing. They don't forget it, but the message right now is this. Gil, are there any officers around that you can see?
Let me try to look, and I haven't pulled away from the scene here. It's like a train wreck. You can't look away. I'm looking for those officers, and you really just don't see it happening.
Well, they wouldn't be in the middle of this street because there's so much traffic, right?
Yeah, I mean, you might see a blocking force over here at this intersection. That's Fairfax and Melrose, but nothing there as far as the police activity. I've seen the airship flying over, lighting up the scene, but just absolutely no police activity here. I think they're just stretched thin throughout the city.
We're also not seeing any large groups of people in this area. I don't know if you've seen any before. You've really been looking at fires and the looting that's going on. And this is that same store. We're back here at the Adidas shop, and they're going to clear the store out. I'm convinced that they will. There will be nothing left.
I believe so. I mean, it appears that the protest has turned into some looting, or the majority of it is turning into looting. We really haven't seen much as far as skirmish lines, at least on Melrose. We did see some to the east over by where that initial shop was, where they got those 5 individuals in custody. But at this end, the west end of Melrose, still no police activity.
What about the police helicopter? I'm sorry, go ahead, Colleen.
Kathy, as we watch this, I just want to let you know that Supervisor Hahn just released a statement urging calm, and I'm going to read this for the first time with you. It's a cold read, so bear with me. She released a statement saying, "I lived through the Watts riots in 1965. I lived through the 1992 uprising. I remember the pain this city and its residents went through. We should all be outraged by the killing of George Floyd. We must stand in solidarity against the deaths of unarmed black men at the hands of law enforcement. But please do not destroy our beloved Los Angeles. This is not a protest anymore." And that was really the thought that I had a few minutes ago, is that it's heartbreaking to see this happening, because the message of what prompted the protests and the civil unrest earlier today and the last couple of days almost seems to be lost in this.
Yes, the message definitely is lost when you see destruction, because no one right now is focused on George Floyd. They are focused on the damage that's being done and the lawlessness that's happened. And you're right, Colleen, earlier it was about a peaceful protest. And now it has turned into something completely different, but it's not everyone. It's these few individuals who came with an agenda. And that agenda, as Robert said, I saw it too out on social media. It was obviously clear they knew what they wanted to do. And even the city of Beverly Hills looked ahead and they boarded up businesses knowing that there was a plan. And that plan was on the part of a few people, not the greater good of the people who came out to peacefully state their purpose and to ask for justice for what happened in Minneapolis. That was not the message that the people we are watching tonight and that we watched earlier at the Nordstrom, at those shops there at the Grove. That's not the message that they had.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to throw this out to you and Gil, and we're coming up on 9 o'clock here. It's 8:50, and so we're well into the curfew here. Does this almost seem like targeted hits? I mean, we've seen 2 high-end shoe stores. We've seen a watch store. This is not vandalism anymore. This is looting. So it almost seems like some of these folks know exactly where they're going.
I think the area definitely was targeted. They, you know, people made that clear, and I think the names are recognizable. You know, they're hitting stores. They know what's inside. Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah, Colleen, I think it's easy access along Melrose. So many shops, so many really nice high-end shops even that are along Melrose here, and it's just really easy pickings for the people to drive through. Here comes a fire truck engine coming through and a paramedic. Let's see where they're going. They're heading off to the east. In fact, I'm going to come away from the Adidas store here and look back to the east where we saw the police earlier. We'll see if there was any activity with, well, we got the fire, some more fire trucks over here. And it looks like well, this is that fire that we were looking at earlier, that nail shop that was on fire.
Salon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you see how close by the looting is to this location, and those units are probably going there. But even further, there's some police there watching the fire department. And here, look at this, what looks like another structure maybe catching fire. We're going to move to the north side of the street. David, let's move to that side. We're going to go to the north side. It looks like that's another structure that's on fire.
Oh, that's a lot. It looks like it is, definitely. That is a big area right there that we're talking about, and that's probably where those extra resources were headed. We're going to try to find out what that is. We're seeing a lot of smoke. We're seeing flames.
Is that inside a building?
It is. The building's on fire. You see the smoke coming through the roof there. It hasn't, well, I don't know if it's burned through or not already. We were focused on the looting that was going on just a couple of streets over. You see a lot of people in the back running there. But this building definitely on fire. Let me see if we can get a name on the structure itself. But the LA City Fire Department, really busy along Melrose here. Just a block or two away was the nail salon. Here is this shop, but we're moving into a better spot for you. And I don't know if you were able to see the name on that.
No, I can't. It's a yellow sign. It looks like I can't make it out, but I'm wondering if it's more than one business.
It looks like it is, and here's a tighter shot for you if you can make it out. Doc Martens, okay. Mm-hmm. So it's a Doc Martens a shoe store maybe, but it's a quite a large building. As I come out, you see the smoke coming out of that structure, and we'll see what the fire department does. I'm going to try to listen to their frequencies to see if I can hear them chattering about that fire and how they're going to handle it, because there's still a lot of protesters here in the area and moving in and out of the stores. It's unknown how this fire started, but taking a look through the front here, and it's hard to tell if those stores were looted or if the fire department had to just make access themselves. They're making access inside. That's a good sign. They're going to fight it from the inside, at least for now. A lot of smoke being vented out through the roof.
And it looks like a different business, possibly. I don't know. I can't tell. I just see different signs there. It's really hard to tell what's going on there and what the business might be.
Yeah, and you know, Kathy and Gil, as I look at this, all those stores are connected there.
They're
I mean,
close,
you're talking about something that runs a city block almost. And if this fire gets in the roof, correct me if I'm wrong, typically it runs through the attic. It could take out an entire block.
It could. In fact, it may have already spread to the other buildings. It's hard to tell. There is quite a bit of smoke coming out of it, out the front and out the vents on the roof. So it's hard to say if it's skipped over into the other businesses there. It's blocked by smoke to the east there. You see that stretch of businesses there are really blocked. You can see some of the signs there where fire has not gotten to that yet. But this is a concern definitely for the firefighters and certainly for the police to get in this area and try to bring an end to this looting that's going on, because this could be a result of such a activity.
Yeah, it could be vandalism. It could be, we don't know right now at this point, but they were still working on that fire at that nail place just down the street. And then Gil, you panned down and went over to this area, and now we see from your cameras that this is on fire. And it's just crazy. We're just coming up at 9 o'clock now. We've been under this curfew for 1 hour, and we're seeing looting and fires all up and down this area.
You know, yeah, that's right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we're having community leaders weighing in on this all day. We just heard from Karen Bass. She's a U.S. representative. She's a prominent African-American politician. She represents the Culver City, South L.A. area. She says tonight, if you're mad, if you're distraught, if you're angry, if you're hurting, fight back against the system that killed George Floyd. Do not destroy our communities and our neighborhoods.
Yeah, the sad part about destroying the neighborhood is that it takes forever to recover.
To rebuild.
Yeah, these are businesses, and it's just nobody wants to see this. It's tough on the fire department, it's tough on the police department, and it destroys the community.
We're hearing now that this is Tony K on Melrose. It's a shoe store also. So that's who we're getting word from our assignment desk. Kevin LaBeach giving me that information now.
Tony K?
Tony K is what the name of the business is on Melrose. And so the fire department dealing with all that smoke, a lot of smoke coming out of this building. I'm surprised we're not seeing flames through the roof right now. We don't see any fire department on the roof per se right now, but it's unclear exactly what they have inside. I'm trying to listen to what they're dealing with in there, but heavy smoke coming out of this business.
Yeah, it's really smoky.
Yes.
You're right, and no flames. It's just pouring out.
Hey, Gil, can you widen out your shot just a little bit and let us see what the traffic situation looks like around there? I mean, so you're on Melrose, right?
Yes, this is Melrose. We're looking from the north and towards the east. So you're seeing some of the traffic here that's westbound on Melrose having to turn around because the fire department has it completely shut down. They're not going to be able to access any further westbound. They're going on the streets northbound there. But look at how much smoke is pouring out of this fire. It's unbelievable. There might be more structures there that are on fire. It's hard to say from this angle.
Yeah, and we can't see signs at this point. All we know is that, like Colleen was saying, all of these businesses are kind of next door to each other, so it could easily spread from one business to another. But they're focused right on this area where we're not seeing flames, but we're seeing a huge amount of smoke coming out.
You know, as we continue to watch the picture here, I want to bring in a friend of ours, Errol Southers. Errol, are you with us? Errol Southers?
This is Tim Williams.
Oh, Tim. Hi, how are you? It's Colleen Williams. I remember you from the other night. You used to be with the LAPD, correct?
That's correct.
That
is correct.
So as you look at this, and we're coming up on 9 o'clock here, so what's the playbook for the LAPD at this point? I mean, you've got this fire, raging fire in the middle of Melrose here. You've got looters out there. What do you tell your people if you're commanding the LAPD?
Well, the thing is, you know, Michael Moore, he came on the air a little bit earlier, and they mobilized the entire department the first time since the riots about 20 years ago. And this is, you know, you try to prioritize the locations you have. Here you have buildings being burned, and he's trying to, you know, they have made some arrests. They have cornered some looters, and they're trying to, you know, quell the fire, save property, and at the same time maintain peace. So it's a coordinated effort between the fire department and LAPD, and the thing is that you have to try to get the firefighters in, get them protection to do what they need to do, and at the same time address other areas in the city.
Tim, with your background in law enforcement, how do you enforce the curfew at the same time?
Well, that's $1,000 question. You know, the thing is that the curfew has been set. It's from I believe it's from 8:30 to 8:30 to 5:30 in the morning, and if people have been notified, if they are violating the curfew, then you affect their arrests. And the thing, you get the individuals off the street so that you can take back the streets and do what needs to be done. It's a handful. He's trying to maintain the entire city with 9,000 police officers. You don't have 9,000 police officers out there at the same time. They work 12-hour shifts. So you have 4,500 out there at one time, and then they're relieved, and another 4,500 go out.
Tim, 30 years with the LAPD. I suspect you were here in 1992.
I was.
What would you tell the people who are on the front line right now, given your experience?
Well, the thing is that I've seen what has been done, and there is more of an organized approach now than it was back in 1992. I was there at the genesis of it, and it was not well organized. We weren't prepared, and now there seems to be a more of a preparation. But there is the issue of resources. You know, you have the sheriffs there who are assisting also in unincorporated areas, and then you have to your north you have Beverly Hills Police Department as well. I understand that the governor or the mayor of LA has asked for National Guard to come in, and that's being requested. And
yeah, it's not only requested, they should be here by midnight, we're told.
Yes, exactly. And so that will add about 800 or 900 more additional individuals to the city, and then there's the complication of coordination of command between the military and local law enforcement. So that's the issue that has to be dealt with as well.
And our investigative reporter was explaining to us how law enforcement trains for almost every scenario that you're going to see in a situation like this. How do you do that? How do you train for instances where you don't know what's going to happen?
Well, you train, and there's different scenarios that are put forth to the officers in the training, and you have you can see that the training has been executed. You know, I see what's been executed, and I can tell the training has been done. And I saw one scene where there were some looters on the street, and they were boxed off between lines on either end of the street, and without, from what I saw, without any undue excessive force, and that's a coordination of effort. That's training, and that's what training looks like.
And I'm glad you brought up the excessive force, because we were also talking about how do officers handle things being thrown at them. I mean, they were tossing gas bombs into the
M80s
crowd,
as well, Kathy.
and they're throwing them back. And you've got people yelling at you. How do they deal with that and not get agitated and escalate the situation?
Well, you're trained to de-escalate. You're trained to when you put yourselves in these situations, you're going to have these type of situations. You're trained not to respond to the pockets of things that are coming at you, but to respond to directions and commands of the squad leadership, and to affect the mission that's in front of you. And again, it takes training. You know, I've been in the military and I've been in LAPD, and the training. You don't let the situation control you. You control the situation, and that's what we've seen here so far.
You talk about the LAPD better prepared and being more coordinated than they were, in 1992. But on the flip side, couldn't that also be said about the protesters and the looters out there with social media? Don't they seem a bit more organized than you remember?
Well, what I see is a coordinated effort of some factions that are out there. And this is not only with Los Angeles, but all across the country. I've seen folk that you would not normally see leading or leading in this insurrection. I call it insurrections. Mm-hmm. And there's more than going on. There's more behind the scenes that needs to be looked at than what you see going on here. So seems like to be an orchestrated. It seems to me, and I've been in this business going on 46, past 46 years, going on 47. Across the country, and that's bothersome.
One person arrested tonight was found to have a handgun. How does that change the picture for officers on the street?
Well, when you're out there, you don't know who's who and what's what. You don't know what people are having. You just pray that that you can get you can effect arrests. You can keep the peace without anyone getting hurt and the officers not getting hurt. When you have this, you don't know what you're going to find when you arrest people. So the thing is that it's an issue of training. It's an issue of coordination of resources, and that's what's important.
And are you trained?
That's what you have seen.
Are you trained to read the crowd, to read what they might do next? How much of that goes into play?
Well, you pay attention to what's going on out there. You have your squad leaders paying attention, and they're getting directions from other higher ups in the command to address certain concerns and certain issues that need to be addressed right away. If you see some folk that are armed, you bring the proper resources in. When I say proper resources, folk like SWAT and things of that nature, people who have training in that type of for those type of environments. But again, you assess the situation, you respond, you don't let the situation control you. You control the situation.
And Tim, we heard from the mayor today as many as 500 people were arrested last night. Most of them got citations. Only a handful were kept in jail. Most got citations and were kicked loose today. And do you have any doubt that they're back out there on the street? And does that bother you?
Well, that's these are citable offenses. These hopefully, it's like, again, you can pack the jails out until you can't have no more room anymore. But you cite them, and if they're out there again, then that citable offense may not be a citable offense. It may be a booking offense because obviously the cite didn't work. And you go from there. But the thing is that you make sound judgments. You put them. You make their arrests. You cite them out, and they'll have their day in court. And at some point in time, when the courts open up after the pandemic and after what's going on within all the cities across the country.
Well, you have a lot of experience, and you've been through similar things before. How confident are you that we will have any control by 5:30 in the morning?
Well, it ebbs and flows. You get people, it's like anything else. People get tired and they go home. And then you see them congregating again in late morning, early afternoon, and into the evening. And so the thing is that, as you deal with this thing on a day in, a day out basis, hopefully you want to deal with it too much longer. But as long as you're dealing with it and you gain the resources that you need, identify the leadership or the agitators that are there, deal with that, then you gain ground. You want to gain ground, from day to day, and making sure that businesses aren't destroyed, making sure communities aren't destroyed, and those who are doing it get detained and arrested.
Tim, when we spoke on Wednesday, that's when the group had moved up on the 101 freeway, just shy of Alameda there. They took over both sides of the freeway, and they had some problems with CHP officers. They moved in on the cars. Somebody broke out the back window with a skateboard. Another one was a piece of board. How problematic is that for officers in looking at video a couple days down the road and trying to track these folks?
Well, that's a problem. We're supposed to be doing to the pandemic. We're supposed to be wearing masks, but we're not supposed to be out there tearing up our environment. I believe in peaceful demonstrations, but I don't believe in tearing up, your environment where you have to live and shop and eat. you do the best you can. There may be some cameras where they were caught, where individuals were caught prior to putting on their masks. You know, you can identify them by clothing they're wearing and so on and so forth. And you may be able to get some identification from there. But you know, it's a totality of everything. You have to see the genesis of where the demonstration started and where they got onto the freeway, and then you go from there, and it's an investigative process.
And you were working in 1992 when you saw the looting and the fires and businesses destroyed. How does it affect you seeing this tonight on a different level? Of course, a different situation, not the same thing, but how does it affect you emotionally?
Well, the thing is that the incident with George Ferguson, George Floyd, I'm sorry,
Yes.
that whole situation bothered me. I've seen a lot during my career, and seeing this was at the top of egregiousness. So that bothered me. To the point where the entire nation was bothered by that. You even had chiefs of police come out, and which is a total rarity in my experience and in my career, coming out criticizing the action of a police officer to the point where they suggest that he be arrested. So the thing is that it's not a new phenomenon, but it is a phenomenon that's caused the consternation of the whole nation on the heels of people being sequestered for almost a month and a half or 2 months on this COVID-19 issue, and then you look at the leadership in our government and everywhere and everything else, and it has a cascading effect. And what we see is, I'm very concerned. Not only do we have the pandemic, but now we have a country that is the infrastructure of the country is dwindling because of what we're seeing here.
You know, Tim, we're looking at a picture right now. I hate to interrupt you, but I want you to walk us through it. This is at Pico and La Brea, I believe. This is a Target store. There were reports of looting here. You see a line of officers outside. What's the protocol on this?
I'm looking at it now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at it now. Go ahead. What's your question?
So what's the protocol here? They just rolled up on scene, and will they wait for the looters to come out? Will they go into the store? What do you do at this point?
Well, if you notice that they are getting in formation in certain areas of egress and ingress, and they will be taking directions from the command staff as to what to do.
It looks like they arrested someone at the top of the screen there.
I see that there. And these individuals may have been on the outside or coming out of the store, and they're being ushered over to the arrest team where people are designated to arrest individuals. Now, everyone has a job to do. One individual, maybe one group apprehends them and they take them over to another group of officers whose job is to arrest them, get information, and do what needs to be done as far as citing if that's what they're going to do. So it has to be a coordination of effort. You don't see individuals working independently by themselves, but you see a team effort in getting the things done.
Well, Tim, we certainly thank you for your expertise. Tim Williams, LAPD officer for over 30 years and military veteran as well. Hopefully we will not have to speak with you again this evening, but
well, if you
it's
need
possible
to, you have
we
my
will.
number.
All right, we certainly do.
All right.
Tim, thank you again. We want to bring
You're
in.
quite welcome.
All right, we want to bring in Megan Reyes right now. She's in News Chopper 4 Alpha. This is that building that was on fire just a couple of minutes ago. Megan, it looks like it's fully engulfed at this point.
Fully engulfed, fire through the roof right now. You can see the challenge that firefighters have right now. They are concentrating and trying to save the buildings next to it. They're probably going to go into what they call a defensive mode right now. Now, this is a Starbucks right here to the right of it. To the left of it, we have a lot of other small businesses. So fire department's definitely going to try to save some of these buildings, but you could see the challenges that they have ahead of them. This is the 7500 block of Melrose Avenue. Started as a small fire. Took firefighters a while to get there. They LAPD wanted to make sure they could secure the scene, and right now this is what happens. You have good intentions from earlier today. You had peaceful protests, and unfortunately now we see a situation like this. You could see that fire just blazing through that roof right now. Very intense situation here.
It really did just explode. We were watching it earlier, a lot of smoke, and now we're seeing a lot of flame coming out of that. And Megan, you brought up a good point, because the firefighters can't just roll up on the scene and start taking care of this. They have to first go with the police, and they have to rope off the area, make sure it's safe. So that's one level of work they have to do, and it just takes more time for them to get there. That could have caused this fire to spread even more. And the other thing I'm thinking is there are businesses on either side.
Right, and that's what they may end up doing, is going in what they call a defensive mode. But hopefully there's a firewall in these buildings here to protect the adjacent buildings here. So you have a couple of buildings here that's in the path of the fire. Fire department's going to do everything they can. And, you know, resources are really stretched. Kathy, News Chopper 4 Alpha, we were over downtown Los Angeles. We saw multiple rubbish fires. They have their hands full in downtown LA with a bunch of looting areas near 7th and Main and Broadway. So there's a lot of activity there. They do have multiple small rubbish fires. People are lighting trash cans on fires in downtown, but nothing of this magnitude. You can see the intensity of this fire. It is just consuming this entire building. Firefighters, looks like they may even have to pull back here because of those intense flames right now.
Makes you wonder what is fueling this fire.
You know, I was just thinking the same thing. I don't know what's in this building here. I heard there was a couple of small businesses here.
Tony K Shoe Store, I believe, is what, yeah, there you see on the outside, Tony K Shoe Store.
Yeah, so if you got a shoe store there, you can imagine all the products in there, all the cardboard boxes and everything that is fueling that fire that is just really rapidly consuming this building, and the buildings next to it. The radiant heat is what's going to be an issue there. The fire definitely may start with these buildings just because they're so close together right now. So firefighters are still battling this right now. This is, again, the 7500 block of Melrose here as they are dealing with this fire. One of many fires here erupting here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we saw the nail salon or nail shop that was on fire earlier. They were still about 30 or 40 minutes ago. I don't know what the situation is now, but now we're seeing this fire here at the shoe shop. This is the largest fire, I think, that we have seen tonight, other than the little spot fires. And of course, earlier, several patrol cars, LAPD patrol cars, were set ablaze as well. So the fire department has been busy taking care of a lot of those fires. But this one just huge, as we're seeing plumes of smoke and that huge fireball right there in the middle of the store, which we believe, if we're looking at the sign, is some type of a shoe store there on Melrose.
Yeah, that's right. And Kathy, I just also want to add, you know, I look out the everywhere. I'm seeing law enforcement responding with their lights and sirens. So they are just going to multiple areas. They're hearing about looting. They're hearing about small rubbish fires. So it is just a chaotic situation. And just moments ago, somebody pointed a green laser at the helicopters as well. And, you know, you have law enforcement helicopters up here trying to direct officers down below into a safe direction to try to disperse some of these crowds. And now they have to worry about somebody with the laser shooting at the helicopters. That can be a very dangerous situation, not only for the police, but also for the media helicopters here as well.
Absolutely. On a normal night, Megan, we would be covering that as an entire story. It's illegal and very dangerous, as you said. That could be a story for us, and yet it's just part of the scenario we're seeing, where we are seeing looting, outright looting, just people smashing windows and taking items out of the store. And we're seeing fires set in various areas. We've had officers injured as well. I've seen some protesters earlier in the day who were down in the street because we kept seeing people running. And of course, you're going to have injuries. So really, it's just been an incredible afternoon into the evening. And now, as we are approaching 9:30, we are well into the curfew that was put into place at 8 o'clock. And now we have word that the National Guard will arrive at midnight. 100 National Guardsmen being deployed to this area. What we heard from our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, was that they would help just to take up some of the slack right now because we have these officers on 12-hour shifts. And Colleen, you've been here at night covering some of these demonstrations. They are taxed.
Well, it's interesting because they typically ratchet up at night, and the National Guard is going to be here to provide force protection and security. That, of course, according to the sheriff. Now, I want to ask Megan, because you've just flown through the area, you had to put down to refuel, and then you turned around and came right back. So you've got a broader picture of more than just this fire right now. What did you see on your way in? Are there still protesters out there? Are there more fires out there? What can you tell us?
Colleen, right now it's hard to see the protesters unless if we're exactly over the area because it's nightfall, but they are out there. I'm listening to LAPD, and it's really getting busy in downtown Los Angeles with looting. We did hear about an officer who was injured near Spring and 7th. Somebody threw a rock, possibly a broken wrist, according to the scanner traffic. So what I'm seeing is just a lot more commotion. And as I said, as I look out the window in every direction, 360 degrees here, I'm seeing police officers with their lights and sirens responding to multiple calls. We do see a lot of smoke in the air from earlier fires. We did see a couple of fires in downtown Los Angeles. This one here on Melrose Avenue. This is the biggest fire we have yet to see. It's a very unfortunate circumstances. What started off as a peaceful protest in Pan Pacific Park today, people were out there protesting, and unfortunately a few individuals just took it to this level, and this is why there is a mandatory curfew. But unfortunately, we're just seeing a lot of mayhem down below. And again, as Kathy said, it normally would be a story we would focus on, getting lasered by an individual. The green laser lit up the helicopter here in News Chopper 4 Alpha. That is pretty bright. Great job here by our pilot, Derek Bell, just maintaining the the stability of this helicopter. But that's just, we're just seeing a lot of pandemonium and a lot of chaos below. And those police helicopters, they are relaying information down to the officers below. They want to make sure those officers are safe. So when people have those lasers and they're pointing them at the helicopters, that's a very dangerous situation there for the pilots as well as for the media helicopters. So we're all in this together right now. They're trying to make sure those firefighters are safe there. We don't see any immediate crowd here. So fortunately, these firefighters can concentrate on this building right now as we're watching. It looks like they are starting to get a little bit of an upper hand. We still see a lot of fire on the roof, but the good news, it's not spreading to any of these local businesses right next to it.
It looks like they've really confined it so that the rest of the businesses, and as we said earlier, these are all connected. This is almost an entire city block. You've got the Starbucks on one side, you've got the shoe store, and then you that we're looking so forward, I'm sure, to opening and getting back to some sense of normalcy here, and then all of a sudden this happened. Megan, we're going to continue to look at your picture here. We're going to bring in Eric Leonard once again, who's been talking with people at the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department. Eric.
Good evening. The word that we're getting from department commanders is that they feel like they've made some significant progress in clearing out a number of the demonstrators and reducing the risk to the public, although it's really hard to feel that when you watch the pictures that we've been seeing all night tonight. The number of people that the police officers out on the Fairfax area are confronting or having to interact with has dropped dramatically, they tell us, in the last hour or so. We're now thinking it's more in the neighborhood of several or many dozens rather than the hundreds that we saw earlier. Nonetheless, the department seems to be addressing more and more serious problems, even though there are fewer and fewer people wandering around on the streets. Certainly the fires have presented a whole new issue for them to deal with, and then certainly the looting has captured the attention of dozens and dozens of officers down there. The sheer exhaustion amongst the people working the LAPD, we're told, is a huge, huge factor. You have many of the people who are working in crowd control tonight are the same groups of officers who were working almost all night last night in downtown LA, and a good portion of them were the same group of officers who were working Thursday night. And so that is perhaps part of what's behind this decision to try to bring in more outside help, specifically the National Guard, to try to relieve some of the demands on the department, not only so that certain groups can go home and get some rest, but also so the LAPD can restore its core services in other parts of the city, responding to radio calls, doing general patrol work, those things that had to be shut down while they focused all of this attention on this area tonight.
And Eric, you were saying that they can also bring in officers from other cities. We heard some information about officers coming in from the Inland Empire, so this could be the Sheriff's Department. They can call other resources locally, maybe Ventura County.
That's right. There's long-standing mutual aid agreements between most of the police departments in Southern California. At some levels, it's coordinated through the state of California. Everybody relies on one another when a particular incident overwhelms the local agency. This happens constantly when they're dealing with massive wildfires in the fire department. This happens with contingency planning for big natural disasters. So the plans are in place to do it. It was a little unexpected tonight from what we've heard. That was part of the delay in getting additional people from outside areas. But they're well set up to do this. It sounds to us from the contacts we've had in local law enforcement that the expectation simply wasn't there, that the events of tonight would grow in the way they did, really exponentially in maybe the 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock hour this afternoon. And people have, from all sorts of different agencies, have been scrambling to keep up. As you pointed out, it's not just the local agencies that help one another. It's also neighboring counties, Ventura County, San Bernardino, Riverside County, Orange County, where they have less local unrest to deal with, certainly have the ability to send people out here. What's unusual, though, is that rarely is it a department the size of the LAPD that's asking for help. After all, it's 10,000 officers strong. Typically, when there's a problem in one part of the city, officers can be drawn in from other parts of the city, and whatever needs to be managed gets managed. This is one of the first times in recent memory where the department has dealt with something that is such a large problem in so many different areas that it's really put a stress on the ability of it to manage right now. And that's why we're seeing these calls for help to outside agencies.
And Robert, I'm sorry, Robert is standing by. We're going to get to him next. But Eric, what can you tell us about the National Guard?
Well, it's interesting. We're still hearing an evolving set of circumstances of how the National Guard is going to be assisting. At first, for certain, National Guard troops will be able to relieve LAPD officers who've had to do things like traffic control, controlling crowds and intersections. Not so much of the hands-on police work that we're seeing officers carry out right now, much more in a supportive role. That may change. That may evolve over several days, but it is certainly not the initial intention to have National Guard troops step in and take the place of LAPD officers in most conventional policing jobs. The National Guard was called in back in 1992 to help the city manage the unrest. And there were, when the incidents and the planning and the events were all looked at days and weeks later, it was clear that the National Guard then was not well prepared to do the kinds of things that the LAPD really needed assistance with. That's changed. There have been many more recent discussions about how to integrate the military, National Guard in a catastrophic type incident. This is not the type of incident that was being considered when those discussions happened. It was far more along the lines of natural disaster planning. But nonetheless, there are working plans in order for this to happen. again, it sounds like the National Guard is going to be in a mostly supportive role, at least in the first hours. But given how everything has changed so quickly today, how the department has clearly been overwhelmed and has now been pushed to its limits, there's a good chance that that role could evolve in the coming days as well.
I remember it well, and even in a supportive role, what you see are men in uniforms on the streets of LA. And at that time, if I remember correctly, they were helping to protect firefighters who, like this situation, were sort of moving from spot to spot trying to put out fires.
There were terrible tragedies in the 1992 riots involving firefighters. There were, if memory serves me, firefighters were struck by gunfire trying to protect blocks that had caught fire, and fires were going to catastrophically spread from home to home, business to business, and it was a real desperate situation. That caused quite a bit of reluctance on the part of firefighters, who see themselves as far less polarizing than the police force when they get sent into a neighborhood, and yet they were still being met with the kind of response that the police department was seeing. That was then. Plans have changed now. You've seen all night tonight groups of police officers who've been sent along to escort the firefighters so they don't have to watch their backs when they're trying to do their core job, whether that's saving somebody's life, helping somebody who's been injured, or putting out fires like this. It doesn't sound like that is a role the National Guard might play right away, but again, everything is changing hour by hour here. When we first spoke today, I think it was around 3 o'clock, there were plans in place for the LAPD to sweep through the crowd and arrest potentially 300 or 400 demonstrators in the Fairfax district. By the time the words were written on a dry erase board, plans were out the window. Things had changed so quickly that became an impossibility. And now we've seen the result of that not happening hours and hours and hours ago. So there's no telling where the National Guard troops will be sent in the coming days. But again, at first, it sounds like it's going to be a supportive role, traffic control, crowd control, that sort of thing.
What we're seeing tonight is that the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department are really having to split resources here. What can you tell us about what's going on downtown?
Yeah, it's another complicating factor, as if the issues in the Fairfax district weren't taxing enough to both departments. Because remember, the LA County Sheriff's Department is responsible for the West Hollywood area, which is directly north, just across the street in some cases, from where the issues have been going on in the city of LA's district. That's drawn quite a bit of attention. Downtown LA, the LAPD was for a time earlier this evening really relying on a lot of help from the California Highway Patrol, particularly when some demonstrators began to walk into freeway lanes. They were determined to not let that happen because people wandering around on the freeways creates a safety issue that is magnitudes more difficult than walking in surface streets. So the LAPD, again, relied on outside help to assist them, to take care of that. Downtown LA sounds like it's experiencing its pockets of unrest as well. It sounds like with hours into this, as needs have become clearer in specific places, the department is much better able now to manage where they're sending people than they were 3 or 4 hours ago. But again, it sounds like the department is relying on outside help as well to deal with whatever comes up.
You know, we've been talking about the protesters and the looters, two separate groups here. Does it appear to officers you've spoken with that these looters are really an organized group targeting certain areas? I mean, they've hit a couple of high-end shoe stores. They've hit a watch store. We saw some of them being arrested outside a Target. Is it a what's the word I'm looking for? An organized effort here?
I can tell you that prior to tonight's events, the officials that we're in contact with did not have indications that there was a plan or discussions amongst people who were on their way out deliberately to do harm to the community tonight to begin looting. It appears on the surface that much of this are opportunities that have come up. Empty blocks, businesses with windows smashed out already, and crowds that are being pushed in one particular direction or another by the lines of police officers that are trying to send the protesters on their way, send them home. The last thing they want to do, by the way, is arrest anybody. That creates a huge bureaucratic backlog, and it takes more and more time away from patrolling the streets and preventing things from happening in the first place. So the more protesters that can be encouraged just to leave on their own and go home, the better. One consequence of that is when they're all pushed in one particular direction, as we've seen tonight, some of the businesses that are on that route of exit seem to have become targets of opportunity. No indication from anyone monitoring particular social media or even some undercover officers that have been wandering through the crowds tonight that there was any sort of planned effort, much more so that an opportunity was seen. And with the advent of cell phones, it's very easy to coordinate efforts amongst 3 or 4 people, maybe unlike 30 years ago. So things may appear that there's more coordination. Doesn't sound like there was anything planned specifically in advance.
Definitely a crime of opportunity. Eric, we're going to let you get back to contacting some of your sources here as we continue to look at this area in the 7500 block of Melrose. We're going to bring in our friend Errol Southers. He is a professor at USC. He was with the FBI, local law enforcement. Errol, your list of accomplishments is too long for the hour we're on the air here, but let me just say welcome. He's also a terrorism expert. You look at what's going down here now. What's your reaction?
Well, my first reaction here, first, again, thank you for having me on, and obviously my condolences to Mr. Floyd, who I'm certain his family would not be happy with what's happening here right now. My first reaction is one of, obviously, public safety. And as LAPD rolled out, they went on attack alert 2 days ago, and they're now on 12-hour shifts. Their first concern is public safety to the people who were peacefully protesting, as well as to the officers who have to go out there and secure those areas. What we're seeing now is and unfortunately, the mayor, of course, invoked a curfew. And as your previous guest mentioned, I think what we're looking at with the looting and the fires are pure opportunists created by the exit route that's set up for people to leave. And as the police cover and protect territory, the saying goes, he who protects everything protects nothing. And people are asking me, why aren't they there where they're looting? Well, they can't be everywhere. So they're going to be going block by block to move people who are out past curfew. And as they're doing that, these opportunists, if you will, are hitting stores along the exit route. So I don't think that this is a plan to loot. I don't think this is some kind of some crew that's out working. I think these are pure opportunists taking advantage of unprotected stores that unfortunately are owned by local people who have been closed for the better part of 2 months because of COVID and now are victimized by theft and flame.
You know, Errol, at one point, we all know you were with the FBI, the SWAT. Do you ever envision, like, the feds being called in here? I mean, we do know they've asked for help from the National Guard, but there's a large contingency of federal agents in Westwood. Could you envision that happening?
I don't envision that happening, particularly since the governor has already requested the National Guard. As you mentioned, 1,000 of them will be here this evening. I think what you'll see in the way of federal resources, to be honest with you, will be the aftermath of investigations that will take place with regards to some of the assaults and the looting that's happening. But I do think with LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, the support of the National Guard, who will be in a purely supportive role until notified to do otherwise, I think that the manpower will be sufficient. And we've seen other cities around the country change their deployment. Minnesota today deployed about 3 to 4 times as many people as they had 2 nights ago, and the climate and the result was very, very different with regards to how much control they had. So there's nothing like overwhelming force when it comes to personnel, and I think that's going to make a huge difference when we got more people out there.
So tell me what goes into the planning as we move forward, Errol. We're looking tonight at what's happening. There have been some arrests, we understand. What happens now?
Well, the challenge now is how and do we go forward with peaceful protests? I mean, there are people who are peacefully protesting, and obviously we don't want to take that right away. But at this point, this is a public safety issue. So if there are going to be public protests, those areas are going to have to be established. They're going to have to be clearly defined. and they're not going to have to be able to let people to exit those areas if they do that. That's the one thing going forward, and the question is going to remain tomorrow is, are we going to let people peacefully protest? Beyond that, again, it's saving life, it's saving property, it's protecting property. And, you know, I remember the 92 riots, and I remember the National Guard being here, and it was not pretty. So going forward, again, it's just whether or not the protests get to continue. And I think that's probably the big question for people who really were doing this the right way, in a way that the Floyd family would probably be proud of. And they have every right to do that. But at the risk of public safety right now, that may have to be at least temporarily halted in some respect.
Suspended in a way.
Make sure so we get everything under control.
You know, Errol, you and I have done a number of terrorism panels together. Your expertise for most of our viewers is terrorism. Typically, we're talking about Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but also domestic terrorism. Is this really kind of a form of that?
Well, it's not. This is not a form of that, and I want to be clear. These are people who are committing crimes, burglaries, at the least, and vandalism. There are reports around the country of people who belong to extremist organizations on the left and the right that might be part of these crowds. That is entirely possible. We have been tracking since COVID started a number of organizations that have been leveraging COVID for recruiting efforts, particularly those who are anti-government. So I think what's going to happen here is, you asked me about federal resources earlier, as we identify people who are out there, particularly those who may be, in some instances, breaking store windows and not entering, setting fires as arsonists. Those are the people that we're going to be looking at very closely to see who they are, what their connections are, and if they do have connections to those extremist organizations that you and I have talked about many times, that will take on a whole other investigation.
And do they use a situation like this as an opportunity, so then you have to put more people on that and worry about something else happening in the middle of all this?
Well, the one thing that I've mentioned since the beginning of COVID is, with all due respect to how challenging the global pandemic is let's not get laser focused and lose sight of the big picture. We still have homeland and national security to take advantage, or I should say take care of. And so as we are laser focused on a pandemic, these other organizations are taking advantage of the fact that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. So we have, since day one, been paying close attention to extremist organizations that are growing, that are recruiting, that are hoping to get more people in their ranks while we're all focused on the pandemic. So yes, we do have to devote more resources to this, and we will be devoting more resources to this particular incident due to the reports around the country of extremists having infiltrated these peaceful protesters to make matters even worse.
This is the sort of thing you track on a regular basis. How do you stop it? I mean, we saw this start out peacefully at noon today at the Pan Pacific Park. There were a lot of people out there. There were teenagers, young people, older people, people of all ethnicities, and then it grew into this early on.
Well, a couple things happened. First of all, people are out there a long time. It gets frustrating standing there for a long time. At some point, they get moved by the police or they don't get moved. You can't make everybody happy. And it only takes one person to do one thing for there to be sort of a mob mentality, and it just escalates and cascades from there. And so I think that's part of it. I'm always concerned when I see the level of violence I saw today during daylight hours. And we saw that in 1992. When we saw the violence in the daytime, I said, we're going to be in trouble when nightfall comes. And I'm so glad the mayor introduced a curfew, because that at least stems some of it. But I think it's just from standing around idly, peacefully protesting. After a while, there's got to be some excitement. And it starts with breaking some windows, pushing some police officers, torching some cars, not obeying commands, and then it escalates. And that's what happened today.
Yeah, we really did see that. That describes it perfectly. Thank you so much. We want to keep you on the line. We'd like to talk to you some more. You have such great insight for us, but we want to bring in Earl Hutchinson. who has the most wonderful voice we hear. He's a TV critic and author, and you're always a voice of reason. I know I've interviewed you before, especially on racism issues. We heard from you earlier today, and you were hoping for calm, but this did escalate tonight. What are you thinking now?
Well, I was thinking, like many other people, how did it happen so fast? You know, we did have peaceful protests. I mean, we all support that. Even very, very activist, very aggressive, and very focused protests. I don't think anybody's against that. I mean, any reasonable person, let's face it, I mean, that is the American way when you have a grievance to protest. However, at some point, and we saw that tonight, or earlier today, people do step over the line. I heard the interview before about extremists that have infiltrated or may have infiltrated some of the organizations that do stand for peaceful protest and social justice issues. That's always been a concern, that you have people that take advantage of a situation, a very tragic situation. We're talking about, obviously, what happened in Minneapolis with George Floyd and the issue of police abuse, misconduct, and violence that has to be addressed, but take advantage of that issue for their own purposes. The great problem is this: when that happens, it detracts from the issue. It diverts from the issue. It takes attention from the issue. And the issue in this case is, I think reasonable people want to see justice done in Minneapolis, and also reasonable people also want to get a handle on police violence, police misconduct, and put things constructively in place to end that. But as we know, when people take advantage of a situation with burning, with looting, with attacks on police officers, it takes focus on the issue, and that's a danger.
Earl, how do you keep people on message, and the message, of course, being George Floyd?
Well, I think there's two things that have to happen. First of all, and actually a good tip came from the Floyd family. They made it very clear, and other families too, that have been victims of police violence. And when violence happens, a riot situation, the families speak out and they say, look, this is not what is going to solve the problem. This is not going to bring justice or any kind of consolation to this family. The victim would not want that, and we speak on behalf of that. So when you have family members that are speaking out, I think that's important. And by the way, we did see that with the Floyd family and other civil rights leaders. And I think the second thing is, people like myself that do have a civil rights organization that have been involved with this issue for a long time, I'm talking about the battle against and for social justice and against racism, and also police misconduct. We also have a role to play, and that role is we have to speak out loud and long, saying, look, we're frontline fighters for justice too, but we do it the right way. And we encourage others that, in fact, believe in justice, do it the right way, too, because at the end of the day, that's the most effective way. Not looting a store, but actually the kind of protest, the kind of demonstration, the kind of programs that are being advocated for justice. Those are the kinds of things that we have to keep our eye on, and we have to keep pushing and reminding other people do the same.
And we should point out that most of the people were doing the right thing. They came out to peacefully protest. They wanted to say something today, and they wanted to do it in a way where it didn't cause all this harm. It's a few people who sort of ruin it for everyone. Now we're talking about we won't be able to have these protests, which are part of our rights.
And see, that's a danger. That's another thing. It's not just diverting the attention from the issue of social justice, the issue of police misconduct and how to deal with that. The other thing now, we're talking about even more curtailing our civil right, the civil right to peacefully protest. So once again, we're getting into a dangerous situation where you have some that use a situation, that twist it, turn it for their own selfish ends, and now we all pay a price. We're all jeopardized. Now we're talking about the right to, that's a sacred right to peacefully protest in the American system. You're talking about taking that away. I have to tell you, when that happens, we all lose.
Earl, I'm going to ask you to bear with us for just a moment. Megan Reyes, News Chopper 4 Alpha, if you could swing back around to that police line that we saw just a moment ago, give us a location on that. You mentioned there were only a handful, maybe a couple of dozen to the best of your knowledge, protesters in this area right now? We just saw the LAPD move forward very quickly, and
guys,
where's that street?
Here. Yeah, we're getting set up right now. Near on Hayworth Avenue, which is just a little west of Fairfax here. We were hearing about some activity. They were talking about some looting that was going on Fairfax Avenue. LAPD, you can see the amount of officers responding to this particular area. You saw that line of officers here on this street right over here. I'll get to the name of the street here in a second, but essentially officers are pushing, there's that line of officers right there. They were pushing some looters, as they were calling them, in a westerly direction, and there were a lot of individuals running in the street here in this neighborhood here. They definitely wanted to make sure they could protect some of these buildings here. Again, this is on Fairfax, and we saw a lot of activity here earlier near Park La Brea along Fairfax. So this is Fairfax and Clinton Street. So that's where the line of officers were chasing some of those individuals. They did disperse. That's why they came here. They dispersed that crowd, and they're just pretty much setting up that line, making sure these individuals don't come back to this particular spot.
Oh, so they may have stopped activity in this area. There we see right now, we are looking at our screens and we're seeing them moving in. And you said it looked like the people who were there moved out when they saw this police presence.
Yeah, that's the thing. They move out, they move away, but then they set up another location. And we were listening about some activity on Melrose Avenue as well, just east where the fire was burning. So these officers from various agencies, we saw officers from different agencies here supporting Los Angeles Police Department. So they're getting back into their vehicles, and they will be dispatched to another location where they deem it necessary. They have multiple police helicopters flying above looking for any activity, and they are directing these law enforcement officials down to the area where they need them. Again, this is right off of Clinton and Fairfax. You can let me pull up this map overlay here so you can see Fairfax Avenue and Clinton Street. That's where we have all the activity, and Melrose is just to the north of here, and just literally from about a quarter of a mile in this area, that's where we have that fire that's burning on the 7500 block of Melrose Avenue.
And I believe we still have Errol Southers on the phone with us. Errol, I know you spent time local law enforcement and federal law enforcement before your time as a professor at at USC, University of Southern California. Is this standard operating procedure here? You've got a handful of people creating all this chaos.
Well, what you're looking at now is LAPD is going to be going block to block to try to clear these individuals and clear these locations. It's a really difficult challenge because, as your air support journalist mentioned, you know, they move them from one place and they move to another. So what you've got to do is systematically look at the grid map and decide how you're going to move across the grid, clear everything, and make sure that no one or no people are behind you at the same time. It's very methodical. It takes a lot of patience. You can see their officers walking block to block, and they're making sure that no one's out there, no one's in those store locations, and they'll do this until they are absolutely concerned that, or I should say, they absolutely have cleared the area. And
this must be exhausting too, because they're on foot. They're, you know, and it's mentally exhausting because they don't know what they're going to face, but just physically exhausting. And then they have to get in their patrol cars and move to another area. It's just got to be so tedious and tiring.
It is, but I will say this, you know, fortunately having been there and done that, and I thank these men and women for their service. They're extremely fit. They know what the job entails. They're working 12-hour shifts. They're going to be really, really safe about doing this. They're going to be secure, and they're going to be patient. And if they do all of those things, no one will get injured on their side. Nobody need be injured on the civilian side, and everybody will be fine and go home at night.
As someone who teaches, who is a professor now and is very active in the community as well, how do you make sure when you talk to your students that we don't lose the message, the original message of what happened in Minneapolis?
Well, this again it's really one of humanity.
Booth, where do you want me to shoot? Do you want me to go back to the fire? Where would you like?
You were just listening to our chopper there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Errol.
That's okay. You know, even though we're talking about law enforcement and use of force, there is a basic humanity here that I always remind my students, and as you know, I teach counterterrorism classes, I teach classes on violent extremism, but there's a humanity component here, and there's a humility component here. So that's what's really important. I have to at least say that LAPD changed when the department started to reflect some of those communities that they serve. And so the message won't be lost when we understand that people need a voice. They need a voice in the community. They need a voice in the department. And I do want to say this, what happened to Mr. Floyd is unacceptable. But I do want to say that the large majority of law enforcement in America are law-abiding, ethical, and really good human beings that do a great job every day. And this is a small minority of officers that should not be officers and should have never gotten past the screening process. So the thing I emphasize so this won't be lost is never forget where you came from, never forget who you serve, and never forget who you are. And I think that's going to be really important going forward. We can honor the Floyd family and many other men that died, unfortunately, in situations like this if we do that, if we, at the end of the day, we try to be good human beings.
Well, we kept hearing that call for justice, and a lot of people who came out today, that is what they wanted. They wanted to put that message out there, but they had a peaceful message. And then, we saw it ruined by a few individuals. As we look at yet another fire here, how do you go on and have that peaceful message be allowed to be put out there? How do we go on and peacefully protest and exercise our rights, as we were saying, when, we see these problems? Are we going to be allowed to, or is that going to hurt our ability?
I think this is going to be challenging. As I mentioned previously, it only takes one person to spoil everything. But I would only caution people with this. Allow peaceful protests. I watched protests today all over the country. There were a number of peaceful protests that didn't get a lot of airtime because, quite frankly, they were peaceful protests. Mm-hmm. So let's not forget that. And I say the same thing about law enforcement. There are thousands of police officers who do a fantastic job and never get in trouble. So I hope we can continue the protests, and I hope we can continue the conversation, because these things happen because we don't talk to each other. We don't try to get through these problems together. This is a problem that is only solved through dialogue, and dialogue cannot happen after conflict because that's really difficult. So we've got to let people protest. We can't let the minority of people who are committing crimes tonight there in law enforcement, victimizing people like Mr. Floyd, set the narrative for what we do in the future.
What we're looking at on the screen right now is two major fires burning in that area. This is the shoe store, and then Megan was just on a fire down the street, looked to be maybe 1 or 2 blocks away. Errol, if you were advising the mayor tonight about how to approach tomorrow morning, what would you say to him?
Well, the first thing I would say is I thank him for putting the curfew in place. I think that was absolutely critical. The second thing I would say is I go back to the playbook of 1992. We sat down, meaning the community sat down, leaders from the faith-based community, law enforcement, athletes and celebrities in LA, activists, all sat at the table and said, look, how did we get here? And they talked through it. I would convene a roundtable, and since we're on Zoom, it's probably easier to do because everybody's at home. I'd convene roundtables of people around the city and start having this conversation, start to come up with a playbook about how we're going to move forward as a city, how we're going to recover, not just from this, but from COVID, how we're going to reopen, and how we're going to build the bridge again. And I have these conversations now. And as I said, I'm not putting anyone on the spot, but look, we're all at home. It's not hard to find people. So I think we could have these conversations starting tomorrow.
Were you surprised when you saw all the police chiefs gather together this week and condemn what happened in Minneapolis?
I was not surprised. We understand there are bad cops, and I was not surprised at all. There's not a chief in America that wants a bad cop. And believe me, the chief of Minneapolis doesn't want Chauvin on her department. So I was not surprised at all. They came out in a very timely manner. I think it was important, and I'm very proud of the fact that they voiced that opinion together.
All right, Errol Southers, we certainly thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Very interesting to hear what you had to say. We're going to switch right now to Robert Kovacic. He has secured an interview right now with the Fire Chief Terrazas, and he's going to join us as we watch these fires burning and get more on that and how the fire department is handling all of this. We've seen several fires, Robert.
Kathy and Colleen, thank you very much. Chief Terrazas, Robert Kovacic here. Thank you for joining us. I know this is a crazy night for you. If you are watching NBC4 right now, first things first, take us through what we're looking at right now, sir.
Robert, thank you for having me. Yes, you're looking at one of the structure fires in progress right now. I'm looking on your channel, Channel 4. We have multiple fires burning, 4 significant ones, and many more smaller ones.
When it comes to the firefighting efforts here, how are you sort of dividing and conquering what you've got right now?
Well, unfortunately, we did go through this experience back in 1992. I was a young firefighter there, but there's still many of us here who experienced that. And we learned some valuable lessons then, and we've implemented some of those things in preparation of an event like this.
So, Chief, this fire that I'm looking at here on Melrose, what can you tell me about this fire and the efforts to try and contain it from stopping it to spread to the buildings adjacent?
Well, we're applying a modified aggressive interior attack, meaning that we're not going to the roof, we're staying exterior, our resources are thin, so we do have additional challenges because of the scenario we're in. We're very mobile. We're trying to minimize our time on scene so we can come available for the next call. So we're very busy right now. We're over 1,500 incidents, and our firefighters are ready to do whatever's necessary.
1,500 incidents. Chief, compare that to a normal Saturday in the city of Los Angeles for the LAFD.
Well, our average is around 12 to 1,300 or so. That's after a full 24-hour period. So we're already at 1,500, and we still have to go till midnight. So we've got 300-400 above our normal average right now.
How long can you stay and fight a given fire then before you're called off to a next one?
Well, the resources, our firefighters will stay on scene for as long as necessary. We are discussing recall options right now. That would happen at 6:30 tomorrow morning. If necessary, we'll do that, which means that all our firefighters will not be released. They'll stay on duty, and all the additional firefighters coming on duty will supplement our workforce.
So these firefighters right now battling this blaze at this building here, Chief, they've been at it for how long, and how long will they stay?
They've been there on scene for, I'm not sure the exact dispatch time, but they'll stay as long as they need to stay. That is a fairly large building. I'm concerned about the exposures on either side of it. We are applying heavy streams from our ladder pipes. You can see that coming from the truck, and we're hitting it from the front as well.
Any injuries to your firefighters, the men and women of the LAFD so far involved with these protests?
No reported injuries to any of our firefighters so far.
No reported injuries. So as we look now to the coming hours, are you asking for additional resources or help from other agencies, LA County Fire, for instance?
We are preparing for that. I just got off the phone with Chief Osby from the county, as well as Chief Lorenzen from Ventura Fire Department, as well as Chief Fennessy from Orange County Fire Authority. Right at this time, we can handle it with our LAFD firefighters. Any escalation, we can bring in some resources from those other fire departments.
How do you make a decision? And as Colleen Williams and Kathy Barr and I were watching today, when you have these fires that are in the middle of these protests and you need to go in and do your best to put them out, even though you're going to be confronting people that could potentially jump on top of your truck or potentially could cause problems any way they can, do you have a wait and see mode? Are you relying on the LAPD for escorts, or how are you trying to then navigate your way to handle these blazes before they spread?
We, upon dispatch, right now we have full people force protection, which means we do have police officers assigned to each of our fire trucks. They're not riding the fire trucks, but we have an unsafe situation. We have to use our discretion whether or not to engage. But our first instinct is always to help, and we'll do everything we can to do that.
Have you had situations, Chief Terrasas, where you have had to not engage because it was too dangerous?
I have not heard of any as of yet. We got force protection here real early, so we're very well protected throughout the city, and I have not heard any circumstances that you described, Robert.
Are you finding that things are calming down in terms of the calls that you're getting?
It seems to be slowing down a bit. That's the trend, and we're continuing to assess. We are monitoring all channels as well as all our emergency radio communications. And right now it seems like there is a plateau. I'm hoping that it'll decrease as the hours move forward into tonight.
We are hearing about some potential trouble in downtown Los Angeles. What can you tell us about that?
We are prepared for that. We do have resources staged in or near downtown. We are dispatching into those affected areas with force protection from Long Beach Police Department as well as Signal Hill Police Department as well as LA County Sheriffs. So at this time, that's all I can tell you, Robert. The companies that are running out of our Fire Station 4 are handling everything downtown.
I know that you are overtaxed and overburdened. We appreciate you speaking with us. But finally, with this curfew in effect, I think it's got to help. With the National Guard in effect, you think it's going to help? For the men and women right now of the LAFD, how is morale, and basically how are they all holding up?
Morale is good. Thank you for asking. They're engaged. They're focused on the mission, and it could be a long night. We're ready to do whatever is necessary to ensure the safety of the public.
Chief Terrasas, thank you very much. Involving heroics with our first responders, and the LAFD is often among them because they are heroes every day to us. Colleen, Kathy, you want to say thank you to the chief, and I'm going to throw it back to you two.
As always, thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you so
we certainly
much.
appreciate it.
Yeah, a tough night for the fire department. Handling it very well, though. As we continue to look at our live pictures here on Melrose, and we see the fires and the fire department doing a fantastic job, we want to bring in someone we spoke to earlier in the afternoon. He is a law professor at USC, Jody Armour. And we actually talked to you, Jody, earlier before we even heard from the sheriff's department. And that was early on. We weren't seeing activity like this. What do you make of it?
Well, this is California are accustomed to earthquakes, physical earthquakes, the fault lines that we walk on and make the earth move under our feet. This is a social earthquake we're in the middle of, a real kind of tectonic shift that is making us, that's creating a kind of generational upheaval. We haven't seen anything like this in our own lifetimes, and we can talk to our parents and grandparents, and a lot of them haven't seen anything like this with the stay-at-home, the shelter-in-place kinds of orders. And, what it's revealing is that many of us have lived with a lot of social inequality around us. We go downtown, we'll walk nearby Skid Row perhaps. We won't go through it. A lot of times we'll skirt it. We'll see other kinds of inequality all around us, and we've kind of become numb to it. And this is forcing us to confront the fact that some of us, I'm one of the lucky ones, I can work from home. I put up my laptop. I Zoom into my students, to my classrooms. Many of us have that luxury, that privilege. Other people, not so much. They're on the front lines. They're exposing themselves to infections that a lot of us can avoid. And they're looking at, we're talking about unemployment rates that are skyrocketing. People aren't able to pay their rent. Any moratoriums there may be on the rent aren't going to last forever, and then they're going to have to pay all of the arrears, all of the accumulated rent that hasn't been paid. So there's a lot of desperation, there's a lot of frustration, and we're not all sharing it equally. Some of us are kind of insulated from it more than others, some of our neighbors around us. And so I think as I look at, what's going on, and we see looting, for example, and we think of that as just such a horrible antisocial kind of act, and it is. It can be that to be sure, but there's also a background to that. As we were watching people go into Beverly Hills today, for example, I kind of thought that was symbolic, almost in a way, of the kind of redistribution of wealth and power that this new pandemic has thrust upon us, or at least has forced us to think about the possibility of. We often criticize people from lower income neighborhoods, working class neighborhoods, for burning their own neighborhoods up, the places that they have to try to get services after the unrest is passed. Well, here you have people actually spreading some of those blues around, going to some of those other neighborhoods in which a lot of the residents have not been suffering as much. I was looking at something on CNBC not long ago, and they were pointing out that American billionaires actually got $434 billion richer during the nation's lockdown between mid-March and mid-May.
Jody,
yeah.
It's Colleen. I'm going to interrupt you for 2 seconds if you would stay with us. Obviously, you are very well versed in social justice, but we need to bring the sheriff in right now, Sheriff Alex Villanueva. Sure. He's going to update us on some of the situations and some of the hot spots and what's going on. But Jody, we'll get right back to you in a moment. Sheriff, are you there?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, what can you tell us about, let's start with the Melrose area right now. We see a couple of substantial fires there. We've seen looting. What is the latest?
Well, most of the large crowds have already dissipated and kind of headed home. What we have left behind are we'll call them the professional anarchists. Those are the people that are looting and setting the fires, but you can see they're kind of small in number. So we're chasing them around, and little by little we're getting them arrested. But of course, the trail of destruction they leave in their wake is causing us to spend a lot of resources that fighting these fires and offering the protection of the firemen while they fight the fires. So I'm here at the Department Operations Center in downtown LA, and we were monitoring the entire county. And we have a National Guard on order and on the way that are going to help us augment our forces. So far, it seems like we're at a point now where it's hopefully going to start dissipating.
Well, they should be here in less than 2 hours. You've got 1,000 National Guard members coming in?
Yes, we do.
Do you know what they'll be doing specifically?
We're two primary areas we're going to be using them. One is area denial. So when we start blocking traffic in areas that we're going to deny access to, we'll use them in that role, in stationary posts, and also in locations where we need the protection of the areas because they've already been vandalized or burned. They may be crime scenes, for example, and they're going to be securing locations for us. We won't use them in a law enforcement capacity because we're going to reserve that for our professional peace officers that have the training for that.
Okay, and as you were monitoring the county, where else are you seeing hot spots? Are there problems elsewhere? We've been focused on this area simply because there's so much going on right here.
Yes, well, it started on the 7600 block of Beverly, and that was the Fairfax district. And then we had issues with Beverly Hills, which you're seeing some of the remnants of that now with some of the fires. And we've had earlier in the day, we had issues at the 101 freeway going through the downtown corridor and a Santa Clarita station, and there was a march from southeast to South LA station. So it's kind of been jumping around different areas of the county.
Sheriff, you mentioned the area of denial, so they'll be blocking traffic back to the National Guard and protection. Does that mean they'll be armed?
Yes, we expect them to be armed.
Okay. I wanted to ask you the question, I lost my train of thought for just a second here. We heard earlier from Eric Leonard that someone had been arrested and they were armed with a firearm. So will the National Guard then be prepped or briefed the way you would brief your deputies when they go out?
Yes, we're going to definitely give them rules of engagement and explain their roles so they understand them. We don't want them out there engaged in any law enforcement action itself. We want them in a supporting role, and it's a proper role for them, and they're well equipped for that. And this is a lot of them have experience from the past efforts at this. We definitely welcome their assistance.
And we've heard of some police officers being injured. I think there was a broken wrist and some other injuries, at least one serious. Any deputies injured in this?
We've had a few minor injuries here and there, but nothing that's of significance, thank God, for to date.
And going forward now, your plan, your people, as we go into the night and tomorrow morning, as this curfew remains in place, how will you be helping the LAPD? Will you be continuing in the same role?
Well, as hot spots simmer down and they go under control and other ones flare up, we're going to be constantly repositioning our personnel along with LAPD, and we're talking back and forth our operation centers, so we make sure we're coordinating all of our efforts across the city and the county, and we'll be doing that throughout the night.
You know, we've seen a number of people arrested. Do you have any idea of the numbers so far?
Not yet. We'll have that number later on this evening, but it's going to be in the hundreds by now.
And what about the people who have been arrested? We see them coming out of stores and things like that. What is the charge on that?
If we catch them in the act coming out of a store looting, that could be for just in an area and they violated the curfew law, well, then they'd be subject to arrest for curfew, a misdemeanor. And felony vandalism is another charge that's pretty common. And the misdemeanors will be cited out at dawn once the evening's over.
And do you have any idea how many? We heard as many as 500 people were arrested last night. Many of them were, as you said, cited out and let go. What are the numbers from yesterday in terms of how many people were arrested and kept in jail and booked?
There was 533, I believe, was the total number arrested yesterday. Of those, the overwhelming majority were misdemeanors that were released at dawn. However, there was 18 that were left behind, and the charges include arson and burglary and felony vandalism. Those are the three most common charges.
And it's certainly hard to account for everyone because we saw stores being looted and people were running in and out, and yet there was no law enforcement there. You can't be everywhere. You were probably handling other areas, so that's a difficulty. People were asking, why aren't those people being arrested? I guess you can't handle everything that's happening at once.
Yeah, look at this live picture right now where I believe it's the Melrose area. Sheriff, I'm going to describe it to you. It looks like people are running down the street. You've got some law enforcement moving in. The uniforms look to be LAPD. And yeah, you see them moving in. You saw a car take off. You said there's only a handful in that area right now, maybe a dozen, couple of dozen?
Yeah, the numbers are very small pockets of people, so we don't have the hundreds or the thousands of crowds like we had earlier in the day. And thankfully, however, the ones that are left behind, they're very determined. So we're going to keep shifting our resources around, and we'll catch up to them sooner or later.
Yeah, we're seeing people driving around still out there, and we're seeing a line of police. They're literally going just down the street on foot. You know, just to see what they can see. We see officers on each side of the building that we're looking at right now, and it's nighttime. They have their flashlights out. This is hard work, right?
Focusing, you have the issue of the crime, what you're trying to prevent, but then you also have to protect yourself because incoming bottles and rocks and things like that, they can hurt you. And you have to maintain contact with your partners. You don't want to get involved in, chasing individual and getting away from your group. So you have to maintain a lot of discipline.
Sheriff, are you talking to other sheriffs in the Inland Empire or Thousand Oaks area, Ventura. Is the same thing happening up there and in the IE?
I believe actually it's been focusing here, and we've received our mutual aid request has gone throughout the region. So we've been a recipient of forces from those different counties, and we're very grateful for them to assist us in this mutual aid effort. And we'll continue working with them throughout the night. I've been on the phone with Chief Moore of LAPD. I've lost count already. We're just calling back and forth, making sure we're on the same page in everything we're doing. And so far, it's been a very good effort.
Yeah, we watched earlier when you assembled all of the religious leaders who came out, and they had a message of peace that they put out. I had to be 5 or 6 different people that came out, so I'm sure it's disheartening to see what has happened. But again, it's only that concentrated few.
Yes, our civic leaders, our religious leaders, they're all united in a sole purpose, which is promote peace, get people to protest peacefully, and get ourselves rid of these anarchists, these looters. Protest a bad name and dishonoring the memory of George Floyd.
You know, Sheriff, as we look at the pictures here, we see the LAPD moving very looking for anyone who could be causing trouble at this point. With the curfew, everybody needs to be off the street, correct?
That is correct, and that's what makes the curfew or order to disperse very useful, because then anyone who's out, you're it basically. If they catch you, you're a tool that we're going to use. However, we want people to just start going home, leave the area, go home, get a hold of your friends, and tell them, hey, roll it up, time to go home.
Yeah, we just saw a car drive up to that police line where we see the officers on foot and the patrol cars following behind, and a car drove up and someone's out the window just literally taunting the officers. That's what we don't want to see right now. We want them to leave.
Yes, every single person who's out and about around the city right now is committing a misdemeanor, so they are subject to arrest.
Are you concerned you'll see the same sort of thing play out again tomorrow?
Every riot, every type of civil unrest has a peak period. It can last a few days. It typically doesn't sustain itself beyond 3 or 4 days, and people get tired eventually and realize that the change is not going to occur by destroying people's property or burning things. It's going to occur by working with the system and making your voice heard the right way. And that voice hopefully will gain traction in the next days to come.
I know you were prepared for this, but were you surprised when you saw what went down this evening?
Well, we had word ahead of time that Antifa groups, anarchists, were going to pretty much hijack these protests for their own goals. Mm-hmm. So we were expecting something like this.
Yeah, we heard that from Errol Southers tonight as well. Are you communicating with other cities where we're seeing this sort of thing? Oakland, Portland, Minneapolis?
Yes, we are seeing in some other major cities. And I know Portland had the issue. Oakland, unfortunately, had the tragic death of a federal officer who was shot. One passed away from his injuries. So that is horrific. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of those affected. And that there's no excuse for that. Nothing whatsoever can defend that, like nothing can defend what happened to George Floyd.
Well, you talk about the different agencies. Sheriff, right now we're looking at Santa Ana, and it looks like they have something going on there as well. Our news chopper for Bravo. Over that, there's a fire, and we're seeing a lot of people there. Thank you to the sheriff for joining us on the phone. We've talked to him twice today during this, and he's been very gracious to stay on the phone with us and take our questions. But we want to switch over to Bravo and find out what's happening here. Gil Avis, are you there?
Yeah, Kathy, we are. This is Santa Ana. Anna, as you said, Bristol Street and Wilshire Avenue here just south of McFadden. This is where some unrest is going on here in the streets. A lot of people out on the streets. The Santa Ana Police Department have their hands full. They have the Sheriff's helicopter Duke 1 overhead watching the crowds. Here they go. They're starting to run. I'm not sure why. There's probably, well, there you go. There's the march of the officers southbound on Bristol towards the group. That's Wilshire as the intersection there. But the group here starting a fire in the middle of the street, knocking over what looks like a Caltrans sign, electric sign there. They bashed that in pretty good and tagged it up. Now the crowd is going to go away from that intersection. Let me come a little bit further north beyond the skirmish line there, and this shopping center here. This is at McFadden and Bristol. There is a fire burning in the parking lot. This is the shopping center at the Northgate Market, and we heard reports that there was looting going on in this area near McFadden. It might have been in this shopping center, but we checked with the airship overhead, and they weren't sure if the people got inside the stores or not. But just as a safety precaution, they sent a lot of resources here to protect. Here's Northgate Market, and you see a line of cars in front of it. Unsure what the purpose of those civilian vehicles are, but it looks like that may have gotten inside of that market at one point. But at this point, the protesters are out on the streets on Bristol and on McFadden. There's a couple skirmish lines that we're seeing, a couple of fires like you saw just there in the parking lot, and here again at Wilshire and Bristol, a line of officers facing southbound, and they're about to push those protesters that were burning items in the street further south. So that's the situation right now in Santa Ana. A lot of resources pouring into the area, and right now, at least for now, this looks like this portion of the fire is just about out.
Gil, is there a curfew here?
You know, I don't know. I don't know if they've issued
you know, it's Orange
curfew.
County, so I'm not sure they're subject to the curfew. We're going to try and find out if they issued one while we were on the air, but it seems there is some traffic out there which would lead us to believe they are not under curfew.
I think they're not under curfew right now. We haven't heard word about that, but here is the big command post for the Santa Ana Police Department, and they do have, that's McFadden and Bristol, they do have a lot of resources here. And we did see a group of people pushed off to the east here into the neighborhoods on McFadden. You see the line there of officers pushing off towards the east. You see a lot of people there on the sidewalk, and so that's the very latest here in Santa Ana, and I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, we see people with signs, and we see a couple of fires, at least one small fire is out. We're going to switch over right now to Megan Reyes in News Chopper 4 Alpha. She's been following the fire. Some smoke.
Yeah, these are the couple of the fires that we were. Two separate fires, in fact. This one here, Melrose, just a little east of Fairfax. Gil Levis actually was over this fire when it first broke out. They've extinguished the fire, but then it flared up again. There was a fire in the roof, and that's what we saw just moments ago from News Chopper 4 Alpha. The second fire was burning here on the 7500 block of Wilshire, of Melrose, and you can see the difference now. Earlier we were showing this, and there was fire coming out of the roof, heavy smoke and fire. Great job by the men and women of the LA City Fire Department. They made sure that fire did not spread to any adjacent structures, but they definitely have their hands full here.
And Megan, as we continue to look at your pictures here, we're going to bring in Jason Ajadi. He's the property manager for, Jason, is it one or both of the buildings that were on fire there?
Hi, those three stores you guys are looking at right now at the 7600 block on Melrose Ave next to the Starbucks.
Right. Okay, so that's the shoe store who we were talking about earlier, I believe?
Correct. Those are the three stores that three tenants, small business owners. I had the privilege of leasing it to those tenants. We got notified by the LAPD and the fire department earlier today that this property was on fire. The tenants called me and told me that their stores were looted and vandalized and set on fire. It just broke our hearts knowing this. We do commercial real estate, and we represent a lot of landlords and tenants in this area for the past 17 years. And I know all these small business owners are suffering right now. We're watching this earlier today. and we couldn't believe that this property was on fire. That we know the owner of this property. It's total loss now.
So, Jason, you said it was the buildings were looted first, the businesses, and then set on fire. Besides the shoe store, what are the other businesses?
One is an eyeglass store, and the other one, from my recollection, was a luggage store.
From what you've been seeing on the screen here tonight, does it look like those? Well, it looks like the shoe store may be a total loss here, and all those buildings are connected. So, do you foresee them opening anytime in the near future?
Unfortunately not. I mean, this looks like this building is going to be a total loss. My heart goes out to the owner of the property, to the small businesses. Their insurance will hopefully allow the owner to rebuild, but this is, we're talking a year or two to rebuild and find a place for these businesses to relocate to if they're ever going to reopen again.
Right, it's so hard. It's hard to get a business going like that.
I know what it took for these great people to open these businesses. My heart goes out to them. I know they have families to feed. Us watching all these retail stores getting vandalized, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this building on fire.
Had they even reopened? I mean, it's just been recently that retail has been able to go back into business, a lot of it for curbside pickup. Had they even been up to speed in terms of that?
From my knowledge, they were planning to open this weekend, and unfortunately this happened. I think one of them did at the shoe store was getting ready to open his business today, and he probably showed up today, and this just started in the afternoon.
It's so heartbreaking. You said they called. What did they say?
They called us and they said, our store was vandalized. They set it on fire, and we weren't sure if this was the right property. And then once we got notified by the LAPD and the fire department, we turned on the news and we noticed the building ourselves. Like, yeah, this is the property that we helped put these businesses in, and it was saddening to see. And I want to thank all the LAPD, the sheriff departments, everyone that's working hard to protect these businesses. We want them to survive. We've been going through 2 months of not knowing what the commercial real estate market was going to be like in LA, what these businesses were going to do, getting back in, could they make it? And now we have this right after this, able to bounce back from this.
Were you worried about something like this happening today?
When I saw the protest happening today, and I knew it was in this area, I had a feeling that it might get out of hand, but I never thought they were going to set these properties on fire and create all this damage. We have tenants, we have property owners in Beverly Hills, in Santa Monica, all throughout this area that up and down on Melrose Avenue. I know about half those owners, and it's just saddening for me to see that this is what's happening to this area. I grew up in Los Angeles. I'm second generation commercial real estate broker. My dad's been doing this for 45 years. So this is our blood. This is our life. This is what we love to do. And it's just hard for us to see this going on in our city.
It affects so many people, not just the people who own the store, the people who own the property, but as you pointed, it has a ricochet effect in terms of commercial real estate as well. Jason, we certainly thank you for your time. It looks like there's another sort of spot fire that we're looking at there. We're going to bring in Robert Kovacic right now. Robert, you have some breaking details for us?
Colleen and Kathy, this just into our newsroom. Governor Gavin Newsom this evening has authorized a request from the city and the county of Los Angeles, and he has now proclaimed a state of emergency in LA County. The governor has also agreed to deploy members of the National Guard to assist Los Angeles and its neighboring communities. So once again, a state of emergency has been declared tonight for Los Angeles County. It happened just hours after these protests broke out this afternoon, and now that is in place thanks to Governor Newsom up in Sacramento. We asked for the mayor to give us any more clarification on the National Guard. They tell us they'll be here. They're on their way. They will be in place overnight. I said, what exactly are they going to be doing? Mr. Kovacic, it's a tactical thing. We're going to have to let you know. But it was Mayor Garcetti who said that they will be there to protect the streets of Los Angeles. And basically it is just to hold the turf. And you heard Sheriff Villanueva earlier go ahead and elaborate about his intentions with the National Guard. As you look at these LAFD fire trucks, let's go back to what Chief Terrazas talked about. And Colleen and Kathy, I'm not sure if it struck you, but keep in mind, this is the state right now in the city of Los Angeles that, according to Chief Terrazas, when those LAFD trucks go into a situation now, they are escorted by a member or members of the LAPD for their own protection. Tonight, so far, 1,500 calls for LA City firefighters. 1,500 calls, and as Chief Terrazas said, there's believed to be a plateau right now in the city of LA. You can see the streets are much quieter, but they will stay at a fire, including the ones you see right there on Melrose Avenue, as long as they can to try and contain the fire. Perhaps not as long as they would stay on a given night, but because the calls are so often and they're so frequent, they must go to other places. Let's give you a quick rundown of what some of the other cities are telling us right now. You understand that the curfews went in place from Pasadena all the way out to the beach in Santa Monica, Culver City, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood. They just go on, an 8 p.m. curfew. From what we understand from West Hollywood, the curfew appears to be working. From what we understand in Beverly Hills, the curfew appears to be working. Yes, there's scattered problems. Yes, there's pockets of people causing trouble, a given break-in here, a little bit of destruction here, some tagging. Let's correct that. Lots of tagging. You're going to see it when you wake up in the morning. And for those of you who do wake up in the morning and wonder where the day is going to take you, please be advised you should check first. For instance, if you want to head out to Griffith Park, it's not going to happen. Griffith Park is now closed tomorrow. You want to head up to Runyon Canyon? It's not going to happen. Runyon Canyon tomorrow is closed. Colleen, you asked the question to Chief Villanueva, and we're still waiting for answers from the city. Perhaps we're going to get more from Mayor Garcetti come tomorrow, because it is very likely, it is possible, given the events that are unfolding tonight, that this curfew could be extended. But in so many other places, the streets are kind of clearing out. There are less people. And as you see from our double news choppers, Bravo and Alpha, that are in the air tonight, there are fewer cars on the street. And so people are adhering to the advice. And the advice is quite simple. What does a curfew mean? The curfew means if you go outside, you're probably going to be arrested. I mean, it got to the point where I was just on the phone with the mayor's office and I said, we've got a bunch of people here on the Universal lot who eventually are going to want to go home. What are you telling them? And they said, exactly. If you don't have any reason to be outside, if it's not an emergency, or if you're not on your way home from work, that is where you need to stay tonight. So you continue to watch that fire. You continue to watch the men and women of the LAFD battle that fire. But then just keep in mind, they're waiting for the next call. They're waiting to see where it is going to take them next. But the curfew appears to be working, and it appears to be holding. And we're going to toss it back to you as you narrate us through what's going on right now on these streets. And look at the tagging behind you, Colleen and Kathy. That's just what I was talking about.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, we see the word George, and we see the police. And Robert, I was just thinking, we were talking about everything that's going on, but now, Colleen, we're getting more additional resources. The National Guard coming in, they should be here by midnight. They were deployed, and they are in action quickly. And now the state of emergency, which really just frees up funding and just frees up additional resources that now will be put here where they're needed. So it seems like all the right pieces are falling into place, and that the curfew has had a positive effect, as Robert was saying, as he listed the different cities where we're seeing that. But still, the fire's burning tonight and then recovering from all the damage we've seen today.
And as we continue to look at this is a very methodical process. Keep in mind, in about an hour and a half, you'll have an additional 1,000 people. That's 1,000 National Guard members.
Watch
and there
this,
you
look,
see
they're running.
Yeah, they must have spotted someone. you know, and the sheriff kind of let us know exactly what they would be doing, Robert.
Lights and sirens here.
Area denial in that's legal parlance for blocking traffic. Also, they'll be involved in protection, and they will be armed. Now, as continue to look at this, Megan Reyes, are you in the chopper over this?
Yeah, we're looking at this right here. This is right off of Crescent Heights and Melrose. We were hearing about some activity. You could see the line of LAPD officers working their way westbound on Melrose. Look how they're approaching that vehicle with the guns drawn right now. We don't know what led them to this particular area, but we can tell you we heard about some commotion there along Melrose Avenue near Crescent Heights, and you saw that line of LAPD officers in the street walking in a westerly direction, pushing a few individuals, and then all of a sudden the skirmish happened and they started running. And again, it just takes a few people, and that's what it was. There were a few people who they were chasing. You can see the line right there. That's Melrose Avenue, as these line of officers are continuing walking in a westerly direction. They're headed towards or away from Fairfax. So right now, that's the situation. We see this all over the place, Colleen. I look out the window and I just see line of officers like this. And earlier you were talking about the graffiti. I see graffiti everywhere. I can't zoom into it. A lot of it has profanity, but we're noticing a lot of graffiti here on these buildings. So that's just one of the things that we are beginning to notice here as we're seeing more activity. And again, I mean, look at these cars. There is a mandatory curfew. We still have vehicles out here driving in circles, and we still have a lot of people on the streets here causing. Yeah, so you know, it just takes a few. Yes.
Where you were just before that, where that car was stopped, so that was Fred Siegel at Melrose and Crescent Heights. And if you use that as a launching pad from where they are marching right now, from where this line is right here, and where they're scattering, they're heading towards, if you go straight down, you're going to go smack dab into the Beverly Center. And we did understand there were problems there at that major mall earlier, that there were people trying to get in on the escalators there, and they were trying to get into the store. So it's almost taking you back now into that area that was a pocket of problem earlier today. And so now, if they're heading that way, that could be one of the reasons why towards the Beverly Center and towards that area right now. So this is the march west as they go here, and you see the laundromat right there where they have set up this line. Again, not a lot of people around, but that is probably because there are people that they know that are in the westerly direction.
Megan, they set up that line, but some of the officers went to the right, and we see officers here on the left and a vehicle.
Yeah, they're obviously interested in these people in this vehicle here, bringing the individuals out. Obviously, since there's a curfew, that is their probable cause to stop anybody on the streets. Again, what started as a peaceful protest, now we see this activity coming here late night here along Melrose Avenue. This is Melrose at La Jolla Avenue, where you see all this activity. And Robert, earlier we did see some of that looting near the Beverly Center. Units were called there around La Cienega and 3rd Street. They were stopping some of that looting. We saw some of that activity there from LAPD, and we saw a lot of businesses along Fairfax Avenue, anywhere between 3rd and Melrose. A lot of those businesses were damaged by looters as well.
And Megan, is this what you were talking about, where police will just go street to street? They will literally walk with the cars, the patrol cars following behind them, and check out each street, looking to the left and to the right to clear people out?
Yeah, and Kathy, we saw this earlier. We were showing you from our vantage point earlier along La Cienega. Last time we were showing you that we were on La Cienega. Now these officers here, again, Melrose Avenue at La Jolla, they're walking in a westerly direction, forcing anybody who is on the streets to get out of this particular area. The helicopter above, they did have the LAPD helicopter above. She was directing officers in an area anytime they saw some individuals who were suspicious, or they saw them attempting to loot some businesses. That's where they were deploy the officers. You can see him with his flashlight, broken glass there down below, evidence that this building was looted earlier. We don't know what type of building or commercial building this is, but officers are checking to see if anybody is here in this building right now. But you can see it is a meticulous search. They go as they walk just making sure that each structure is secure. But right now they don't have anybody there. This could be damage from some earlier looters, but let me show you here. I see broken glass on the ground here, so a lot of destruction here from folks who were working their way in this area, Melrose Avenue, just west of La Jolla.
It's interesting.
And also,
there are a
as you
couple
go
of parked
to the
cars there. Megan, you have any idea how far west they're going to go?
Let me pull out here, kind of see what's ahead of them. I don't really see too many people. Well, here's another line of LAPD officers here. So now we're at Melrose. You can see some individuals over here right now. So, you know, we do have people in the area. So really, it's calling. I'm seeing it everywhere. I'm seeing law enforcement officers everywhere responding with their lights and sirens. So this just is one of the many tactical procedures and areas that we're watching, officers trying to clear the area. And again, there's some more graffiti on that building, so I have to be cautious. A lot of it profanity, so
Megan,
yeah, we got to be careful. Go ahead.
Colleen and Kathy, you had asked before, are they hitting specific targets? Megan, pull up a little bit and show us that building. That's the Paul Smith building on Melrose. That pink wall, on any given day, you will find nothing but tourists having their photos taken in front of that pink wall. That is a destination location for tourists and for people in Los Angeles. And one of the things that I think we really need to point out here is, yes, this is Melrose Avenue. Everybody knows Melrose Avenue. It's full of great shops and restaurants. But ladies, on either side, whether you go north or south, there is nothing but residential neighborhoods there. There are homes there, there are condominiums, there are apartments there, and there are people certainly wondering, you know, if these protests and these people that are demonstrating are going to be contained to the major streets, or they're going to head off into the side streets into, therefore, residential areas tonight too.
Right now you can see where they're going on major streets here, Melrose, but also an alleyway to the south. So they are making their way towards some of the residential areas. You can see officers, looks like they may check in for individuals here. Yeah, I thought they found somebody, but they didn't. But they are extending their search, not on that line, not only on the major streets, but also on some of the residential streets. Let me just give you an idea. Let me show you Melrose. This is Melrose here. I'm just going to pull out so you can see the line of officers. In fact, as I zoom back over here, I see more activity. That's where the fires are right now, so kind of gives you an idea. Line of officers over there, but everything along Melrose. This is just one of the streets. Again, a lot of activity. A lot of activity we're hearing about on Fairfax earlier and La Cienega by the Beverly Center. But let's show you that fire right now. It's starting to intensify. This fire was started earlier in the afternoon. Gil Levis was over this on Melrose Avenue. This is just a little east of Fairfax. The fire was extinguished, but it sparked up again. We're going to work News Chopper 4 out towards that fire and show you the battle, what firefighters are battling right now. But the intensity of this fire is starting to pick up. We have the earlier fire just down the street.
Do you need me?
There's the remnants of that fire.
Sure,
the good news, that fire has been extinguished, but right now we are still looking at this one fire here that's beginning to intensify.
Megan, do we know what that is?
It's some, you know, it's a commercial building. I'm not exactly sure what's inside. I haven't been able to see the name of the building. We were covering it earlier. Gil Levis was over this
salon at one point. I know there was that building, and I'm trying to remember the other building. We've covered the shoe store. I mean, it's incredible that this has started up again like this.
Yeah, and again, this could be that the nail salon you were talking about, Kathy, because this was the first fire on Melrose, this building here.
Yeah, a nail supply or some, and you know, I don't know if it's a salon or a supply store, but it had nail in the on the sign.
And the fire was extinguished. Firefighters then all of a sudden had to divert their attention to the fire just down the street over right here, about a quarter mile away. Now, all their attention was diverted here. They've extinguished that fire. They were able to be successful preventing that fire from spreading to adjacent structures. But, you know, it sparked up again. We're not sure what happened. There was a small fire in the attic. We saw it coming from the roof. Firefighters were now having to bring more resources to this this particular fire, and then it just exploded here just moments ago. You can see fire coming out of the roof right now. Pretty much a surround and drown is what they're going to do here.
Yeah, they did that earlier. I mean, it absolutely looked like it was out, but I'm just wondering if there were products in there that could be highly flammable or whatever caused it. That's why they watch a fire like that, because it can start up again. But boy, this one really took off.
Yeah, Megan, what is the building adjacent to this?
You know what? We'll get around to the other side so I can see the names of some of the buildings here. But
all right. And as you're doing that, let me ask you this: give us an idea if the police line is still there, sort of guarding the firefighters.
Here's the police line, and that is one of their jobs here. They are making sure these firefighters are safe. Again, the firefighters are going to stage until it's safe to come into the area to battle any fire. We've been seeing numerous fires here in the city of Los Angeles tonight. A lot of rubbish fires, unfortunately some structure fires as well. Let's see what kind of businesses are located next door to this nail salon or merchandise area. But let's look at some of these structures here. It looks like a couple of mom and pop shops. So I don't have any immediate names, but Colleen, we are getting into position so we can tell you what some of the adjacent stores are.
And those are the businesses hit hardest by the pandemic. You know, Megan, we know where you are. We know what you're doing. We have Bravo up as well. Gil Lavis is in News Chopper 4 Bravo. Gil, give us an idea of your location, and this looks like another fire. Are you still in Santa Ana?
No, actually, Colleen, we've made our way back up here towards Fairfax. This is actually 3rd and Orlando Avenue. The fire department getting on scene here to try to knock down this fire. It's a row of businesses along 3rd Street. As I zoom out, you'll see the smoke coming out of the roof line of those buildings. Now, we saw as we came around from the south side, we saw some of the business here at this location were looted. We saw some windows broken in, a salon with its front windows shattered and debris inside and outside. But right now this fire is starting to spread through the structure. They have a lot of smoke coming through the ventilation out the top of it and the sides of it. The fire department trying to make access. Those sparks you're seeing, those are the firemen and women trying to open up the metal gates in the back of the structure there. But the fire department trying to make entry right now to start knocking down this fire. As we keep orbiting around, we're going to look at the businesses in the front here. You see the fire department raising their ladder and firemen trying to go inside the structure there and looking into the different businesses here. And as I come up a little bit, you'll see the police department on scene here. There's the salon that was broken into, and as I come in a little tighter, you can see the windows blown out there in the front. So again, another structure fire burning here, a 3rd and Orlando, and it's just continuing to burn out of control at this time.
Gil, how many, in your estimation, how many fires have we seen at buildings since this all began?
Well, you know, as far as structure fires, I'm going to say at least 6, but there could be more. I know Megan's been covering several of them. We had that big one there on Melrose, but a couple of them on Melrose, actually. So I believe this might be 5 or 6 in the count. And you're seeing the fire department here trying to access that structure. And, you know, it's kind of like L-shaped. It's on one street here on Orlando, and then this is 3rd Street here in the storefront. And so firefighters, you know, trying to figure out where the fire is moving to, and they have a lot of smoke coming out of different areas.
You know, if people are out of the area, it makes you wonder how this started.
I'm going to have to, you know, guess that the police department come here right away, and so that's an indication that possibly it started as a result of break-in or looting. More sparks coming out of the back because they're trying to get in through those metal gates.
Yeah, and we couldn't keep track of everyone who was there. It seemed mostly empty, but there could have been someone left behind who started this fire. That's really why the LAPD is going street to street and checking all the alleyways. They want to find any people left behind. Now, Gil, we see them there, as you said, up on the roof. They have the hose. This is really an all-around effort right now. They want to try to get this out. We have businesses right next door to this, just like we've seen before. They don't want this getting out of control.
Yeah, I'm trying to read the sign there, Kathy, but that power pole is in the way
hey,
there.
David, slide left a little bit.
Yeah,
we're
I
going to
wonder
slide
if you could
left
help us out.
Yeah, definitely we'll slide left. I'm going to come in tighter for this location there. It looks like initials possibly. And then this business that you're looking at, it says Freehand, I believe.
Freehand.
Freehand, yeah.
You know, wouldn't it be horrible if you were sitting watching the news, watching our coverage here, and this is how you find out that there are problems with your business?
Well, that's what happened with the other businesses. When we were talking to the property manager, Jason, he was saying that the people who leased the buildings there that were in flames, they, told him that they saw that, they were looted and set on fire. And so what a horrible way to find out that's your business. And everyone has been closed because of the coronavirus. And now we're just getting hope that, we can start to open up. And then this happens. And for them, it looks like they lost their businesses, at least the buildings that they were in.
And then you have to wonder and you have to speculate after our conversation with Chief Terrasas of the LAFD if this was a different fire on a different day, if there would be more support there to try and get this fire immediately out or certainly under control. As you look at a building there, you're near 3rd and Orlando that, clearly has been vandalized and perhaps looted, and you watch the firefighters there gain access. The chief did tell us, as you heard, if you heard our live interview with him, that he is going to be speaking with the chief of the LA County Fire Department, Daryl Osby, about trying to get some additional support from county resources to come and help the LAFD as they continue to battle these fires that are really all over the city. And, it started last night. This has been an exhausting 24 hours for them, and it just continues.
Yeah, Gil, as I'm looking at the picture here, building, they're venting the roof, letting some of the smoke out, but do you see any flames at all now?
Very little. Let me zoom in here, and I think, what is that, a light? I'm not sure if that's a light. Yeah, I think that's a light there. We did see flames coming out of the back door here when we came around for the first time. We did see a lot of flame in that back section along Orlando. You're right, though, Colleen, I think they're going to be okay on this building. They're making entry, and they're able to assess the situation inside as well as on the roof. You're seeing that smoke coming through a lot of the ventilation, and that's very typical of the fire, the smoke trying to get out of the building. It's going to find its way out through the ventilation system. So right now, no fire through the roof, no scene fire that we're able to look at right now. It looks like the initial fire crews that got on scene were able to knock down the bulk of the fire in that rear section. But for now, they're going to go through the building and make sure they knock down every bit of that fire to save that building. That's a good sign. Unlike the other fires that we've seen that burned out of control and through the buildings, it looks like this one might be saved.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what started this fire in the first place. As we said, most of the streets have been cleared, and then this one popped up. How did you hear about this one, Gil?
Our assignment desk, Kevin LaBeach, has been doing a great job on the desk all day since 8 a.m. He notified me that this was happening, and we were coming from Santa Ana, so we went directly here to find it. And sure enough, there was flames coming out of the back. And but the good news is the fire department got here very quickly. We didn't see anybody on the streets, but the police department also coming in to assist and check for any looters that might be left inside the buildings. So it looks like we're going to be lucky to save this building here now.
We want to let our viewers know as we're coming up on 11 o'clock here that our Today in LA crew is coming in early. We'll be starting Today in LA weekend beginning at 5 a.m. So you will get continuous coverage on what's going on in this situation here.
Absolutely. They'll be on the air at 5 a.m. That means the curfew lifts at 5:30. So it'll be interesting to see the transition there. We will have followed the curfew for its entirety right here on NBC4. So we're going to keep you covered with that. We're coming up in just a few minutes on our 11 o'clock hour as we continue to watch firefighters who are trying to make sure that this building right here does not catch fire. And Gil Levis has been overhead. He's in News Chopper 4 Bravo. And Gil, they're on the roof. They have their hoses out, but all we've seen is smoke so far. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that they'll be able to save this building with just minimal smoke damage. That would be the best outcome here.
Yeah, I was really concerned when we came on scene. We saw the smoke the fire coming out of this portion of the building. My pilot, David Viscovich, is pointing out another fire to the north of us, and I'm going to try to take a look at that. If David, you can do a right pedal turn, and I'll get an eye on that. But in the meantime, the fire department checking the roof here. It looks like so far they have not breached the roof at all. They're checking the ventilation here. Normally we'll see them with their chainsaws opening up to get that ventilation going up and through the roof, but so far we haven't seen a lot of that. I think it's just a lot of residual smoke that's pouring out of this particular business right now.
Yeah, and a lot of respect going out to you and Megan and all the crews on our choppers who've done such a great job of keeping us oriented tonight. You guys switch from place to place as we ask for it, and you've given us a great idea of exactly where we are as we're looking at one building in relation to another building. And just thank you. You all have done a really good job of that. And I wanted to say that before we get ready to head into our 11 o'clock news and wrap everything up for you that we have seen up to this point. And it has been an incredibly busy day since we joined you on the air this afternoon around 2:30 to 3 o'clock. We've been following the protesters and the demonstrations that were happening that were peaceful for the most part and until they took a turn. And now we're seeing the looting that we saw this afternoon and the fires that have broken out. Firefighters responding to several fires. Gil said he's seen at least 6. And we have also seen spot fires. 12 Colleen LAPD patrol cars were either damaged or torched. We know we saw at least 3 that were torched here while we were on the air.
Yeah, you're right. And we heard from both the mayor and the sheriff tonight that more than 500 people, in fact, more than 530 people were arrested last night. We don't have the particular numbers for tonight just yet, but we are still working to get that. So most of those were cited and released, but as many as 18 were charged with things like arson and burglary, and I believe one of them was assault with a deadly weapon, somebody who tried to run down a police officer out there. And a couple of police officers were injured. We watched them being escorted out last night. One of them suffered a concussion. Another one may have a broken hand. But once again, we're looking at a fire. Most of the area of concentration right now is the Melrose area and the Fairfax district.
Is where most of the trouble was today. You look at the Fairfax district, and Beverly Grove is right there adjacent to it.
All right, it is 11 o'clock, and now at 11, the governor declares a state of emergency in LA County. Right now, LA is under a curfew. Police cars set on fire, as we've been telling you, and windows smashed, stores looted.
Another night of protests turning violent across the city and, in fact, around the country. And good evening. We thank you for being with us all day and tonight. I'm Kathy Barrett.
And I'm Colleen Williams.
And here is where we stand right now. Governor Gavin Newsom just declaring a state of emergency in Los Angeles County. Most of LA is under a mandatory curfew. And Sheriff Alex Villanueva just told us anyone outside will be arrested. Also tonight, the National Guard headed to the area trying to restore order.
In fact, they should be here within the hour. Scenes like this have been playing out all night long as hundreds of people are taking aim at the Fairfax district as they protest the in-custody death of George Floyd. Once again, it started out very peacefully today and then turned dangerous. Protesters set fires, they smashed glass, they looted stores. We saw that several times, time and time again tonight. Tonight, all bus and rail service is down during the curfew. Melrose Avenue stores hit up when the sun went down tonight. Opportunists breaking the front window of a high-rise watch store, a high-end watch store, also an Adidas store and a high-end shoe store, taking anything they could get their hands on.
We saw it all live earlier. This was the scene at a shoe store on Fairfax. Dozens going in, running out with boxes and boxes of goods. They had to break in through the metal gate just to get access to the store.
The other thing we've seen time and time again, protesters starting several fires in the Fairfax area, and in fact, one of them out of protest signs and debris. This all happening in the middle of the street. Several police cars, you're seeing them there, were also torched, as well as a police kiosk, which was located just outside the Grove, just outside the Nordstrom there. Fires were also started in stores on Melrose Avenue, and something that brings up a lot of feelings for Angelenos. Palm tree on fire near Melrose and La Brea tonight.
We're going to get right up to Gil Levis. He's a news chopper for Bravo. He has been in the Fairfax district all night. Gil.
Well, we're looking at this fire that continues to burn. It's one of the first fires that we looked at here in News Chopper 4 Bravo earlier today. It's the 7700 block of Melrose Avenue with the cross of Genesee. It's the Pearls Nail Salon on Melrose that caught fire earlier today. Now, it was burning quite heavily, and we didn't see fire through the roof, but we do now. The fire department's still on scene trying to surround and drown it right now. Here's the storefront where we saw firefighters earlier dealing with a lot of smoke that was pouring out of it. Now there are some firefighters there on the inside on that second floor looking at the fire, how in the back, how it's burned through the roof of the structure. Firefighters on the roof line itself protecting the structure to the east side of the building. But again, this area with a lot of shops on Melrose here continues to burn tonight as the fire department tries to get a handle on it. I'm also looking out towards the west, towards the Beverly Center, and I'm seeing a lot of activity over there at the Beverly Center as well. So we're going to try to go over there and take a look and see what's going on. But this fire does continue to burn here after several hours of it being on fire.
All right, Gil, thank you for that. We're just getting word from the LAPD that they have no number at this point on the number of arrests tonight. Again, last night over 530, but they are confirming to us that one LAPD officer was injured and was taken to the hospital. The extent of his injuries, we're still not sure. Robert Kovacic is tracking all the breaking news for us right now. And Robert, we spoke to the mayor earlier tonight.
Where do you want to begin, Colleen? This day has unraveled so very quickly. And if you think about it, as we have been talking about, the person that started this was a 17-year-old who organized a peaceful protest in Pan Pacific Park, a 17-year-old that had parents coming to help chaperone, that were going to be handing out water bottles and masks and trying to just bring awareness to the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And then it quickly unraveled as other groups became involved, and then the march started. Mayor Garcetti on the phone with LA, and then as more and more protesters decided to break into more and more stops and more protesters decided to light more and more fires, the mayor said he had enough. It was going to be a citywide curfew, other curfews in place throughout Los Angeles. We are talking about Pasadena all the way to Santa Monica, Culver City, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood. The curfew went in place at 8 o'clock. The mayor, Garcetti, still not satisfied that he was not going to be able to get this situation under control. The LAPD overtaxed, overburdened after having what they dealt with last night in downtown LA, picks up the phone, tells us he's calling Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor Newsom says, sure enough, yes, you can have the National Guard. The National Guard on their way to patrol the streets of Los Angeles and to hold down the turf to give the LAPD a bit of a break should be here anytime now. 1,000 members of the National Guard. Then later tonight, Gavin Newsom says, we have enough destruction, we have enough trouble. The best thing to do right now is to declare a state of emergency, not just for LA City, but for LA County. That state of emergency went into place just a short time ago. So where are we at this hour? Well, many different communities are telling us that the curfew is working, that they are finding success with the curfew. West Hollywood said, really just a smattering of trouble here and there. A couple of people trying to break into businesses. They are doing rolling through different streets with the members of the Sheriff's Department. Beverly Hills had some serious problems earlier. They had people breaking into buildings there. They've had a number of different buildings that were tagged, including the Beverly Hills Police Department that was tagged. And then you see what happened later in the Fairfax district. What you see earlier tonight. This is one of those stores where there were people on a normal day who would stand outside in line. What are they waiting for? Tennis shoes, rare tennis shoes and sneakers. So this flight shop was broken into, and then one by one they came out carrying boxes and boxes, and the boxes that you're seeing are rare and expensive sneakers starting at a couple $100 and then just going up from there. The looting and the ransacking continues throughout Los Angeles, but pretty much centered in just sort of a given area. As you see, a watch store there. This is off Melrose Avenue. Also, people trying to break into that. The Fairfax district has been sort of the focus of the problem tonight, and this was what many people said all along, that this is the areas that they wanted to hit. They wanted to move into West Los Angeles, and move into West Los Angeles they did, and they started this afternoon. They went towards the Grove, a fire there. They managed to loot Nordstrom's. They managed to have a fire at a police kiosk right outside. They managed to try to go into the Beverly Center, not with as much success. And then they went to Rodeo Drive, splinter groups on Rodeo Drive, breaking into stores, confrontations with police, and a face-off. And there, Colleen and Kathy, as we go back to you, you saw right there, that was the kiosk that was on fire at the Grove. Rick Caruso's Gem that you see right in the middle of the city, and that was a police kiosk that was ablaze tonight. But the store right next to it, Nordstrom's, people went right in and just took whatever they wanted.
You know, Robert, you're mentioning the Nordstrom there. Nordstrom was one of the first places we saw looting today, the Nordstrom store at the Grove. That's where the original protest was going on. Looters then hit a Ray-Ban store, a sunglass place, right next door to the Nordstrom. The looting then spread to a lot of stores on neighboring streets. As you mentioned as well, you can see people filling up bags with things. They came in with grocery bags and filled it up, and a lot of tagging as well. Now, our team has been working round the clock to bring you every breaking development from these protests. We will be here for you when the curfew lifts. So tomorrow morning, Today in LA weekend starts 2 hours early, 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Curfew lifts at 5:30 in the morning. We're going to bring in our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, right now with some new information on how law enforcement is working the situation. Eric.
Well, Colleen, the LAPD has managed to change their operations in the last hour, really. They've gone from doing the massive types of crowd control that we were watching all afternoon and into the early evening, and now groups of officers have been sent out to really try to track down as many of the looters and arsonists as possible. In fact, one of the things that's been happening is as the lines of officers have been sweeping up and down the streets trying to push anybody on the streets in a particular direction, they've discovered that some folks have managed to work their way back into areas that the officers had pushed through to begin with. So there are reports that officers are being sent to check out of looting in businesses that the big lines of police officers passed perhaps an hour or 2 hours ago. There are still groups of people running around trying to steal things from a variety of businesses, including a Big Five. We're getting reports that looters had broken in and were stealing rifles, shotguns, and ammunition from that store, so that obviously is significant concern. We're hearing from officers on the ground that a number of people who have been detained tonight have been found with weapons. At least 2 people were armed with handguns, they tell us. And the big change in the last hour is because there is so much less crowd control going on, because the department has been able to manage where people are going, the chaos to some degree has subsided. They're now in a position to begin making many more arrests than we've seen at any time earlier today. That's the Fairfax area. In downtown LA, there was another much smaller area where there was some looting of businesses. We're talking about in the area of 8th and Spring, 9th and Broadway. The LAPD is still working to try to push people out of that area, but they have begun to make arrests and impound cars there as well. And again, the reason they're doing more of that now versus 2 hours ago is because there's much less crowd control going on. Anybody out on the streets now is subject to arrest because of the emergency order about a curfew. That makes things legally somewhat easier for officers. There's less concern about having to deliver unlawful assembly orders. or follow other things that would have to be done if it was simply an attempt to clear out a big demonstration in a crowd. Now anybody on the street for any reason can be stopped. Granted, these are considered low-level offenses. In all likelihood, the people who are being detained on these violations are going to be issued a citation and released, probably fairly shortly. Nonetheless, the department is clearly working to send a message that they're not going to tolerate what we've seen over the last few hours. And clearly they were overwhelmed for some period of time, for late this afternoon and early this evening.
All right, Eric Leonard joining us live. Thank you so much. On the phone right now, a business owner in Melrose. His name is Austin Melrose. We thank you for joining us now. Was your business affected?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually talking to you on Melrose Avenue right now. We boarded up our windows, and there's a CVS adjacent to us that's been looted for the last couple hours, and then clothing and retail stores all the way up and down the avenue with a fire at Starbucks. So it's been, it looks like a set out of a movie. It's anarchy.
We're looking at this live picture. What was a 7-Eleven looked like it might have been closed, but the window was broken. You actually see the officers go in and out through that big pane glass window in the front. What is your business on Melrose, and where are you located? Do you know where this is?
I don't know about the 7-Eleven. We're at Melrose and Gardner, so right between Fairfax and La Brea, kind of in the thick of it. We're a craft cocktail bar and restaurant called Melrose Umbrella Company.
Do you know if you had damage? I know you said you boarded up everything, but that hasn't stopped some people. Do you know if you're okay there?
We've been posted up out front. Our neighbors across the street have had their windows smashed in, but us, along with Blackbird Pizza, Antonio's Mexican restaurant, the owners and I have all stood out front and just, said we're family-owned businesses. This is crazy, and we've been somehow okay. I think we're the only little section of Melrose that hasn't been kind of scathed by this.
And with the pandemic, has it been especially hard? I mean, you look around, you see this now.
Yeah, absolutely. The craziest part, I think, and why I said it looks like a movie set is, everyone's wearing masks. It literally is like a scene from a movie, and everyone's, faces are covered, which normally is odd to see. And, you throw a hoodie up over your head and have a mask on, it's like you can't tell. It's wild. It's alarming. So we've actually pulled our masks down and just been giving us a friendly smile and a wave at people, and
and they skipped you because of that?
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely.
That's very brave of you, I'll have to say, to be out there defending your place in that way. But, we wish you the best, and thank you for joining us on the phone.
Sure. I'm a small-town kid from Oregon, so, you gotta spread some love. It's going to take a lot of that to curb this one.
Boy, you are definitely one of the lucky ones here tonight. Austin Melrose, we certainly thank you. We're going to go.
We've just got an officer inside now. We're giving everyone some water.
Oh, good for
That's
you.
Great. Yeah.
Good for you. There are a lot of officers out there today, and Gil Lavis is over a group here just outside the 7-Eleven we were talking about. Gil?
Yeah, that's right. Colleen, you're looking at two suspects of the three that have been taken into custody here. They're looters. They were looting the 7-Eleven here at the corner of 3rd Street and Gardner. Let me tilt up and show you that. We've been looking at that. A lot of officers coming and going out of the store. Now, the report was that there were looters in the store, and at the time, the employees locked themselves in a rear room and were calling 911 to be rescued as those looters were going through the 7-Eleven. The LAPD made quick work of coming over here and securing at least 3 of those looters. They are in custody right now. Again, 3rd and Gardner, not too far down the street from the Grove. That's the latest in News Chopper 4 Bravo. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Gil. We've been collecting some of the images that we've been seeing throughout the day. We're going to go over to NBC4's Darsha Phillips. She has more on that, everything that we have seen today on the streets of L.A. and surrounding areas. Darsha.
From the scene for safety reasons, but there were plenty of people who were there and had cell phones and got video from the middle of it all. Here's what it looked like from their vantage point. Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! A peaceful protest in the Fairfax district dissolves into civil disobedience. Video captured by protesters on the ground shows clashes with police that were at times violent. Police cruisers vandalized, tagged, and set on fire. Cell phone video shows plumes of black smoke as buildings burned. Protesters smashed windows and looted stores. By nightfall, people were still in the streets as firefighters tried to extinguish the flames. Really unbelievable images coming out of those areas today. And Kathy, Colleen, I do want to mention that we have covered other protests in past years that remained peaceful, but we have seen a marked change, a boiling point that has really reached a boiling point right now. And we've seen such a change in these protests. And the result is some of the destruction that we're seeing in the streets of Los Angeles right now. So, of course, such a tough day for Los Angeles right now. We'll send it back to you guys.
You know, it really is shocking to see, Darcia, when you see all those pictures condensed together in that short period of time. Gil Levis, topside once again. Gil, where are you now? Where are you headed?
Well, Colleen, we're moving over here just west of the Beverly Center. We were hearing reports, and we're going to check on this as we were pulling up here. This is the 100 block of South Robertson. We're hearing of an arrest of multiple people at this location. We see the police activity here, and as we roll into the scene here, we'll verify if the numbers are correct that I heard. I thought I heard there was a 40 in custody here, but we're going to look and see. That looks like there was some looting going on here at this store on Robertson, and you see the deputies actually going in to the unit, or to the it's a cannabis shop that I'm hearing now from our assignment desk. So they're moving in here, and we'll see how many exactly they have in custody. I heard the number 40. I could have heard that wrong, but again, they're sending a lot of LAPD units here as a backup for the Sheriff's Department that have moved it in here to this cannabis shop at the 100 block of South Robertson, just west of the Beverly Center.
Yeah, we see a lot of debris out there on the sidewalks. You don't know exactly what you heard. That would be a lot of people, so we'll have to wait and see what they do. But again, Gil Levis reporting on that. Apparently, police have responded to this cannabis shop where they believe people are inside. If we get any word, we'll get back to you.
Yeah, you know, Kathy, let me interrupt you for a second. I think it's MED, men. As we said, it's right there on South Robertson. Anybody who's been in this area here knows that this is a stretch of Robertson that has a lot of small businesses here. These are the businesses the mayor's been encouraging, well, not specifically men, but the types of businesses, small businesses, mom and pop. The mayor's been encouraging people to go out and support, and now this is happening on South Robertson.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see if they do go in and get anyone out. Right now, we just see some of the officers standing outside, and we saw a couple of them go in. But, Gil, we're not seeing any activity right now. It looks like just a couple of officers, a few standing outside.
Well, we're looking at the shop. It faces the west, but we're going to look on the other side, actually the west side of the street, to see if there's anybody that's in custody. They may have pulled over here to the opposite side of the street. I do see a few people on the sidewalk, but they don't look to be in custody. We're just going to do a quick orbit around the building here to see. As I come out to a wide shot, you'll see how big that shop is. It's pretty substantial. I don't see anybody in the back, which is a good sign. So it looks like if anybody that is arrested possibly might be inside the shop or maybe to the south. Let me look down the street here just a bit and see if there's anybody. No, it doesn't look like it. So it sounds like any activity is going on inside, and those people are in custody inside the shop.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Get back to you if we see any activity out there. We were showing you some of the pictures from today and all the activity that happened around downtown LA and in the area. NBC4's Jonathan Gonzalez joins us now with more on how today's protest quickly went from peaceful to so chaotic.
And Kathy, you know, we went on the air about 8 hours ago now, and we witnessed a protest that was loud and peaceful that quickly turned way too tense in just a matter of moments. And even then, we could still not foresee then all the damage that would be done today. The peaceful peaceful protests in the Fairfax district today spiraled out of control all too quickly.
Just the perfect storm with the death of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and the countless others.
Some demonstrators took over a city bus, lit several police vehicles on fire, and even tried storming the gates at a television studio.
Cops are never held accountable. How long can you be peaceful when your people are dying?
But it soon became clear any peace was already long gone. The crowd quickly turned from mostly protesters to people who just started looting stores like Nordstrom at the Grove. And that was just the beginning. Police using less lethal force against the crowds at times, eventually making some arrests. But by that time, the fires had started, as some businesses were torched after being looted. And as night fell, the looting only got worse, as police continued to make arrests as smoke filled the air.
They're antagonizing us. They started the violence. We were peacefully protesting. So if it comes to it, I'm willing to get arrested for this. Why? Because it matters. And when I think of 10 years in the future, when I have kids and I can tell them I stood up for something that matters, this is what I'll think about.
And when this protest started at 12 o'clock at Pan Pacific Park, there were a lot of peaceful protesting going on. There were even families out there. It's still hard to think that one of the biggest concerns for so many of the protesters, Colleen and Kathy, was that they were worried that so much of the looting and all the violence and all the crimes that we've seen committed in the past few days, and including today, would take away from their message. Again, that is a concern they will continue as we continue to see the looting happening there tonight. Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Jonathan, we saw a lot of shocking scenes today, and this was certainly one of them. We saw this earlier this evening. There's a group of people using dumpsters, garbage dumpsters here, as a battering ram to break through the gate at the CBS studio. You can see the security guards there doing their very best to keep the group out. Fortunately, the guards were able to close up those gates, and then the group moved on and just took off.
And we do know that at least a half dozen patrol cars were set on fire during the unrest that happened in the Fairfax district. Firefighters had to watch as the patrol cars burned because it was simply too dangerous to try to get in and get through the crowds to put them out. Many of the burned out cars were also vandalized by the gatherings, the large gatherings there. They were graffitied, but there are no reports of any injuries from those fires.
All right, we're going to go back out to Gil Levis in News Chopper 4 Bravo. Gil, we understand you may be headed towards a new situation and more looters.
Yeah, that's right. There's a AutoZone at Longwood Avenue and Pico Boulevard. You're looking right now at the Target store close to that location that was looted earlier tonight. We were able to get on the scene there and watch the LAPD pull up as looters were going in, and they made quite a few arrests there. But as we continue to fly, we have another mile to go to find that AutoZone. And let me look here if we can find it from a long shot. We're hearing the LAPD responding an arrest van to go there to that location to take those people into custody and send them back to downtown LA. So we'll be on scene here just shortly at that AutoZone to take a look at what exactly they have there.
All right, Gil, and as you said, right there, that Target store was looted earlier, just one of the many businesses that we've been following today. It all started earlier. I think the first business that we saw was the Nordstrom. They broke through the front and they were taking items out. And then after that, the Ray-Ban store, and I think there was a jewelry store. That was all at the Grove. Again, this Target was part of the looting. Then, remember, we saw that high-end shoe store where I believe they must have taken every single pair of shoes out of there because demonstrators who were there earlier, not part of the peaceful demonstration, but the others that were breaking in and looting, were carrying out boxes, handfuls of boxes. And now we see the AutoZone. Gil, what can you tell here?
Yeah, Kathy, we're just pulling up to the front of the AutoZone. And we're going to continue our orbit around here to see how many people they have in custody here. But again, we just heard reports that they want a van to transport people to the jail to be booked for looting. Let me zoom in here and see what the AutoZone looks like. It looks like, yes, the windows were blown out there as well, broken out, and some looting occurred here. But you see a lot of LAPD units here, officers with their SUVs, and I'm still looking for those. Oh, here we go. Let me come into the back side here and we'll see what we have. It looks like maybe about 4 people or 3 people in custody there. So again, let me come in a little tighter so we can take a closer look. And it looks like 3 in cuffs there that are detained. At least 3 in that spot, but unsure exactly how many they have. Let me come out and look into the parking lot a little further. That might be the extent of it. So 3 here at the AutoZone. This is again at Longwood Avenue and Pico Boulevard. It's just east of the Target store that was looted just a short time ago.
All right, as we continue to look at that picture there, we want to bring in our Robert Kovacic. And Robert, you know, what's interesting about all of this, it's not just Los Angeles. We've heard reports from Oakland, from Portland, from Chicago, from Atlanta, obviously from Minneapolis, where it all started.
And Colleen, as you continue to look at this picture, most of those cities that you mentioned and others across the East Coast also have curfews in place tonight. Some of them are holding, others are not. So we continue to see what the early morning hours are going to bring in Seattle and Chicago and elsewhere. But when you consider Minneapolis, again, another night. And tonight, police used more aggressive tactics against protesters to enforce the curfew there. Officers fired tear gas to disperse crowds on the 5th night of protests in Minneapolis. Now, these tougher tactics come after city and state leaders were criticized for not strongly confronting the violence, including from President Trump. Tonight, the president taking aim at Minneapolis's mayor, tweeting in part, the National Guard has been released in Minneapolis to do the job that the Democrat mayor couldn't do. That was a quote. Now, Minneapolis has been the epicenter of protests over the killing of George Floyd by a police officer who is under arrest and remains in custody. Lootings, fire, and violent protests also happening south of us in San Diego tonight. These are looters at a Walmart carrying out boxes and boxes of stuff there. Vandals thrashing the storefront art as police moved in to break up rowdy crowds. Now, in Orange County, we have been following this all night. A group of protesters gathered, and there they set fire tonight in Santa Ana. This is at the intersection of Bristol and McFadden. These demonstrators also knocked over some sort of street sign that you're looking at right there. Law enforcement showed up, lined up, and got those protesters moving. Protests over the death of George Floyd rock cities nationwide. This is what it looked like today in after protests there turned violent. Demonstrators near Miami police headquarters took off running when officers went so far as to deploy tear gas. In Seattle, that demonstration started out peaceful there, but escalated. And look at this, several vehicles set on fire. Authorities used pepper spray there as well to disperse the crowds, and firefighters managed to put out those flames for the cars and buildings that caught fire, and aided by the help of some rain. Seattle's mayor announcing at 5 o'clock that there would be a 5 p.m. curfew. She says because those protests, as you see, were, quote, getting out of hand. Video now out of New York City shows a police cruiser that is engulfed in flames. Thousands of protesters filled the streets of New York City once again tonight, because today marks the 3rd day of demonstrations there. They really went hard last night in Brooklyn. Many groups showed up tonight across all 5 boroughs. The NYPD says at least 70 people were arrested after reports of clashes between police and protesters. Let's go now to Chicago. Protesters filling the streets, holding signs and chanting. Large crowds blocking intersections in downtown Chicago. There they were out in the streets demanding an end to police brutality. And here is what it looked like earlier tonight in our nation's capital. You can see a car burning in downtown D.C., just blocks away from the White House. Protesters tore down street signs and damaged a building in that area. Others launched some fireworks and threw bottles at police officers. Law enforcement using tear gas and pepper spray to disperse them. Let's go right now back up to Gil Levis, who is in a news shopper for Bravo. Gil, what are we flying over right now?
Well, Robert, we're looking at another structure fire. This is going to be at Beverly Boulevard and Genesee. We're going to try to get to the north side of the business. Right now, you see a lot of smoke coming there. The fire department on scene, and it looks like, I'm not sure what the business is. It's a multi-level there. Looks like a 2-story structure, but we got fire on the north side showing there in the fire department, and it looks like maybe some officers there in the alleyway. I'm not sure if it's in the structure or burning against the structure. We'll know here in just a second as we come around to the north side of it. But the fire department really jumping on their toes tonight because they have to go down and search for all these fires that are breaking out. And luckily, it looks like they made quick work of getting here, and it looks like they're starting to knock it down. I don't think it got into the structure too much. It looks like just that corner. It looks like maybe some shrubs that were burning there and caught the building on fire a little bit. But quick work by the fire department here to save that structure again.
And we're just wondering what kind of building that is. It almost looks like a hotel, a motel, something like that. It says.
It is.
Yeah, it's like a motel, a sure stay. Yeah, so I was just concerned about people being inside there as all of this is going on.
As we approached, I thought I saw someone on one of the upper floors there moving around, but it looks like the fire department got here very quickly and able to knock this down. You see it's still smoking a little bit, but it doesn't appear that the fire got into the structure or into the attic. I don't see any smoke throughout the entire structure, so that's a good sign. But we're hearing some more looting on Melrose and Poinsettia, and that's going to be our next stop to see what we can find there.
Yeah, it almost looks like that building is scorched there, if anything, you know.
Yeah, it looks like the outer, maybe the stucco caught fire there. Let me push in a little closer so you can get a better idea. It looks like it may have gotten into one of the windows possibly, but for the most part, it looks like they have the bulk of that knocked down.
It looks like a big mess out there. And Gil, I know you were just following the arrest at the AutoZone. Now you're going to go check out looting. And while you do that, thank you, Gil. Let's go ahead and check in with our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, who has been keeping us abreast of all that's going on within the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department. Eric.
Kathy, one thing that's developed really in the last hour or two, different from what we've seen earlier today, is that some police officials are telling us they are seeing more and more of the looters driving around in cars, pulling up to businesses where there's an opportunity to steal something, running inside, and then speeding away a few minutes later. This is very different from what the police officers were confronting earlier today, which were mobs of crowds of people on foot roaming through the streets in the Fairfax area. And as crowds were being pushed by those officers trying to clear out the areas where there had been demonstrations that turned violent and where the police cars were burned, as those people were running from those neighborhoods, there were businesses along those routes that were getting broken into. Now they're telling us that they're seeing people come back into the areas that were cleared out previously by officers. Now, instead of being on foot, in cars. And not to say that it's any kind of an organized effort, but it is less haphazard than it was a few hours ago. Because so many of the police officers are on foot, it's taking them a little while to catch up. The LAPD, in handling a large incident like this, divides up officers into groups that are called oftentimes mobile field forces. That's a group of a number of officers in a few cars with a supervisor or a sergeant with them, and they keep them together so they can quickly send not just one car, but a group of officers from one place to another. So they're trying to use those mobile field forces to get to areas where they're getting these reports of the drive-up looting, but it's happening so quickly that they're still trying to play catch-up to some degree. That's why, as you've seen from the pictures from News Chopper 4, the areas where the looting has been reported has expanded far beyond the area where demonstrators were walking around on foot earlier, and now we're looking a few miles in each direction, to the south, to the west. And from what we're hearing from people managing all of this at the police department, it's taking them some time to catch up. The other big issue for the department tonight, as things die down in the Fairfax district and there's less and less that the department needs to deal with in downtown LA, is returning neighborhood police stations to normal, because across the city, like any other Saturday night, it tends to be busy for police calls. Granted, there's a curfew. People are supposed to be staying at home. But nonetheless, there is still regular business to be done, and the department is still, at this hour, really stretched thin.
Eric, a lot of this is concentrated in the Melrose, Fairfax area, the pictures we're seeing right now. The LAPD and the Sheriff's Department covers a wide area. What are we hearing about the San Fernando Valley or even the San Gabriel Valley, any of those areas?
Well, even a few hours ago, while we were still seeing a tremendous amount of activity in that Fairfax area, the department was able to begin scaling back, not because the officers weren't needed, but because they had brought in so many extra people that it was not even necessary to keep them there. So officers that were brought in from some of the neighborhood stations, some of the outlying areas, both for the LAPD and for the Sheriff's Department, were turned back to their home bases, if you will, their neighborhood police stations. I'm going to say that was in the 7 to 8 o'clock hour. So none of those officers have been sent home. City's on a tactical alert. In police speak, that translates to anybody on duty stays on duty until further notice, because they just simply don't have the ability to predict what's going to happen 3 hours from now. So a lot of the officers that were sent on an emergency basis down to the Fairfax area hours ago, as they found that they had enough people to handle what was going on, turned those extra people around. They're now back at neighborhood police stations. They have not been sent home, so they're there in reserve should they be needed later on tonight, and certainly to get back to the daily business of simply managing patrol in the different neighborhoods around the city.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. We'll get back to you if we need to. We want to go right now to Anthony Britannia with Santa Ana. He is with Media Relations and Public Information, and you're always so helpful to us. We wanted to ask you what's happening in Santa Ana.
So, well, we had a protest that started at approximately 8 o'clock this evening. We had officers there in hopes that it would be a peaceful protest and we would just monitor. They took over the intersection and immediately started throwing rocks, bottles, fireworks, and other projectiles at our officers. We have been dealing with that throughout the night. We had a large group of 400 plus. We've been able to break them off into smaller groups, which makes it easier for us to deal with them. We've had minimal looting, and they continue to assault the officers. We've had one deputy that was transported to the hospital for injuries he received. Additionally, we had a group of about 100 plus show up at the police department, and we were able to force them out of the area as well.
Anthony, can we ask you about curfews in your area? Do you have anything in effect right now?
Well, there wasn't one set for today. I'm heard there's talk from our leaders that there will more than likely be a curfew starting tomorrow.
Tomorrow in the morning or during the day? Do you have any?
That's all in the works. I haven't been informed exactly how that's going to work yet.
You know, Anthony, we're looking at some of the pictures here. Are those fireworks? Are those projectiles being thrown at the officers?
Yeah. Yes. Well, they both. We've had bricks, cinder block, bottles, fireworks, mortar rounds that they shoot at the officers and the vehicles and hope that the vehicles catch fire. Fortunately, that has not occurred. We've had a couple small fires. Our partners at the Orange County Fire Authority quickly took care of those. And so other than some small looting, there hasn't been a whole lot of damage.
Can you estimate the crowd? I mean, it looks like hundreds of people in the picture we're seeing here. Has any of this dispersed at all? What's your crowd estimate?
So we have members from each agency in Orange County, police departments here. So we have teams of officers that, and originally started 400 plus. We've been able to break them up and move them in different directions, which makes it easier for us to handle. How many are still out there at this point? That they're spread out, so I don't know the exact number.
Can you give us an idea quickly of the intersection we're talking about here?
Well, it all started in McFadden and Bristol. It's Bristol, so up and down Bristol Street from McFadden to Warner.
Did you have peaceful protests earlier in the day? I mean, I'm guessing you've been watching what's been going on in LA.
Absolutely.
So you had the same sort of, did you have same sort of peaceful marches today that escalated into this?
No, this is our first protest. I know it's been going on for a couple of days. This was the first protest for us. and sadly, it didn't start off well.
Yeah, and we're sorry that you had a deputy injured, and hope that person is going to be just fine. Anthony Britannia, thank you so much for joining us and keeping us updated.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, goodbye. We're going to talk to Gil Levis right now. He is in News Chopper for Bravo. We are following what's happening here, and it looks like we have police following some cars. Gil, what's happening?
That's right, Kathy. You're looking at that line of cars. You see the airship with the night sunlight, keeping an eye on that group of cars that's moving away from Melrose. They went north, and they're right now eastbound on, I believe it's Waring Avenue. They're trying to get units behind these vehicles because they believe they were involved in looting in the area of Poinsettia and Melrose. So they're kind of splitting off right now, but you're seeing the night sunlight of the helicopter trying to get units in to break off and come in and pull these cars over. So we've seen multiple cars leaving the area. The LAPD airship saying, yes, for sure, these guys are involved in some looting. But unfortunately, right now, it doesn't seem like there's enough units around to be able to get on those cars. Let me come out across here, and I'm hearing that there might be some police coming in this area right now. Let me zoom in here and see more and more cars. These cars should not be out. The curfew is in existence, and if they do not find anything in the vehicles, they will be arrested for breaking the curfew, we're hearing. So trying to find the units that are trying to respond here, or hearing that there might be several units that are rolling this direction. But so far, here we go. We might have a couple units here that are going to make a stop on one of the vehicles, if not several of them.
Yeah, we're seeing people in not only cars, but walking there on the street.
Oh, that's when we were wondering how they were going to do this. They just pull in front, block the intersection, and there you go.
And there you go. So there's it looks like they have corralled about 3 of them, and they have the stop in progress. They're going to try to get those people out of the vehicles, and they're moving a couple of people that are on the sidewalk here, getting them out of here while they try to deal with at least these 3 vehicles that were last seen coming from Melrose northbound and then east on Waring here.
And Gil, you said if there's nothing in the car, if they have not been looting, then the infraction or the citation here is breaking curfew. If the car is full of stolen merchandise, it's a whole different ball game.
It is a different ballgame. We're going to look at this white car here, and interestingly enough, there was multiple white cars that were leaving the area. I don't know if that has anything to do with what was going on, but we did see multiple white vehicles leaving the scene. You see these guys with their hands out the window. Looks like a driver and a passenger, and they're going to order them out of the vehicle. So it's going to be just like a pursuit termination. They're going to order them out of the vehicle, and then they'll be able to get them into custody and check the vehicles for any merchandise, because these cars were last seen leaving the area of Melrose and Poinsettia, where the officers were just responding to calls of looting.
Well, Gil, it is just like the end of a pursuit, except in this case, are we only seeing 2 patrol cars there? We have 3 civilian cars.
Yeah, let me come out wider. You got the one in the back and then the one in the front, and you have a couple multiple, it looks like multiple officers now on scene. Here comes another unit, an unmarked unit that's coming on scene. So they have these 3 cars stopped, and we'll see what they find when they pull these guys out of the car eventually. But for now, they're staying in their cars. These guys at least are complying with their hands out the window.
Okay, Gil, we're going to stay on your picture. I'm going to tell you, we're also monitoring News Chopper 4 Alpha in the downtown area. It looks like they brought in tow trucks there to tow people out of the area. We'll get to that in just a minute. But in the meantime, we want to bring in Mr. Jody Armour. He's a USC professor of law, an advocate for social justice. And we've spoken to you several times today already, Jody. But when you see all of what's going on tonight, do you worry that people will lose sight of the real message here about George Floyd?
Yeah, that is the concern, and we had this same concern going back to the 92 riots after the Rodney King case, when the officers who were videotaped batoning him were acquitted by the Simi Valley jury. There was this effort for us to try to figure out what was happening and why was it happening. Many people looked at it and they said, oh, these are just hooligans. They are looking for any excuse to go off, and that's all that the riots represented. Other people said, well, no, wait. If they were just hooligans looking for any excuse to go off, then when the Rodney King beating was saturating the airwaves, they could have gone off. But instead, they waited for justice. They waited for the promise of the criminal justice system to deliver justice to the officers, and then rioting only broke out when that promise of justice seemed to many to be so flagrantly flouted by the acquittal of the officers. So, yes, I do have a concern here that this will affect how we're going to interpret this civil unrest. If our diagnosis of the problem is that we just have some hooligans and some professional anarchists, as some people are describing them, then enforcement, right? On the other hand, if you see the problem as one of, social justice, social inequality, redistributing wealth and power, then we're going to seek radically new political and economic solutions. So, yeah, we're going to be, for the next several days or weeks, really trying to figure out what it is that is happening here and how to think about it, its causes, how to properly interpret it, so we know what the right diagnosis is and can come up with the right prescription.
And Jody, what is the answer then? Is it dialogue between groups to understand each other, to figure out where we go next and how we understand?
Well, the sheriff earlier said something to that effect, our sheriff here in L.A. County, that change is not going to come from burning things. He said change is going to come from civil discussions. But, many would say change did not come from those civil discussions. We've been here before. It's kind of almost like a racial injustice Groundhog Day that we keep coming back to. We sit down and we have, the discussions, realizing as it is, and as disruptive as it is, sometimes these kind of violent outbreaks do get our attention at least and make us see that there's something we have to attend to that maybe we've been ignoring up until now. So I think it's going to take more than just discussion.
And what we're looking at, we've got a split screen here, Jody. News Chopper 4 Bravo, what you're seeing there is a live picture of new looting here. You mentioned Rodney King and the riots or the unrest there in 1992. One of the most poignant things I remember covering that was when Rodney King stood up. He was very, very emotional, and he said to everyone, his message, can't we all just get along? Do you envision the Floyd family? I know they've spoken out, but do you envision the Floyd family having that sort of message as well for these groups?
Yeah, well, I think we've grown and matured. As a society, we went through that. Rodney King said, let's just try to get along. But, that's the kind of let's have the conversations. Let's sit down and just try to work it out in that way. Approach, and it just doesn't seem that approach has been working out. The approach may have to do with really rethinking what policing is in a fundamental way, rethinking even what we mean by social racial justice in America. I think it's interesting we have a state of emergency that's been declared in the last hour. But, people on Skid Row live in a constant state of emergency. Those in jails and for low-level offenses or because they can't afford bail, even though they're presumed innocent, as the pandemic rages through the jails and the prisons, they're in a state of emergency. 40 million Americans have lost their jobs since the pandemic struck. They're in a state of emergency as they stand in long lines at food banks, right? And so, I think that this is compelling us to think about state of emergency in much broader terms, and just conversations and saying, can we all get along, may not address all those kinds of states of emergency that have led to this frustration and led to these outbreaks.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the message is. The thing that we remember, the way we remember, can we all just get along from 1992, what we'll take away from this in years to come, and hopefully not find ourselves back in this place again 20, 30 years from now. Is that your hope?
Yeah, this has really been this pandemic crisis is so unprecedented. It's something we haven't experienced. Our parents and often even our grandparents don't know, haven't experienced anything like this. It's a real kind of social upheaval, right? We've gone through physical earthquakes in California and Southern California. This is kind of a social earthquake in which we're kind of seeing the tectonic plates shifting under our feet. And we can either rise to the challenge and say, well, maybe we can make some basic changes so that we, when we walk through Skid Row and we look to the left and right and see that all of these people are in states of emergency, and they're all, by the way, 75% of those faces are black. And then we walk into, we look at the COVID crisis itself, and we see it's disproportionately hitting the black community. And we see that, we really haven't reckoned as a society and even as a community here in Southern California with all of these kinds of, to continue the earthquake analogy, with all of these kind of shifting plates, with all of these, kind of fissures, social fissures that we're dealing with. So hopefully we can find the will, because we, at the end of the day, are all we got. We have a beautiful place here. We have beaches. We're the envy of much of the world in a lot of ways, but we can forget that there's a lot of social inequality under the surface. And once in a while, something like this comes along and it rips the scab off of a festering wound. And we start to have to confront that and realize that unless we can work it out so that we can lift all of our brothers and sisters into some minimal level of decency and decent living standards, that we're always going to be on the brink of another one of these kinds of eruptions. And so, in the long run, my dad used to say sometimes cheap is expensive. Sometimes if you get something cheap, it just, you wind up having to get something else the next day or the next week, and it becomes more expensive. Sometimes the cheap way out, not addressing our underlying social problems, gets to be more expensive than really confronting those problems and paying now to avoid paying a lot more later.
Jody, if you were advising the mayor, chief of police, the sheriff, the governor on this, what would you say to them?
Oh, well, that for one thing, it's going to be hard, Mayor, but, a coalition of community groups and activists helmed by Black Lives Matter itself has been pushing to slash funding for the LAPD for the last couple of weeks when the mayor proposed the new budget, a kind of belt-tightening budget. And the budget cut virtually every other city department, but actually increased funding for LAPD. And so a lot of community activists have been saying we need to cut and slash funding for the LAPD and reinvest in social workers, housing, public transportation, health care, and other kinds of services. Right now the police budget takes up about 53% of the unrestricted funds, and so 54% of the total year 2020 to 21. And so the idea may be to fundamentally rethink policing, not that 54% of the city's unrestricted funding down to maybe 44 or 40%, and find ways to, fund social workers and housing and public transportation, and to make us a more egalitarian society, a more equal society, and a more, just society, and maybe that will address a lot of the kind of concerns
but
that are festered
Jody, for argument's sake here, people watching this tonight might not want to cut the law enforcement budget when they see what's happening here. Can you understand that?
Absolutely. That's the irony here, isn't it? That, perhaps the lack of spending on those kinds of things I just talked about, like housing and public transportation and health care, that led to all of this frustration that then spilled over and led to this unrest seems to be justifying now the desire to spend more on law enforcement so that we can quell this unrest. But that's what I mean about we can spend to quell the unrest, or we can spend to prevent the unrest from reaching these kinds of, intense levels in the first place. And so, yeah, it's going to require us to even in the middle of a moment like this, in which we really are worried about, not having enough law enforcement, to recognize that, in the long run, we cannot arrest our way out of these problems. We can't use law enforcement like we use now. Our jails are sometimes the social receptacles, kind of the receptacles of our social failures. When we don't handle mental health care well, we put them in jail. When we don't handle, homelessness well, we outlaw being homeless, and then we put them in jail. So it's going to take reimagining some approaches. And I do hear what you're saying. It's a very valid point. It's really hard to think that way right now. But the only alternative is to just continue this, social justice Groundhog Day cycle that we never get out of.
Well, Jody, if you would stay with us right now, we just want to talk a little bit to what we're seeing on the air right now, live. Gil Levis is in News Chopper for Bravo, and as you've been talking continuously, we have been seeing people going in and taking items out of this Melrose Mac, and it's just been going on the entire time, people driving up. Gil, can you speak to this a little bit, what you have been seeing as we've been talking to Jody, listening to his insight that he's giving us into what needs to change and how we need to change the way we think about things, what's going on right now live?
Yeah, Kathy, let me pull out and show you a lot of cars that are pulling up in front of the store. And what we're seeing is basically self-service here. People are pulling up. People are jumping out and running into the looted store here. This is the Apple store, Melrose Mac, 6600 block of Melrose at Highland. And you can see individuals inside the store right through the window. They're running around, scampering around, grabbing items and pulling out the boxes through the windows. You see this individual there going through one of the holes there in the window underneath the guardrail gate there, coming through, and then he'll run off to an awaiting vehicle in different areas. He's going to cross the street and go off
so
right
dangerous.
In front of that
Look
car.
at that car. Yeah,
Man,
Gil.
it is so dangerous, these people taking chances like that, and they're going right back into the store. And so it's pretty obvious when we see these lines of cars. That's why the airships are the police airships are focusing on the vehicles that are driving around, because for the most part, the curfew is in effect right now, and people should not be out in their cars driving around. So it's almost easy pickings for the airship to focus on these businesses along Melrose and to watch the vehicles pull up. We'll see if that happens here again, but you see individuals running back and forth in and out of the store once again here at the Mac store on Melrose.
And Gil, the problem is the police are, for the most part, on foot in this area, correct? So it would be hard for them to get over here?
They are, because their cars are lined up behind the skirmish lines, so they would have to break the skirmish lines, get in their vehicles, and make their way over here to this area. So it makes it very difficult for those ground units to get back into their vehicles and get on scene here. But they've been mobilizing some of the units. We did see that one traffic stop with 3 vehicles. They were taking out those suspects and putting them on the ground, and then they're going to go through their vehicles. But here is another mob scene here as the people come running from vehicles that are parked. Here you go. Here's some cars that are parked along the street here, and these cars that are lined up stopped here, they're the ones that they're jumping out of here. Well, let's watch this individual. He's walking away with a box here, and he'll go up to one of the cars at some point and jump into one of these and load it up, and then they're off they go.
Do we know what Melrose Mac is? Is that the Mac like the makeup department or makeup area?
Colleen, I thought the same thing, but it's not. It's actually an Apple store.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought the same thing at first, but you can see what looks like
boxes. It's all about
boxes
branding, isn't it?
It is. It looks like boxes of computers coming out in that guy's hand. You'll see him come out as those fellows go in to the store. Here comes the guy with two what looks like computer boxes there that he's going to be sliding through the window to his companion there. They're going to pull that out. Here's looks like maybe a female. It's hard to tell, or a guy with long hair.
Yeah, we've seen this person several times. Like, it's the same people over and over.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Kathy. Here you go. This guy's going to take those, and he'll come over to whichever vehicle he came out of. He's going to cross the street again. A dangerous move there as cars go by him, and he'll make his way to his vehicle. And it looks like maybe this car stopped in the alleyway. We'll just kind of watch him there as he kind of looks around.
Yeah, he's still walking there as we continue to follow Gil right now. And he's got two large boxes. It's interesting. Where is he going to end up putting them? Well, there we go.
Yeah, Kathy, I was told it's a repair and a Mac store.
There you go.
Both. So that would explain. That's like a computer you would find in a box that size.
And so now their mission is to load it up and they get out of there or either go back for more, but they're parked pretty far away to be, you know, continuously loading up there.
Yeah, these guys are pretty wise. They got under that palm tree, and they're kind of hidden there just north of Melrose in an alleyway. They walk down that alleyway, loading both of those computers into the back. It looks like computers back into the trunk there, and we'll see if they run back. Here comes a third person moving in, and we'll see if they drive off or maybe go back for more. We're seeing, it looks like maybe several people that came out of that vehicle. But here, once again, that's just one example. Here's more that are coming in and out. Here's a fellow running down the street with a box there, and we'll see which car he goes into. That one there. So he's setting that down, getting ready to load it in, and off they go momentarily in the back seat. We'll see if he runs back into the store, but that's what they're doing. These cars that are running up and down Melrose here, not all of them are you know, civilians that are just, you know, trying to go home or something like that. A lot of them are these people that are looting these stores. They just pull up and it's easy access. They get in through the broken windows and they go in and grab what they want and then come right out and jump in their cars and they're off.
And LAPD tied up going block by block as we have watched clearing out that area, and they haven't been to this area. Now we're seeing people run like crazy, so I'm wondering if
somebody knows something's coming.
Presence.
Yeah, let me see. Let me zoom out and see if they got word that maybe LAPD's moving in. Let me come over here and see at these cars now. It looks like so
maybe they
far,
heard sirens or who knows what, but they scattered.
They did scatter. I don't see any right in the general area here.
You know what? As we continue to look at the picture, I'm going to refer to Eric Leonard. He's our expert on all things law enforcement here. Eric, why wouldn't they set up something like a DUI checkpoint here? Just block off the roads and box in these cars?
Well, there are elements that have been working on exactly that, certainly because anybody who is out at this hour is subject to arrest. We know that there are numbers of officers and deputies that have been assigned to go and deal with looting, but there is one wrinkle to that perhaps you hadn't considered, which is when they have arrested people, which has happened a lot more in the last hour or so than it has at any other time today, they have to keep custody of those people and book them in jail. Well, the officers who are out trying to catch the looters cannot get into cars and drive to a police station and go through the conventional booking process. It's too time-consuming, and on top of that, many of these officers have been working on foot for hours and hours and hours. They may be miles away from any kind of a vehicle. So instead what they've done is they are waiting for buses to go from location to location where arrests have been made to pick up these individuals. And it is a logistical headache, to say the least. And it's taking a lot of officers out there. The ones who have made arrests, we're told, are sometimes having to wait several hours for a jail van to come by and pick up the individuals they've detained. That has a snowball effect, and that's part of why there aren't as many officers as the department would like right now to be able to rove around and stop these looting events from happening. certainly the one we've been watching here at the Macintosh store seems to have just been going on endlessly, and yet law enforcement hasn't been able to get over there yet. And I certainly suspect the reason why is they just have so many people who have been detained, people who are going to be booked on suspicion of a charge, whether that's violating the curfew or something much more serious. The logistics of getting those people taken care of and booked has bogged down the whole system right now.
And you mentioned something. These people may never be caught because we've seen the dynamic change. We're not seeing as many people on foot. We're seeing them in cars, and they park and they load their goods, and then they're gone.
That's right. We were talking earlier this evening about whether law enforcement had any indications that this was part of some kind of big organized effort. No. The resounding word we've gotten from a lot of different officials is certainly nothing was planned or organized that they've been able to pick up on. However, as the streets became cleared of foot demonstrators and protesters and those smaller groups of agitators that the police had been confronting and trying to corral and deal with all afternoon, as those streets were cleared of people on foot, folks started coming in behind into the areas that officers had already moved through, and then we've seen really caravans of cars going from business to business, taking part in the looting tonight, not just in the area that we're watching right now, but also some areas much further to the west and to the south of that Fairfax district that's seen the worst of it. Yes.
Yeah, I want to interrupt you real quick and go back up to Gil Levis. Tell us what we're looking at here. This is this computer store. It almost looks like they're offloading the store. People are pulling up, they're loading up their cars, and
you see cars come in, and then it goes dark for a while, and then it comes back on. They got more cars lined up here. I've seen this car several times, actually, once before here. So we'll see if this guy's going to try to load up something. This person, I did see a couple of people come out of that vehicle and move on. Here comes someone out of the store with a big computer box. That's for sure a computer there. And they just continue to hit this store on and on. You know, we saw a couple units go by. We thought they were going after one of the vehicles that was looting here, but it looks like those units went to a different scene. But once again, more people just coming right back into the store through the windows, through all the access points, and making their way in. Here they come out with more product, and they do have a couple of different areas to come out through the window there, and also to the right here, you see more cars pulling up, and they can access through this window that was blown out, and they can make their way into the store and pull out the product. So it just continues to be a cycle here. They just keep pulling product out of the store and into the cars. Yeah,
I know exactly what you were talking about, Gil. It looked like there was going to be a pursuit where they were following those two cars, and then the LAPD cruisers went straight and the cars turned right, and that was that. We really did think that, and I think the cars that were in front of those cruisers thought for sure they were after them, but they weren't. They made a right turn, and the police continued northbound. So I think they were breathing a sigh of relief after that happened.
You know, the way people are scattering now, you wonder if somebody is pulling up the street. You know, as we continue to look at the picture here, we're going to bring in Robert Kovacic as well. Robert, are you up and ready?
I am ready and watching and just somewhat in a little bit of disbelief. I know this Melrose Mac store very well. Oh. It has been around for quite some time, and that is very popular. It has remained very popular, and it's also in a very unique area in that it's right adjacent to Highland. And Colleen, you know those restaurants that are right there, Osteria Mozza and Pizzeria Mozza. Those are very popular spots.
This is interesting too. You're right.
And then one goes around. We saw that those two people jump in that car. They ran right up and got into that car, and then were head on with that other car, which now is turned right, and the other one is following.
But we look at a situation where, very much like the LAFD, you have only so many resources. You have only so much that members of the LAPD, as Eric was telling us, that they can do, and only so many things that the LAFD can do. And those resources are dealing with so many different areas in LA, whether it's a spot fire or whether it's someone breaking into a building. And remember, as we learned from Chief Terrasas with the Los Angeles Fire Department, they now have to commit a unit from the LAPD and officers from the LAPD to escort the LAFD when they go anywhere. So that just stretches your resources even a little more when you consider what's going on right now.
And this is probably what the National Guard will be doing. If you look at it, they were supposed to be here by midnight, as many as 1,000. The sheriff told us earlier tonight they will be blocking barrier detail is what he called. So they'll be blocking streets and blocking traffic, but as well they'll be offering up protection. Gil Davis, I see your camera moving around. You obviously have something in your sights here.
Yeah, it looks like patrol cars there.
It does. Does Gil hear us?
Yeah, a whole line.
Yeah, they were rolling towards the Mac store there, but they're coming into where the skirmish line once was. You see the LAPD here loading up. Now I'm going to show you exactly how far they are from that Mac store as I come out. I'll come down Melrose here. Sorry for the quick move, but you'll see as I come back around. Here is the store, I believe. We're back on Melrose. So not too far away is a big group of LAPD officers right down the street, and they're just stopped there. I would say it's probably about 6 blocks or 7 blocks away from the Mac store here, but they're not able to, or for whatever reason, they have maybe other assignments that's going on, but they're that close, but yet this still is happening.
Yeah, we're not really seeing a lot of people right now at the Mac store. We don't know if they're going to come back. We've seen that a couple of times, but right now, not a lot of activity right there.
Yeah, it's a little slow right now, but you'll see the cars come. In fact, there's a couple of vehicles that we were watching that are parked around the corner here with their lights on and waiting for the right moment to strike. You see a couple of people coming out of the store now, running back and forth across the street. They're kind of mellowed out for now, but we'll see if that picks up again. Maybe they see the lights and sirens down the street. Maybe that's what's scaring them off a little bit, but they're not too far away. The LAPD is not too far away from this Melrose Mac store here at Highland and Melrose.
Okay, once again, you've got to wonder when you look at this store and how long they've been looting, how much inventory they have inside. And you say, Gil, the LAPD is just up the street here?
I want to say about 6, maybe 7 blocks to the west, that large group of officers that have pulled up there, they were loading onto their SUV, and it looked like they were breaking down a skirmish line. But again, not too far. Right now it's quiet, so it's likely they saw those lights down the street. I'll pull out of there. That's the Mac store, and as I pan to the right there, you'll see some officers down in this area on foot, and a little bit further up, you'll see more officers there. So that's the officers, what they're dealing with, and I believe this is one of the stores that they were looting as well that we saw earlier, and there was a response there because they believe there were some looters still inside those stores. So that's why those units stopped there. So again, officers spread out thin here throughout the city. And meanwhile, at the Mac store down the street, the looting continues.
All right, great work. Thank you, Gil, as you get eyes once again on that Mac store, but we're not seeing a lot of activity there anymore. Certainly, they have taken a lot of packages, a lot of computers or parts out of there. But it now looks like everyone is dispersed from that area as we now see a contingent of the LAPD right down the street. Colleen?
We want to remind people that this started out today as a peaceful protest, but it ended with this looting, violence, mayhem. This was not about George Floyd. This is not about what happened in Minneapolis early this week, not about what is about to happen to those 4 officers, the one who was arrested yesterday and charged with third-degree murder. When we started this coverage earlier today, we saw people in Pan Pacific Park around noon today, and we saw generations of people, all ages, all ethnicities, angry with what happened in Minneapolis. And clearly, what we've seen happen throughout the day was not that. Hopefully, we can get back on message and back on the issue.
Yes, and what we've seen throughout the day as you've been watching NBC4's live coverage of the protests and the looting that has unfortunately happened across Southern California. Governor Gavin Newsom declaring that state of emergency in Los Angeles County. The city of LA, we watched as that was put under a mandatory curfew. And the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, telling us that anyone who is outside right now, it started at 8, it ends at 5:30, at least for now, anyone will be arrested.
The cities of West Hollywood, Culver City, Beverly Hills, Pasadena, all the way to Long Beach have similar curfews right now. The National Guard, as we said, was scheduled to arrive at midnight, so that's a request from the mayor. LA Metro has suspended all transit services until 5:30 in the morning. And a reminder, we want to remind you that we will be on early tomorrow morning. Today in LA will begin at 5 a.m. And Kathy, that was what, 30 minutes before the curfew ends at 5:30.
It is. We will see you then. We'll keep you updated on our web. Have a safe night.